Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 207, Rebel Spy or Redeemed Hero. Itachi's return to Konoha. After hearing Natsuo's words, Nagato was about to get angry again. Conan, beside him, sighed in resignation. You're exaggerating. We don't have that kind of relationship. Even counting Yahiko, one couldn't say that their relationship was bad. After all, they had been companions and friends since childhood. When they wanted to be more than just friends, Yahiko was killed in Hanzo's plot. Natsuo was interested now. So you've been together for so long and you're still just friends? Has nothing happened between you? Yeah, if you're not even interested in him, it's unlikely you're interested in anyone else. So you've been single this whole time. That's good. After all, although NTR has become popular recently, but to tell the truth, I'm not a fan of it. However, Conan, you are so old, it's really not easy. Natsuo glanced at a certain part, showing a strange smile. So you're still a virgin, that's even better. The focus of his gaze made Conan feel like hitting someone. Nagato, for his part, held back his anger as he watched Natsuo harass his lifelong friend. The veins in his neck pulsed with anger, but he reminded himself that he couldn't beat him. He couldn't beat him. If it weren't for him not being able to beat him, he really wanted to beat him to death. Nagato took 3 deep breaths in a row before his expression returned to calm. I'll go back to Konoha with you, too. Nagato was silent for a moment, and finally spoke. Oh, aren't you going to revive the Ten Tails? Natsuo frowned. There are too many complications and conspiracies behind the resurrection of the Ten Tails. I want to take a look at the Uchiha clan's stone tablet and consider my options. Nagato paused and smiled wryly. Also, now I'm not sure if the Ten Tails will be a sufficient deterrent. In the past, he didn't need to worry about this problem. The demonic statue, a weapon that consumes so much chakra that not even Nagato could afford to use it, defeated Hanzo and his minions along with Konoha's root shinobi. And that was when the demonic statue was just an empty shell. Added to the power of the tailed beasts, it is really easy to destroy a country in one fell swoop. But Nagato couldn't help but glanced at Natsuo. No matter how confident he is, he no longer knows if the Ten Tails will be able to beat Natsuo. After all, even though he has been fighting with him till now, Natsuo has not shown all his abilities. Looking at his indifferent attitude towards demonic statue, Nagato really doubts that the complete Ten Tails can beat Natsuo. His purpose is to frighten the shinobi world with extremely destructive Ten Tails, to quell the war and gain peace. But if Ten Tails can't beat Natsuo, what's the point? Natsuo shot him a look. Aren't you going back to Omega-Kure? It's okay, at least you'll be spared the disappointment again. Disappointment? What happened in Omega-Kure? Nagato and Conan suddenly became nervous and looked at Natsuo. Natsuo laughed lightly. It's nothing, it's just that a rebellious boy who destroyed his family plans to come back at this moment. He's sure to bring some local produce, right? Otherwise, wouldn't he think that the sins he committed would be so easy to forgive? Hearing this, both Nagato and Conan instantly tensed. Uchiha Itachi. After about 20 minutes, the figure of Itachi slowly appeared in front of Natsuo. He was about to say something, but he saw Nagato, and Conan looking at him with complicated eyes. Natsuo, why are they here? Itachi frowned. How is it possible that Akatsuki members are together with Natsuo? Come here, Itachi, let me introduce you. Natsuo laughed and pulled Conan beside him. This is Conan, you can affectionately call sister-in-law in the future. About him. Natsuo continued. I originally thought about letting him go, but he wants to take a look at the stone tablet under the Naka shrine. Hearing this, Itachi glanced at the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes, and an expression of understanding crossed his eyes. I see, it seems that you already know about Rinnegan's information. Itachi, what did you do to Omega-Kure? Nagato asked seriously. Without Conan and Nagato, it is impossible for Omega-Kure to contain Itachi's power. It means this. Don't worry, I didn't cause any disturbance in Omega-Kure. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. I just grabbed a few things and left. At worst, I was a little abrupt in taking things. As he spoke, he took out a storage scroll and threw it to Natsuo. This is what you wanted. Good. Natsuo said as he took the storage scroll and put it in his pocket. Natsuo, what are you looking for? Nagato frowned slightly. I don't think there's anything in Omega-Kure or Akatsuki worth coveting, right? Oh, it's no big deal. It's just the body of the Jinchuriki you captured earlier. Natsuo said after putting away the storage scroll. I realized after your operation, it seems that one of the captives is my brother-in-law. Natsuo said helplessly. Temari begs me every day to go to Akatsuki and rescue him. I just want to see if I can do something about it. This is something he really forgot. There is no way, although Gaara, the brother-in-law, can be regarded as the only one with a name among Natsuo's brothers-in-law. But the problem is that Natsuo has too many brothers-in-law. So it's only natural that Natsuo forgets Gaara, especially considering that he was kidnapped by Akatsuki and lost his tailed beast. But it does not matter. He has almost perfected the resurrection technique. Even if the resurrection technique doesn't work immediately, it's not a big deal either. If everything comes to the worst-case scenario, Tsunade's side could take it upon themselves to resurrect him on their own. After all, Chiyo is engaged to Tsunade because of the situation with Sasori. If Tsunade requests it, he is sure that she would be willing to sacrifice the little time she has left to live to redeem herself before her grandson. However, Nagato and Conan, although they know about the Rinnegan resurrection technique, are also aware of the price it entails. They don't believe Natsuo would be willing to sacrifice his life for someone he doesn't even remember exists. They just don't consider it an option. They can only assume that Natsuo has probably decided to retrieve his brother-in-law's body and return it to Tsunade. With these thoughts in mind, they can't help but feel a little guilty. Even though Nagato and Conan have become a ruthless terrorist organization and have participated in numerous wars that have caused great harm to civilians, they are actually soft-hearted people. Even though their hands are stained with blood, deep in their hearts, they feel sorry for those who have fallen at their hands. I'm sorry. Conan said in a low voice, and Nagato lowered his head slightly. It is not a big thing. Natsuo waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry about these little things. Conan and Nagato are speechless. Is this a trivial matter? Your brother-in-law is dead. However, Natsuo didn't care about the two, instead he looked at Itachi. Itachi, are you ready? Yes, I am. Itachi nodded, maintaining his typical unfazed expression. However, his fists were clenched tightly, as if he was holding back some emotion. His nails dug deep into her palms, leaving deep marks. Conan and Nagato frowned slightly. Itachi was a standard cold-faced person, never in a hurry, calm, and his poker face never changed. They had never seen him so excited before. What was he up to? Meanwhile. Finally, Obito met up with Deidara and the others. They waited for a while and found that neither Kakuzu nor the leader had any intention of communicating, nor did they seem to start the tailed beast sealing ceremony. They then looked at each other and finally decided to head to Omegakure. That was Akatsuki's main stronghold. However, when they arrived, they discovered that the base appeared to have been the scene of a terrible battle. The bodies of fallen shinobi and debris were scattered everywhere, while black flames still burned unextinguished. Although Itachi had claimed that he hadn't caused any major disturbance in Omegakure, but evidently, that wasn't true. The aftermath of the little disturbance still persists. And even those black flames left no room for doubt. Itachi also defected. Obito and the others were stunned. First it was Kakuzu, then they captured Conan, and until now they had not received any news from the leader. And now, Itachi had also defected. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, Itachi was initially a spy, it was logical that his betrayal would occur at any moment. So now Akatsuki's only remaining members. The four of them looked at each other, confused and perplexed. If the leader was not there, what should they do? What would happen to the Jinchuriki they had captured? Should they extract the 8 tails or not? What do we do now? Calculating the time, Killer Bee should wake up soon. And the leader? Dealing with an angry Jinchuriki won't be easy. I don't want to fight a tailed beast again. Those present exchanged words and thoughts, some feeling confused. In the end it was Obito who stood up. Kisame, first use the same hata to drain the 8 tails chakra, control it well and let's wait for the leader to return. We will wait for the leader to return, then we will begin to extract the 8 tails. After a brief reflection, the others nodded. Everyone knew very well the power of the leader, without a doubt he was one of the most powerful shinobi in the world, even more than the feared Kazekage Gaara and the formidable Mizukage Tsurumi Mei. There should be no problems. Hokage residence, Jonin meeting room. Natsuo entered slowly with Nagato, Conan, Itachi, and the other 2 shinobi behind him. They had not made the slightest effort to hide their identities. This stunned those present, leaving the room in an uncomfortable silence. Natsuo-sama, it seems I don't know the people behind you. Could you please introduce them to me? A Jonin asked, with a tense expression. I don't know them. How could I not know? Aside from the fact that Niyujito is the Reikage, her photo has already spread throughout the shinobi world, and everyone knows her. Just talking about the uniforms of Akatsuki on Nagato, Conan, Itachi, and Kakuzu, with the recent notoriety of Akatsuki, they are remembered by countless shinobi. while there was a small chance that the new Reikage and the Akatsuki uniforms would be misinterpreted. Itachi's face was unmistakable. After all, Natsuo, who is the most famous legend in the shinobi world, was from the Uchiha clan, and Itachi annihilated said clan. Some people even had the theory, if Itachi hadn't wiped out the Uchiha clan, perhaps Natsuo, who had been mediocre before the incident, might not have the current strength. And here he was alive and well after destroying the clan of the strongest shinobi in the world. Everyone present, like the Jonin of Konoha, had access to more information than ordinary people, so they knew information about key figures in the shinobi world. Whether it be Uchiha Itachi, the new Reikage, or the members of Akatsuki. They recognized them all. "Are these your prisoners?" Another Jonin joked. "You really are impressive, Natsuo-sama, to capture so many experts. But, Natsuo-sama, how can you allow your prisoners not to be tied up properly?" The Jonin added. "Your attitude will scare the people in the Hokage residence." It wasn't just the people who worked at the Hokage residence who would be scared. They were too. Because no matter how they looked at them, the way they walked behind Natsuo without any care, it didn't seem like they were captives. In an instant, the minds of everyone present were filled with thoughts. From Itachi's alleged collaboration with Natsuo to annihilate the clan, to the theory that Natsuo was the true leader of Akatsuki. Even the idea that Akatsuki had already controlled Kimogakure by placing a Kage under their control and were now looking to take control of Konoha. But whatever the truth, the current situation didn't seem very good for Konoha. Everyone present was nervous, confused by the situation. They looked to Tsunade to handle the situation. But she remained calm as if this situation were normal. Natsuo chuckled and looked at Itachi next to him. "It's your turn." "Yes, Natsuo-sama." Itachi responded, bowing his head slightly before moving forward. Itachi inhaled deeply before beginning to speak. "Konoha Shinobi, belonging to ANBU, Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Itachi, Shinobi registration number 012110. I have completed the task of infiltrating the Akatsuki organization as entrusted by the late third Hokage, and have spent several years instigating Kakuzu, a senior member of the Akatsuki organization, to rebel. Now that Akatsuki has been successfully defeated and another core member, Conan, has been captured, my mission is complete. I request to be reinstated in Konoha and end my mission as a spy." For a moment, a single statement echoed through the minds of those present. Uchiha Itachi, Konoha Shinobi, requests his reinstatement. Chapter 208, Itachi's Konoha comeback. All the shinobi in the room raised their heads in bewilderment. Itachi returning to Konoha. Hang on a minute. Wasn't Itachi a missing nin? Oh, he said that he was sent as a spy by the third Hokage to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. But he clearly killed the Uchiha clan. How could someone like him become a spy sent by the third Hokage? Itachi, you didn't eliminate the Uchiha clan. A Jonin stood up and asked Itachi. How come you're still a Konoha shinobi? Itachi replied calmly, the fact that I eliminated the Uchiha clan and my loyalty to Konoha as well as my role as a spy are not mutually exclusive. But you killed our Konoha people. The Jonin shouted. Itachi remained unfazed. As a spy, staining your hands with the blood of the people of your own village isn't particularly surprising, is it? The people who were killed by the spies were all those the village considered to be spies from other countries or shinobi who could endanger the village. Another Jonin couldn't help but scream. How can you kill the entire Uchiha clan at once for a spy mission? At this, Itachi responded, I'm sorry, this is a secret mission ordered by my superiors, I can't answer any of your questions. He said seriously, but I can guarantee that I have always been a loyal shinobi to Konoha in this matter. Then. The shinobi wanted to ask something else. But before he could say anything, he was reprimanded by a nearby Jonin. The expressions of some of those present also showed confusion and complexity. Especially since everyone who can gather in this conference room has access to much more information than the average shinobi. After Itachi made such a clear statement, how could they not remember the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha back then? So. It was Danzo who identified the Uchiha clan as a danger to Konoha and ordered Itachi to kill the entire Uchiha clan, while the third Hokage simply watched the whole situation unfold. Natsuo intervened. Everyone was shocked upon hearing that, even the shinobi who were good at hiding their emotions couldn't keep their expressions calm. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen did an amazing job. Completely destroy a shinobi clan. In the world it seems that something similar had only been seen during the blood mist in Kirigakure. As everyone pondered the situation, they looked at Itachi in surprise. This man actually followed Danzo's orders and exterminated his own clan. No matter male, female, old or young, regardless of parents and friends, kill them all. Simply unimaginable. Should it be said that he is infinitely loyal to Konoha, or that he is insane? Now, I have completed the task that the third Hokage gave me, and I request to return to the village. Itachi repeated again, with a calm and gentle voice. The shinobi in the room were stunned. Is Uchiha Itachi one of yours? Is it the village's mission to exterminate the Uchiha clan? Shut up. Hamura and Koharu couldn't take it anymore and screamed in unison. After they and their clan were suppressed by Tsunade, they did not dare to cause any more problems, but they could not allow Itachi to further tarnish their reputation. Itachi, as a missing nin, what are you doing at the Konoha Jonin meeting? Hamura's cold voice sounded. I'm Konoha's shinobi. Itachi replied calmly. No. You're a missing nin. Koharu shouted angrily. A missing nin disturbing the peace of Konoha. At the same time, Natsuo simply looked at her calmly and a red glow passed through his eyes. Itachi naturally recognized that chakra fluctuation. It is a Genjutsu Mangekyo Sharingan. How dare you reveal the village's secrets in front of so many people? Koharu was speechless. She knew the truth about Itachi, and she was even present during the entire incident. She now regrets having let herself be carried away by her anger and fears and having confirmed the truthfulness of Itachi's words. Everyone became even more agitated when they heard those words. Originally, when Itachi and Natsuo explained the situation, they only half believed it, but Yuditane Koharu's slip of the tongue directly confirmed the fact. Itachi, was he really sent as a spy by the third Hokage? Instantly, their gazes changed, filled with anger directed towards the third Hokage. Was he ordered by his superiors to destroy his own clan? And the third Hokage giving his acquiescence by simply watching the situation unfold without trying to stop Danzo. Finally, used the incident to make him infiltrate one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations in the world. Although from a shinobi's perspective, one is expected to obey superior orders without question, they were all human after all. Who would be willing to accept such an order? The third Hokage. Was it really like that? Koharu was a little flustered. Although her strength dropped sharply, she could also feel the anger of the shinobi around her. Mitokedo Hamura took a deep breath and said, Itachi, I won't say if this is Hiruzen's order, but even if it is Hiruzen's order, you should avoid causing disturbances at the Jonin meeting, right? Does tarnishing the name of the late third Hokage really accord with the code of conduct of a Konoha shinobi? If you truly love the village more than your own clan, why would you perform actions like this in the first place? With these words, the crowd's expression calmed down a bit. They realized that this is a confrontation between the third Hokage's former faction and the Uchiha clan. Everyone is not stupid. They had realized that the genocide of the Uchiha clan as well as Itachi's defection had many loopholes. Looking at Natsuo next to Itachi, those present realized that it was inevitable that Itachi would return to the village, so they decided to just be spectators. However, Itachi simply replied, I am only here to declare my return to the village, I am not questioning the third Hokage's actions. Then why do you do this kind of thing? Hamura, without giving in, asked, don't you know that your actions will shame third Hokage? However, as soon as he spoke, he only got a strange and contemptuous look from Itachi. Hamura-sama, have you forgotten that I am a spy? I have returned as a spy and the third Hokage had been assassinated before finishing my mission. Hamura's expression suddenly changed, she had forgotten that detail. As a high-ranking spy, usually only the Hokage could confirm his identity, and he would have to undergo interrogation at the village Jonin meeting. But now the Hokage who is supposed to be the only one who knew about his mission has been killed. He can only explain the nature of his mission and betrayal at the Jonin meeting, plus he must be backed up by high-level personnel. Enough. Natsuo, Itachi, you really gave me a lot of trouble. Tsunade finally spoke and gave the two an angry look. Tsunade allowed Itachi to say all those things, to affect the faction led by Hamura and Koharu behind her. If she doesn't metaphorically hit them every once in a while, they will start jumping around her to cause trouble. But he also cannot allow this situation to get out of control. So it was time for her to intervene. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, for the trouble caused. Itachi apologized, he always respected Hokage very much, even if it was the cheating third Hokage. Furthermore, Tsunade is now part of the Uchiha clan, she had even had children with Natsuo. For Itachi, who had a deep sense of guilt towards his clan, he has a lot of respect for Tsunade. There's nothing to apologize for. Tsunade waved his hand. Compared to my own problems, you've had a harder time than me. Saying that, she extended a hand with a smile. Welcome home, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi was silent for a moment, bowing his head slightly as he took the Hokage's hand. Hokage-sama, I'm back. His voice was a little breathy, as if he was holding something back, and his eyes were red. It was so strange. It really was so weird. The time he spent outside the village made him realize his mistakes. About how much he was affected when his father made him go to war at age 4, about how Danzo and the third Hokage manipulated him, taking advantage of his naivety. And how his father, in his recklessness, wanted to lead the entire clan to rebel. Which led him to make one of the decisions he will regret most in his life. But while Itachi was touched to finally be accepted by Konoha, the Jonin present were not so thrilled. Even the Hokage accepted Itachi's return. Does that mean he really is a Konoha spy? Those present were surprised. Because that meant the thin layer of paper on the genocide of the Uchiha clan has been torn. For a moment, Konoha trembled. The residents of the Uchiha clan. Natsuo, you Uchiha really know how to cause trouble for people. Tsunade said with a resigned expression. Now the village is in chaos. By accepting Itachi's return, it also means that the person who orchestrated the genocide of the Uchiha clan is Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. All the jonin who were at the meeting were surprised by the shocking revelation. Who would have thought that the real culprit was the third Hokage all this time and not Danzo? Outrage gripped everyone, with fear growing in their hearts. They always thought there were problems with the genocide of the Uchiha clan, but they never expected that it was the third Hokage who orchestrated everything. Who could have imagined that they were living under the leadership of someone who could kill them at any moment? All the major shinobi clans looked at the Sarutobi clan with strong hostility in their eyes. After all, apart from the root shinobi who participated in the extermination of the Uchiha clan, it is obvious that the Sarutobi clan should have also been involved to prevent information leaks. Although in reality, the shinobi of the Sarutobi clan have no idea about this. Few in the clan know the details. After all, the only ones who really acted were Itachi and Obito, while Danzo only took care of the small fish that escaped from the net. But no one thinks that way. Almost everyone agreed that they must have been involved. Damn Hiruzen, why would I do something like that? The elders of the Sarutobi clan cursed the late third Hokage in anguish. In fact, it wasn't the first time they scolded Hiruzen in their minds. After Natsuo really showed his strength, everyone was worried. Worried that if one day Natsuo learns the truth of how they brought the Uchiha clan to the brink of rebellion, including the truth about the night of the genocide, he will decide to take revenge on them. Danzo, who coveted the Sharingan, his fate is unknown. But it's obvious that he is dead, or he would prefer to be. The elderly lived full of anxiety. At that time, they quietly arranged for some clan members to leave Konoha, hoping that even if Natsuo acted, he would not completely exterminate the Sarutobi clan. Fortunately, Natsuo seems to have not delved much into the investigation of these internal matters, and they were only suppressed by Tsunade, forced to go to the front lines during the war and have permanently shinobi of the Sarutobi clan stationed at the borders. Eventually, the elders of the Sarutobi clan, who thought the problem was not that serious, called back the members they had sent away. But now Itachi is back. What a disaster. The elders of the Sarutobi clan sighed heavily. If you are going to exterminate the Uchiha clan, why did you miss Natsuo? And you, Natsuo, how can you show mercy towards the criminal who eliminated the Uchiha? Why not attack him ferociously instead of giving Itachi a chance to explain himself? Why didn't you kill him directly? Yes, everyone assumed that Natsuo was planning to attack the Akatsuki organization and take revenge on Itachi, and that was when Itachi willingly revealed his identity as a spy. Otherwise, why wouldn't Natsuo act against his enemy, Itachi? And now? What are we going to do? The elders of the Sarutobi clan were desperate. They took out the contingency plan they had prepared. The Sarutobi clan feared that Natsuo would attack them. While the shinobi were furious with the Sarutobi clan, they were also afraid that the village leader, who was supposed to protect them, would attack them. For a time, Konoha became chaotic. Naturally, all the pressure was on Tsunade. I'm so busy now that I don't even have time to bet. Tsunade whimpered, with a dissatisfied expression on his face. But despite complaining, Tsunade didn't hesitate to accept Itachi. In fact, Natsuo had explained Itachi's situation to her in advance. Leaving aside the trauma of the war that she had when she was 4 years old, or the manipulation by Danzo and Hiruzen, the fact of opening the Sharingan at a very young age as well as the Mangekyo. This impacted his mind in a negative way which made him extreme in his actions. That is why Natsuo is attentive to his children so that they do not open the Sharingan through negative emotions. Rather, he hopes that they will do so through the connection they share with him, as well as with the potions from the revival series since both methods increase his mental strength. This will not cause a negative impact on their personalities. Tsunade, understanding the situation, in addition to not wavering in her decisions, during the village's Jonin meeting openly accepted Itachi's return. Completely ignoring the hints in the eyes of the two retired elders, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, The New 5 Kage Summit. Yes, thank you for your hard work, our great 5th Hokage-sama. Natsuo leaned into Tsunade's ear. I will definitely thank you very much tonight. Tsunade quickly shook her head. No, I haven't played enough yet. I want to go to the Uchiha casino for a few more days. If you want to vent, find someone else. You can try the 2 you brought with you recently. But it's good that you have the Hokage as your wife. You're also seeing the Mizukage, and now even the Reikage has been brought. Do you want to hold the 5 Kage summit at the Uchiha clan residence? Tsunade said, looking at Ujito and Conan that Natsuo had brought with him. Ujito snorted in disdain. Ask your own husband about this. I made it clear to him that Kimogakure was willing to pay for my ransom, but he refused to accept it. But don't think that I will compromise easily like other women. She added, crossing her arms dismissively. On the contrary, Natsuo touched his chin and smiled. A5 Kage Summit in the Uchiha clan. This is a good idea, thanks for reminding me. The 5th Hokage, the daughter of the 4th Kazekage, the 5th Mizukage, the granddaughter of the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 5th Reikage. Temari and Kuratsuchi have to practice more and become Kage-level kunoichi, so they can inherit the Kage positions of their respective villages. Wouldn't it be perfect if the 5 Kage Summit took place in the Uchiha clan? The corner of Tsunade's lips twitched. I wasn't suggesting that. Yujito snorted coldly. Sure enough, the evil Uchiha has exposed the evil purpose of him, hasn't he? But we in Kimogakure will not bow to you. Let go of your fantasies. With that said, she turned around and left. Natsuo watched with interest as Yujito showed her strong will and didn't give in to anything. For now he found it fun, but if she keeps this up, getting rid of a Kage-level kunoichi isn't going to cause him much harm. Of course, Yujito was not resisting because she wanted to keep her body intact, but rather she valued her own identity more and she was not willing to submit to escape the Uchiha's hands. That added to the fact that Natsuo caused a lot of damage to Kimogakure. If she submitted to him, the village could be divided again into internal conflicts. Natsuo found it a bit difficult to subdue Yujito, since he already used Yumenso on Conan and using Koto Amatsukami on her would be a waste. Handling her the same way he had handled Amiri was quite difficult. This person was strange, able to ignore any bodily sensations with his will, no matter how he acted, she would not be affected. Itachi's return made Sasuke feel very divided. On the one hand he was very happy, but he also felt uncomfortable because of what he had done to the clan. Sure, he knew the psychological problems Itachi developed and what led him to carry out the genocide, but he still couldn't be completely happy because of it. Sasuke buried that discomfort by staying as long as possible by Itachi's side and trying to relive the relationship they had when he was a child. Itachi on the other hand had a mentality of doing anything to redeem himself. Giving in again and again to Sasuke's requests, he trained with him, as well as the other Uchiha children. Even when some of the children asked him to tell their stories of the last few years he would meet with all the children to tell them. Jiraiya attempted to intervene in Sasuke's training, only to be pulled away by the two brothers. Fortunately, the girls of the Uchiha club comforted his wounded heart. Meanwhile, Mikoto silently watched the daily lives of the two brothers, with a happy smile on her lips. Thank you, Natsuo. She leaned gently on Natsuo's shoulder, her eyes filled with relief. If you really want to thank me, after I resurrect you, you must show it well. Kushina and Pakura next to him looked at Natsuo with disdain. What a warm scene, thank you for being able to say such out-of-place words. But they both looked at Mikoto's expression, a smile that denoted resignation but also a hint of happiness. They were silent, deeply moved. The shinobi of Konoha showed distant respect towards Itachi's return. Although the shinobi clans were aware of Itachi's considerable power and could even consider marriage arrangements. But Itachi is too crazy. Aren't they worried about a shinobi capable of destroying his own clan? Aren't they afraid that if they aren't careful, he might go crazy and destroy their own clan too? At first, Natsuo's wives also felt deep hostility towards Itachi. But after seeing Itachi's behavior, as well as Natsuo's guarantees, the situation calmed down. That's great, little brother. Amiri showed a comforting smile as she patted Itachi's shoulder. I heard that you are very strong. Do you want to fight me? As a kunoichi obsessed with kenjutsu, she has always had a great desire to test her skills against strong opponents. Even more so since she managed to integrate natural energy into sun breathing. This is something that surprised even Natsuo. Anko next to him also said seriously, Itachi, I heard that you were Orochimaru's teammate for a while, and he coveted your eyes. How about it? Do you want to teach Orochimaru a lesson together with your sister-in-law? As he listened to Natsuo's wives, Itachi's eyes moistened slightly. This kind of simple and ordinary life was what he had always dreamed of. Uchiha Itachi, a member of Akatsuki, is Konoha's spy. Was the Akatsuki organization's headquarters in Omegakure. Itachi returns to Konoha, and Natsuo defeats the leader of the Akatsuki organization. When the news spread, the entire shinobi world was perplexed. How could Itachi, who had exterminated his own clan, be a spy? Have you ever heard of anyone who was a spy like that? Of course, the most bewildered ones are the only 4 remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Even Kisame, who knew more or less about Natsuo's actions, was surprised by the situation. The leader was defeated, and he was taken back to Konoha by Natsuo. Then what shall we do? After hearing the news, Deidara subconsciously said, should we disband? He. Well, I'm not bad at cooking. How about I make you all one last dinner before we leave? Kisame let out between sinister laughs. The farewell meal is, of course, one of Kisame's bad jokes. Deidara felt that Akatsuki's future was bleak. When Akatsuki was at its strongest, they had 10 Kage-level shinobi. Meanwhile, at that time how many Kage-level shinobi did Konoha, the strongest shinobi village in the world, really have? There was only the third Hokage, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had been away for many years, and if they wanted to stretch things they could include Danzo in the group. Not counting the existence of the Jinchuriki, the other villages generally had only 1 or 2 shinobi of that level. Akatsuki can almost equal the sum of the 5 great shinobi villages combined. Even though Itachi forced Deidara to enter the Akatsuki organization, he still felt that it was a worthy place for him, with great potential for development and excellent opportunities to use his art. But now, the leader was captured by Natsuo, Conan was also captured by Natsuo, Itachi and Kakuzu defected, Haiden died, and Sasori was captured. Obito and Black Zetsu were also a little dazed. Nagato was defeated by Natsuo so easily, which they didn't expect. But they can't let Akatsuki break up so easily. If pain is gone, then I will take over the leadership. Obito took a deep breath and stood up. You. Toby, don't make trouble, how can a junior be the boss? Deidara didn't take it seriously, subconsciously said. Although the current Obito had not assumed Sasori's position and had not become Deidara's partner. But he really seems like an ignorant person, laughing and joking. Toby has a cheerful personality, although his cheerfulness now is more of a misstep. But it needed to be that way so White Zetsu can impersonate him sometimes. But this not-so-dominant air was not suitable to be the leader. Anyway, Deidara was not convinced by Obito. So, can I be the leader now? Obito activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and in an instant, he approached Deidara, catching him by the neck with one hand. This guy. Deidara's expression changed, he was defeated without any resistance. After a moment of silence, Deidara finally bowed his head. All right. The others had no objection. Kisame was a loyal follower of Obito, and Zetsu had no intention of competing for leadership with him. Obito naturally emerged as the leader, taking center stage. But. So what should we do next? Obito took a deep breath, with anxiety in his eyes. In the past, although he did not have many resources, Obito had never felt that the shinobi world was so challenging for him. But now. Damn. The shinobi world was more complicated than he had ever imagined. That guy Natsuo, he couldn't have awakened the Rinnegan like Madara, right? Obito's eyes were serious. He knew the evolution process of the Rinnegan. In a normal battle, the Mangekyo Sharingan's disadvantages against the Rinnegan were too great. It shouldn't be so easy for Natsuo to overpower Nagato and win the battle, right? But, thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. Awakening the Rinnegan was extremely difficult. Only the combination of Senju and Uchiha faced great challenges. Orochimaru had performed several cases where he managed to merge both lineages, but they still never awakened the Rinnegan. Even Madara only awakened the Rinnegan after many years and was already on the brink of death when he did so. As long as he hasn't awakened the Rinnegan, it's fine. But if that's really the case, he means that Natsuo can defeat a Rinnegan user with the Mangekyo Sharingan alone, so Natsuo's true talent would be quite terrifying. Obito pondered for a long time, with a serious expression on his face. Black Zetsu also narrowed his eyes slightly, he also didn't think Natsuo could activate the Rinnegan. He knew very well that to awaken the Rinnegan the chakra of the reincarnations of Indra and Asura was needed. After waiting patiently for over 1,000 years, Black Zetsu finally managed to get a descendant of Indra to awaken the Rinnegan. It was impossible for Natsuo to achieve the same feat. He had even personally intervened to pose as Madara's will to make sure there were no mistakes. But now, the panorama of the shinobi world exceeded his expectations. He thought that, as a precaution, he should implement some of the countermeasures that he had prepared. Leader, what shall we do next? Zetsu asked. Let's get the leader's Rinnegan back first. Obito pondered for a moment, and finally said, without the Rinnegan, without the demonic statue of the outer path, we cannot seal the 8 tails. Leave that task in my hands. Obito took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. After learning of the devastating blow against the Akatsuki, the senior leaders of the shinobi villages were stunned. Although no one believed that the genocide of the Uchiha clan was part of Itachi's cover to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. But now that Akatsuki has been almost destroyed, shouldn't they get their Jinchuriki back? Kumogakure, which was embroiled in disputes, sent emissaries to retrieve the wreckage from it. Iwagakure and Takigakure, who lost their Jinchuriki, were looking at Omegakure. Iwagakure and Takigakure did not dare to cause trouble for Konoha, and the emissaries they sent only wanted to get their Jinchuriki back from Konoha, even if they paid a small price for it. But against Omegakure, they were not afraid at all. Nagato, who was actually in charge of Omegakure, laughed and, kindly invited, the Iwagakure and Takigakure envoys to the outskirts of Konoha, and showed them what destruction is. By just launching a Shinra Tensei, which could wipe out an entire shinobi village, the envoys of the two villages were horrified. Oh god. Now they understood why Akatsuki could recruit so many S-rank missing nin. It turns out that their leader can actually take them down easily. So, did Natsuo actually fight this monster and then bring it back to Konoha? Not even Konoha's higher-ups could understand what they were seeing. They were even thinking about why Natsuo, instead of killing the Akatsuki leaders he had captured, brought them back to the village. A single attack like this is already too much for the village. Clearly Natsuo didn't bring a prisoner but rather a time bomb. The Kirigakure and Tsunade envoys congratulated themselves silently. Fortunately, the Kazekage, Mizukage, only asked us to take back the Jinchuriki. Even if we have to pay a price, we should only accept silently. The Kazekage, Mizukage, really has great vision. Chapter 210, Natsuo's Plan for Peace. Nagato felt a little exhausted after launching the Shinra Tensei with all his strength. But his physical condition has improved compared to before, since after a great effort he was not so exhausted. With a little rest, he could launch another attack. Why should he continue healing me? Nagato sighed. Now I am much stronger than before. Natsuo is not afraid of. It's okay, he's not afraid. Nagato smiled wryly and shook his head in resignation. Although his physical condition was much stronger than when he fought Natsuo, he still couldn't find a way to beat Natsuo. In the final analysis, physical enhancement only makes up for the shortcomings of mobility and enhances resistance. Uchiha Clan District, Naka Shrine, Underground Secret Chamber. Nagato, Conan, Mikoto, Sasuke, Itachi, Natsuo, gathered here. This is the stone tablet. Conan frowned as she saw the stone tablet without a single written word. Nagato, what is written on it? Nagato seemed to be somewhere else, his gaze vacant. It's the same thing Natsuo said, it's the Rinnegan evolution method and how to use the infinite Tsukuyomi. This meant that Natsuo had not lied at all. The Rinnegan actually evolved from the Sharingan, and his eyes were actually implanted by someone with evil intentions. This person is most likely Uchiha Madara. And his purpose? He wants me to perform the infinite Tsukuyomi. Nagato frowned. But why doesn't Uchiha Madara do it personally? Why would Madara let Nagato, who had much lower strength than his, carry a dojutsu that didn't belong to him? After Senju Hashirama died and before Natsuo stood up, Madara could have used his strength to unify the shinobi world, forcing the villages to hand over the tailed beasts and perform the infinite Tsukuyomi he wanted. Did you forget that Uchiha Madara is an old man who lived before Konoha was created? Natsuo glanced at Nagato. At this moment I would be almost 100 years old. Do you think that an old man, even if he is an Uchiha, can be very strong? So the Uchiha Madara we saw. Conan muttered. Before Conan finished speaking, Nagato sighed. That person just calls himself Uchiha Madara, and no one knows what his real identity is. Conan and Nagato originally thought that Obito was Uchiha Madara because of his Mangekyo Sharingan. But now after learning about Itachi's Mangekyo they began to have their doubts. So, what's his objective? The infinite Tsukuyomi? But what's the point of this illusory piece? Nagato sighed softly, that kind of illusory piece, maybe Obito and Uchiha Madara who are completely disappointed in this world are willing to accept it, but he is not willing to do so. Even the piece imposed by his own strength is more meaningful to Nagato than that illusory piece. In this sense, Obito was very accurate in judging Nagato. That's why he didn't tell him about the infinite Tsukuyomi, instead, he gave him information about the 10 tails. If he had proposed the infinite Tsukuyomi peace plan at that time, they might never have collaborated together. Natsuo, do you think there can really be peace in this world? Nagato's eyes were full of tiredness. Nagato was really exhausted. Dragging his weary body, he had fought for over a decade, barely rallying the tailed beasts for a chance to maintain world peace. As a result, because of Natsuo's existence, this plan was directly shattered. Although the existence of the suspected Uchiha Madara also has a peace plan, what is the meaning of that false peace? First Hokage maintained peace for a while, but after his death, he immediately started a world war. In the shinobi world, can there really be peace? Not only Nagato, but also Conan and Itachi, fell into silence. What they longed for was peace. Peace. Natsuo touched his chin. Compared to other fantasy worlds, the shinobi world has a very peculiar point. Both the good and the bad, in the end, aim for peace in the world. It's okay if the main character Naruto's goal is peace, the villain Nagato's goal is peace, Obito's goal is peace, Uchiha Madara's goal is peace. Orochimaru longed for immortality because he saw the fragility of life in war. Jiraiya hoped to find the child of destiny and protect the world. Tsunade inherited the will of first Hokage and hoped to protect the peace of Konoha. Even the reason why the final boss Kaguya and the brothers Hagoromo and Hamira fought among themselves was actually because of the need to create the White Zetsu army to defend themselves from the future invasion of the Akatsuki clan. In a sense, it seemed like everyone was looking for peace. However, peace still could not be achieved. After the founding of Konoha, there was a world war every 15 years on average. Before the founding of Konoha, the situation was even more chaotic, with wars occurring daily. In the shinobi world, could there be true peace? If possible. Natsuo said. Oh really? Nagato raised his head, Itachi showed anticipation, Conan's eyes lit up, Mikoto couldn't help but said, Natsuo, do you have a solution? Complete peace cannot be achieved, but relative peace is not difficult. Natsuo spread his hands. For example, if I were to publicly proclaim that anyone who starts a conflict will be eradicated along with their clan, I can guarantee that the shinobi world would be at peace the next day. Actually, this is almost the same thing that Nagato wanted to achieve with the 10 tails. But the eyes of Mikoto and Itachi are sad. This peace depended entirely on one person, he was not much different from the first Hokage at the beginning. Now that Natsuo is in his prime, everything is fine, but after his death, the tensions built up in the shinobi world will explode instantly. With Natsuo present, there would surely be peace. But without him, the level of violence that the war would reach would be much worse than previous world wars. Natsuo maintained a serene expression. In fact, not only was a peace similar to the first Hokage period achieved in the Naruto series, but even when Naruto became Hokage in the future, the shinobi world was still at peace. But the main reason was the overwhelming power of Naruto and Sasuke. But was it true peace? Before Naruto even became Hokage, Kumogakure was already quietly researching the chakra cannon that could destroy the moon. Who would this high-powered weapon that is difficult to move be used against? Needless to say, Nagato's 10 tails nuclear balance plan seems feasible, but in fact, like Senju Hashirama, it will collapse sooner or later. However, this does not affect Nagato's expectation. Natsuo, will you maintain peace in the shinobi world? I won't do it. Natsuo shrugged. Nagato. Everyone seemed a little discouraged. It seems they are not interested in the latter approach. Natsuo smiled. But there are still other ways. As which? Conan asked in a less than hopeful tone, not expecting much from Natsuo's response. For example, we could start with improving the technological level. Chakra can be used together with technology to improve the productivity of the entire society. We could use space ninjutsu to develop a much more effective method of transportation. We could also improve existing means of transportation and explore the rest of the world. Even developing spacecraft to explore the universe and visit other planets. All of this could also achieve our goal. Natsuo said with a smile. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard the words. Through technology. Spaceships. What does that have to do with peace? You guys have too little understanding of the reason why the war broke out. Natsuo shook his head. The reason why war breaks out is because the party that starts it is dissatisfied with the current state of affairs and wants to change the current distribution of resources to obtain more benefits. Whether it is in the shinobi world or in Natsuo's previous life, the fundamental reasons for the war are the same. But you always attribute the outbreak of war to hatred. How much is hatred worth? Natsuo looked disdainful. Even the Sage of the Six Paths is the same. I hope that the chakra would promote mutual understanding between people, but what's the point of understanding someone if it doesn't satisfy my hunger? Nagato frowned and was about to speak. But Natsuo saw what he wanted to say at a glance and said directly, I know what you're thinking. You want to divide resources between the two warring parties, right? So what if there aren't just two groups in conflict? If there are 100 warring factions, how many parts would you divide the resources into? Is the real solution to let everyone take a bite and go hungry together? Or kill the 99 factions so that one can be satisfied? Natsuo shook his head. None of the above. The real way to achieve peace is to make the pie bigger. Natsuo said without hesitation. For example, if we improve maritime transportation, we could exploit the marine resources that exist in the ocean, in addition to exploring the rest of the world, finding unexplored places, obtaining resources, and feeding the population of the shinobi world. Same with traveling to other planets. Essentially, it's about colonizing other planets and taking advantage of their additional resources to feed our people in the shinobi world. If you want to achieve peace, this is the best path I can think of. First it unifies the shinobi world, then it promotes technological development. If the level of development of Natsuo's world is reached before his time travels, it is enough to support a population as small as the one that currently exists in the shinobi world. This without taking into account that there is access to energy such as chakra and natural energy. Of course, there will be a lot of chaos this way. The first to oppose this type of progress will be the nobles and daimyos. But at least, after the turmoil the world will be at peace for a long time. Conan was stunned, while Mikoto was a little worried. What kind of peace is this that Natsuo is proposing? On the other hand, Itachi and Nagato, accustomed to the horrible realities of the shinobi world, narrowed their eyes upon hearing this. They seemed contemplative, as if they were considering the idea. They don't want to be as naive as Conan. Nagato can even come up with a plan to deter countries with the equivalent of nuclear weapons, so he didn't dislike this idea if it meant minimal cost to peace in the shinobi world. Maybe I should try it. Nagato stroked his chin, his eyes full of emotion. Natsuo, seeing Nagato's expression, was surprised. Was he seriously considering this? I was just talking for the sake of talking. Nagato was actually considering the idea. He disappeared that same night and returned 3 days later, full of enthusiasm but also covered in cosmic dust. Conan and Itachi wondered how Nagato had ended up in outer space and what he had found. But then, they felt relieved. They had seen a lot and deep down they knew that the reasons Natsuo had given were correct. And now, Nagato seems to have found a way to make the cake grow himself. He shared with Conan what he had found when he explored outer space. He had seen a landmass that was much larger than the elemental nations. He also explored the moon, and that made him realize that it was possible that there were other planets to explore. He immediately took Conan to begin planning how to best utilize what he had just discovered. Itachi also joined them. Itachi's desire for peace had never been less than that of others. And after Nagato's explanation, he also shared with them that actually the Uchiha clan already has very advanced ship models. Although they were not yet advanced enough to make a long voyage on the high seas. After a few days, Kakuzu, newly appointed Minister of Finance of the Uchiha clan, heard about their plans and also joined voluntarily. He didn't care that much about peace, but he knew very well what a new continent meant. The first to arrive will be the ones who will get the most profits. This is without counting the enormous prospects for space resources to be exploited. He, Kakuzu, also wanted to follow the trend of the times and make sure to take the biggest slice of the pie in the future. Chapter 211, Rebuilding the Akatsuki Organization and Unveiling Conan's True Side, R18. The Akatsuki organization was rebuilt within the Uchiha clan. Natsuo was completely surprised. Although she told all those things to Conan and the others at the Naka shrine, it was more to reassure Conan and free her from some of her worries. In reality, the current Uchiha clan has the capacity to provide all the comforts to Natsuo, so it does not see the need to bring more problems to itself to change the shinobi world. But he didn't expect the former Akatsuki members to reunite again. And not only them, when Tsunade found out about the situation through Itachi, like Kakuzu, she saw the development potential in this plan and gave Konoha the green light to participate. 5th Hokage Tsunade joins Akatsuki. Sasuke, seeing Itachi busy every day, also willingly joined. Uchiha Sasuke joins Akatsuki. Both sons joined, and after thinking about it, Mikoto also joined. Uchiha Mikoto joins Akatsuki. Although Amiri belongs to the chaotic Kirigakure, after knowing that the goal is peace, she also took the initiative to join. Ringo Amiri joins the Akatsuki. By counting carefully, Nagato, Conan, Itachi, Kakuzu, Tsunade, Mikoto, Sasuke, Amiri. It is almost comparable to the original lineup of the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization, somehow, was rebuilt perfectly within the Uchiha clan. Due to the participation of more people, Nagato's original plans accelerated quickly. Amiri, being Natsuo's wife, had a certain ability to mobilize the human and material resources of the Uchiha clan, and she also convinced Yukino, who was the person in charge of the enormous industries of the Uchiha clan, to help them. Tsunade provided Konoha's human and material resources. Kakuzu took Nagato to meet with the head of the Uchiha clan's scientific research department in the Land of Snow, the genius scientist Tono Katasuke, and they discussed the exploration of the new continent as well as Nagato's experiences in outer space. Itachi, Conan, Sasuke, and others were making plans to unify the shinobi world. After progress was made on how to achieve large-scale exploration of the continent on the other side of the world, they were ready to act. Of course, the easiest way to unify the shinobi world is to let Natsuo do it. It just depended on how Amiri and his other wives convinced him. Natsuo was completely taken aback, but seeing these guys so full of energy, he just let them do whatever they wanted. They do their thing, I revive my Uchiha clan. Natsuo was sure that his actions in recent days had allowed the Umenso to influence Conan's decisions and actions enough, so that night, he took her into his arms. He removed Conan's Akatsuki coat, and it was revealed that underneath she was wearing a revealing navy blue tunic, with a large hem in the front, exposing her arms, her back, the side of her chest, and her belly. Furthermore, her navel was surrounded by 4 piercings. Natsuo gently grabbed her shoulder before slowly turning her around, while his fingers danced over her back. At first he concentrated on her upper back, sliding down slowly. Conan managed to remain silent for a moment before a stubborn moan finally escaped her beautiful lips. His hand ran gently down her spine, making her shiver. Her moans became common once he reached her lower back, passing dangerously close to her buttocks. But instead of her arousal increasing, she stiffened. So Natsuo stopped sliding further down. Conan lowered her head and in an act of shyness, she crossed her arms in front of her chest to try to cover them, since they were only covered with her blue tunic. However, Natsuo was able to glimpse enough to see her nipples pushing hard against the surface of the fabric, indicating her arousal. Natsuo placed his arms gently around her waist, her back pressing against his chest, and led her to the edge of the bed where he sat behind her. "Is not too much?" she managed to mutter as she turned her head to look at him. It was a mistake on her part, of course, because she brought her lips almost to a point of contact, her panicked breath dancing over Natsuo's lips. She was frozen and he decided to take the opportunity to focus on her stomach, gently playing with the piercings around her navel. She just stood there, frozen, as Natsuo continued to caress her body, guilt, shock, and pleasure dancing across her face. Natsuo's hands danced just below her breasts. She didn't react and just stiffened, then he passed his hand slowly over her neck, over her face. The silence stretched as he slowly caressed her luscious lips. She remained silent for a while, before a gasp escaped her mouth. She was getting restless. In a moment of inspiration, Natsuo decided to try something new. "You trust me, right?" he asked her and she nodded, although hesitantly. He smiled as he held up his finger. "Suck my finger." "What?" she exclaimed, managing to scream in her excited state. "Don't be ridiculous." She tried to continue, but he silenced her by pressing his finger to her lips. "Come on, you won't be disappointed," Natsuo said as he trailed his finger along her lip, knowing that her shivering had nothing to do with the cold. She looked at him hesitantly, her heartbeat beating loud enough for Natsuo to feel it in his chest. Then, she took his finger between her beautiful lips, pouting good enough to make an Oiran jealous. As Natsuo had already formed a bond with Conan using his Renshu no Kankei, when he shared a small portion of physical and mental energy with her through his finger, she widened her eyes in shock. She bit his finger out of surprise. Fortunately Natsuo's fingers had become stronger due to the Shurgon, but she still caused him a little pain. Natsuo continued sharing his energy for a while before stopping. "What was that?" Conan exclaimed, surprise and elation on her face. "I shared my energy with you," Natsuo responded, as if it were something simple. In truth, it was not. The only reason he was able to do it was because of his powerful mental strength combined with his experience in using the Renshu no Kankei over time. But how? Through a bond that is formed due to an ability I possess, although it is the first time I have used it in this way. He responded and she seemed very surprised. "Are you ready to continue?" Natsuo said as he placed his finger in Conan's mouth once again, this time, letting the energy share more slowly. Of course, that wasn't the only thing he was doing. With Conan's attention on the finger between her warm lips and the energy flowing from him, it was the best time for Natsuo to slide his hand down the exposed side of Conan's chest. It looked like she was about to complain, but Natsuo chose that moment to let an enormous amount of energy fill her mouth, making her moan in the process. Natsuo's hand completely wrapped around Conan's breast, which caused her to lower her head, stiffening once more. Fortunately, Natsuo's finger was in her mouth, so he distracted her with another burst of energy, resulting in a beautiful moan. Due to that moment of distraction she made no comment when Natsuo grabbed the zipper slider of her tunic and released it with one quick movement, finally leaving her breasts exposed. Conan just gave Natsuo a shy look. Natsuo continued to drag his hand to its last untouched spot, hidden behind her blue pants. This time, she was well aware of the destination, but she did nothing to stop him other than a trembling hand that she reached out reflexively before stopping suddenly, proving that Natsuo wasn't the only one feeling excited at the prospect. Conan stood up slightly as Natsuo pulled down her pants along with her panties, revealing her beautiful, carefully shaved lower lips. At the same time Natsuo shared another wave of energy. Natsuo dragged his finger over her most sensitive spot with torturous slowness, making her moan helplessly. A beautiful expression of confusion spread across her face, further enhanced by the blush that reddened her skin. She shifted uncomfortably, but she made no attempt to move away from her comfortable position of leaning against Natsuo's chest. Her innocent but accepting reaction, added to the fact that she was one of the most powerful kunoichi in the world and one of the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, made Natsuo almost unable to contain himself. And now, she was trying to ignore her own reaction when Natsuo sat her on his lap. She shuddered, her shyness obvious, but that didn't stop her from moving around on his shaft, trying to get comfortable. A small bribe for her tempting obedience was in order, Natsuo decided as he placed his finger near her mouth once more. But this time, instead of sliding it right in, he lingered on her lips, tracing the edges even as her mouth opened. Conan let a gasp escape from her mouth. She moved her lips, trying to catch his finger, but Natsuo stopped her before she could, earning a frustrated growl, enough to make him laugh. Natsuo let his finger slide into her mouth and made his energy flow once more. Then, while she was distracted, Natsuo let his other free hand roam over her body. Natsuo wanted to go deeper into Conan's breasts, but since it was her first time, she deserved more considerate treatment. Instead, he let his fingers slide over her stomach, caressing her piercings with soft, fleeting touches. That was enough to elicit a moan from her, muffled due to his finger in her mouth. He wasn't sharing any more energy with her, but Conan continued to suck him with the same enthusiasm, making Natsuo's imagination work overtime on other things she might enjoy sucking. Natsuo's hand danced across the underside of her bare breasts, ideas like modesty and personal space long forgotten. Natsuo reached for her breasts, which, although not as large as Tsunade and Samui's, were still beautiful in their vivacity and perfect shape. And the way her nipples hardened at his touch was more than enough to address the size deficiency. She was beautiful. And the fact that she was one of the strongest kunoichi in the world made the moment even more exciting. Natsuo's finger was no longer in her mouth, allowing him to continue caressing her nipples even as his other hand moved down to caress her toned legs. She gasped tenderly but did not resist. He couldn't help but feel excited at the sight of her most sensitive spot, clean-shaven despite her lack of experience. Natsuo's fingers briefly caressed her lower lips before concentrating on her inner thighs, massaging her slowly but sensually. He then let his fingers move toward her hot spot, enjoying the way her wetness covered his fingers. "It feels amazing." Conan moaned loudly. "Of course you do, but you haven't seen anything yet." Natsuo told her as his fingers began to move, Conan's enjoyment showing in a series of moans that came out of her mouth. She was really delicious. Natsuo turned Conan's face with his other hand, then froze when he pressed her lips against his, cutting off another moan midway. He kissed her softly, even as he shared his energy with her through the bond. Conan moved in Natsuo's lap faster and faster as she approached the first orgasm of her life, and the distance between her muffled moans was reduced even more. So when Natsuo finally slid a finger into her entrance, it was no surprise that Conan began to shake helplessly as she was hit by an orgasm. Natsuo slid his hands to her stomach, caressing her gently as she tried to process the pleasure. At the same time they held a lingering kiss. Natsuo's hands on her stomach began to move once again, moving up towards Conan's breasts, caressing the edge sensually, something that made her moan. Natsuo suddenly met Conan's gaze and gave her a wide, cocky smile. She smiled back, although she still had a touch of shyness. Meanwhile, Natsuo's hand slid to Conan's entrance, circling her clitoris and making her moan. His fingers danced slowly at her entrance, enough to excite her, but not enough to bring her to another climax. The silence lasted for a while. Well, not exactly silence as her moans echoed through the room with an arousing frequency. Natsuo had Conan get up from his lap as he began to take off his pants. She was about to lie on her back on the bed, but he gestured for her to stop before lying on his back. "Why don't you take the seat of honor, Miss Angel of God?" Natsuo said as he smiled in amusement. Her blush and excited smile were a stark contrast to her usual coldness. Her legs shook as she climbed onto the bed, feeling excited at the prospect. She approached Natsuo before turning her back on him and lowering her hips towards his shaft, but he stopped her just as her entrance kissed the crown of his shaft. "What happened?" she whispered. "I want you to turn around. I want to get lost in your beautiful amber eyes while we do it," Natsuo said to her. "All right," Conan whispered as she turned towards him, hesitant and shy. Giving him a full frontal view of her beautiful body, making his shaft throb with anticipation. Then, Conan lowered her hips, slowly enveloping Natsuo's shaft between her warm folds. She shuddered for a moment when she felt the pressure on her barrier, but she didn't let that delay her more than a moment, shaking it off with one hard push, not even bothering to stop to adjust. It was no wonder, considering her strength, that a little pain didn't stop her from doing what she wanted. However, as Natsuo's shaft penetrated deeper into her, her speed slowed, as her expression twisted with joy and desire. Natsuo was happy to feel that the bond with Conan grew a little stronger. "This feels amazing," Conan murmured as she remained still, after devouring Natsuo's entire length. He let her move up and down at her own pace, letting her enjoy her experience before he took control of her. Conan raised her hips until only the tip of his shaft was wrapped between her folds, before lowering herself with torturous slowness, only to stop for a moment when the entire shaft was inside her. "You are beautiful," Natsuo whispered to her as he kept eye contact with her, trying his best to show her sincerity. It was not a difficult task. Not when her beautiful body lay in front of his in spectacular nakedness. At the same time she did her best to make his shaft disappear inside her despite her discomfort, her beautiful face contorted with her pleasure. "Really?" Conan gasped, surprised, as if she had heard it for the first time. Natsuo was about to dismiss that as a ridiculous idea before remembering that the blue-haired beauty in front of him had a rather sad past. Even without adding Akatsuki's unflattering uniform and her cold behavior, he doubted many would have the courage to openly flirt with her. It was a farce that needed to be corrected, he decided. "Yes you are," Natsuo said. "The way your blue hair sticks to your face, the way your beautiful lips shine under the flickering lights, the way your eyes shine with joy, every part of you is beautiful," he whispered hoarsely, as he spread his hands over her body, caressing her sides very gently. At the same time, Natsuo felt his bond with Conan grow a little stronger again. Tell me more. Conan gasped, her tone indicating that she was already halfway to orgasm. You always have a calm expression, carrying yourself coldly. Natsuo whispered. Scary and intimidating, but it still makes me want to take you somewhere where no one can see us before I rip off your clothes to see what's underneath. Her pace quickened, each repetition forcing Natsuo's shaft deeper inside her. She didn't seem entirely comfortable with the amount she was taking, but if she wanted to push her limits, who was he to argue? And do you like what's under my clothes? Conan gasped, as she looked into his eyes, since for someone wearing a tunic that technically didn't reveal anything of her figure, the clothes she was wearing underneath were quite daring. Oh, you can rest assured. Natsuo whispered. I found a hidden treasure beyond my dreams. Natsuo said with a hoarse voice, making her shiver with every word. Tell me more. She gasped as she increased speed, rocking her hips recklessly. Of course. Natsuo said. Your hips are beautiful, sculpted to perfection, and your pussy. Natsuo said, lingering a little before letting out a moan. Oh, being inside your pussy is the most pleasant feeling I've ever felt in my life. That seemed to be the last trigger she needed, as her eyes suddenly closed and her body stiffened, the sign of an impending orgasm. Since Natsuo was also already at the limit, he decided to share with her the maximum energy that her bond allowed him. Natsuo gave one last push before he began to spurt inside her like a broken dam, beat after beat filling her completely. It turned out to be the last thing he needed to push her over the edge, as she exploded into screams as she collapsed onto his chest, Natsuo's shaft still inside her, filling her to the brim. At the same time the bond was strengthened again. Natsuo controlled his breathing, as he enjoyed the feeling of conquering another Kage-level kunoichi. While she tried to control her breathing, he continued pumping into her, wanting to enjoy the moment as much as possible. Conan kissed Natsuo for a while before she collapsed unconscious against his chest, her breathing soft and content. This was because it was the first time Natsuo shared physical and mental energy with her, so her body needed to rest. Natsuo could have slid underneath her while waiting for her to recover, but he chose to continue lying beneath her soft body, with his erect shaft still inside her. Even when she was unconscious from exhaustion, the grip of her folds on his shaft was spectacular and she moaned beautifully. The next few minutes passed in relative calm, although Natsuo was still inside her, sliding in and out of her repeatedly as he kissed her, sharing small bursts of energy, trying to speed up the process of her body's adaptation. There is just one small problem. Natsuo hugged the limp Conan and looked into the distance helplessly. In a research room within the Uchiha clan district about 10 kilometers away, Nagato stood up and looked into the distance, trying to look in the direction of the Uchiha clan's main residence. Obviously, he also knew what would happen tonight. Although he knew that he couldn't change anything, he couldn't help but feel uneasy and looked in his direction constantly. Although Natsuo knew that Nagato did not have his range of perception and at this distance he could not see or feel anything. But for some reason, he had a feeling that. What was he aware of? That feeling was just. At that moment Conan woke up due to Natsuo's excitement. What are you? She began, a small blush spreading across her face. Her words would remain unfinished, because he trapped her lips against his, silencing her the best way he could. And when he pushed his shaft deeper inside her once more, he managed to get a beautiful moan out of her. Natsuo in his excitement changed their position so that she was underneath him, while he pounded her as deep as possible, earning another moan. She looked at him with her eyes still confused. This time Natsuo decided to take things to the next level. Previously, she experienced calm and comfortable sexual relations. Now it was time for him to introduce her to pure sex. He grabbed her legs and before she could react, he put them over his shoulders and leaned forward, forcing her to bend at a very awkward angle. An angle that gave him a perfect angle to impale her tunnel. Natsuo took advantage of the opportunity and penetrated her without mercy. What followed was pure penetration. Natsuo slammed into her again and again. He kissed her repeatedly and took advantage of that moment to share his energy with her through their bond, but even those moments did not have any hint of tenderness, but rather pure domination. Natsuo felt the bond between them strengthen again. At the same time, she was rapidly approaching climax under the unknown sensations. They orgasmed at the same time, Conan's juices mixing with Natsuo's, as he shared another wave of energy. Natsuo could feel his energy strengthening Conan. Aside from Tsunade, she is the only one among his wives who can withstand the greatest strengthening through Rinshu no Kanki. Since emotions influence the degree of strength of the bond, Natsuo decided to be nice to her again. He slid off of her for a moment, letting her legs fall onto her bed. Then, without wasting a second more than necessary, he entered her again in a missionary position, with their lips intertwined in a soft kiss. It feels so good. Conan moaned as he experienced another orgasm. How come I've never tried this before? She added wistfully, her emotions as well as the degree of strengthening of the bond, showed that now she was no longer influenced by the Yumenso and actually felt a certain degree of attachment towards Natsuo. The vanilla sex lasted another half hour as she steadily grew stronger through the Renshu no Kanki. At the same time, the bond between them continued to strengthen throughout the process. After a while Natsuo could no longer continue strengthening Conan as her body reached its limit and she became unconscious again. What surprised Natsuo quite a bit is that Conan has almost the same level of potential as Tsunade, and considering that she doesn't come from any of the main lineages of the Naruto series, this is quite surprising. Chapter 212, Feline Fury and the Movements of the New Akatsuki Organization. Natsuo, are you really unwilling to free the Raikage? Tsunade massaged her temples, visibly frustrated. The Kumogakure envoys look for me every day, it's really a headache. If you want something, tell me, I can talk to Kumogakure. It's harmful to keep the Raikage locked up in Konoha all the time. Tsunade sighed. I cannot do it. He shook his head. Natsuo. She owes me her life. I can't just let her go without returning that favor. Kumogakure is willing to pay compensation. Tsunade suggested. But Natsuo shook his head again. Uchiha don't need money, and I don't want anything from Kumogakure. Except for herself. This is not negotiable. If Yujito couldn't return the favor for saving his life, why should he work for free? However, the reality was complicated. Unlike Conan, who was able to accept the situation more easily due to the influence of Yumenso, Yujito demonstrated with her actions what a non-violence movement meant. So Natsuo just let Yujito live together with Samui. When Yujito saw Samui she was shocked, as she thought that Natsuo would have killed her, but after thinking about it, it is reasonable that Natsuo would have kept her captive within the Uchiha clan. In fact, Yujito didn't really like the fourth Raikage's plan to obtain the Uchiha clan lineage. Those kinds of tactics that sacrificed the Kunoichi didn't please her in the slightest, and she felt a little sorry for Samui. However, at that time the fourth Raikage had a great reputation, and since the plan seemed feasible, she had not raised any objections. Unfortunately, the plan failed. As a result, Natsuo retaliated against Kumogakure and suffered disastrous losses. With so many internal problems, Kumogakure had no time to investigate Samui's whereabouts. The village had even listed her as killed in battle, and everyone had forgotten her. Even Yujito, if Natsuo hadn't thrown her to live together with Samui, would have forgotten her too. While Yujito and Samui catch up on what had happened recently. The door to Samui's residence opened. Natsuo's figure slowly appeared. Natsuo, give up. Yujito didn't wait for Natsuo to speak and told him directly. I will not submit to you. In the last few days, Natsuo had come to visit her several times to ask if she had changed her mind. However, Natsuo just returned a strange look. Sorry, I really didn't come to find you. Samui, let's get started. As he spoke, he pulled Samui to the side. At first, Yujito looked at Natsuo strangely, but soon her eyes widened. Natsuo asked Samui to transform into her human beast form, then made her bend over the table and lifted her dress before standing behind her. Natsuo. What are you doing? Yujito was first surprised by Samui's transformation, but then became angry at what Natsuo was doing to Samui in front of her. Natsuo looked at her strangely. Don't you see what I'm doing? You. Yujito was furious. Embracing the attitude of the nonviolence movement also meant being mentally prepared for violence leading to cooperation. But the person in front of her is a kunoichi from Kumogakure, who sacrificed herself for the interests of the village. And she is the Raikage who was supposed to protect the Kumo shinobi. Plus the way Natsuo was treating Samui. The two-tails violent chakra began to surge, her pupils began to transform into cat pupils, and Yujito tried to free herself from the seal on her body. However, Natsuo simply gave him an indifferent look, as the seal restrictions activated and his entire chakra was sealed again, as well as restricting his movements. Yujito looked at Natsuo with wide eyes, flames of fury in her eyes. But Natsuo didn't flinch in the slightest. Hours later. Natsuo, satisfied, said goodbye to Samui and left her residence calmly. As for what Yujito thought, who had been paralyzed and could only watch from the sidelines. What does this have to do with Natsuo? While Nagato and the others were excitedly rebuilding the Akatsuki organization, planning to follow the path to world peace that Natsuo had suggested, Natsuo was not sitting idle either. He continued his task of reviving the Uchiha clan and many of his wives became pregnant again. It is important to note that, thanks to the use of potions from the revival series, as well as Natsuo's increasingly versatile use of the Renshu no Kanki, his weakest wives are now of the rank of special jonin. Being important pillars within the Uchiha clan as well as Konoha. Elite jonin and jonin are also not a minority, each being powerful enough to control a small shinobi clan. The rewards they can provide Natsuo are also very rich. Guren and Uzumaki Yoko also gave birth one after another. The snake princesses of Ryuchi Cave also brought good news to Natsuo. After Guren married Natsuo, she obtained the resources of the Uchiha clan, so she quickly reached the Kage level, plus her crystal release is a quite powerful Kekkei Genkai. Although Uzumaki Yoko's strength was Jonin level, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline was one of the best in the shinobi world. Adding the 3 Kage-level snake princesses, these children would have great potential. Especially Guren and Yoko's children. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 198, you get mental power +17, Ameno to Chakra. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 197, you get Chakra +17, Limbo, Border Jail. Although the evaluation did not exceed 200, these 2 Rinnegan techniques are much more useful than the common otherworld skills obtained when the evaluation exceeds 200. The work of the newly formed Akatsuki organization was very smooth. The chakra itself is a phenomenon that defies scientific laws and is an extremely efficient source of energy. Nagato can go back and forth for 100 kilometers with just a bite of rice. Of course, Akatsuki's goal is colonization of the new continent and resource extraction, as well as space colonization, so they can't rely on Nagato alone as a carrier. But that is not a problem. When Kabuto learned of Akatsuki's latest plan, he volunteered to join and recommended the shinobi world's greatest scientist, Orochimaru. Since Akatsuki, in its quest for peace, had already taken in many missing nin, there was no reason to leave out Orochimaru due to ethical issues. Soon, both parties were in contact. Since the Uchiha clan's think tank perfected the plan that Nagato and the others had proposed. To achieve the goal they wanted, they first had to improve society as a whole and create an industrial base large enough to support the exploration project of the new continent as well as subsequent space exploration. Orochimaru showed a lot of interest after learning that a new continent existed as well as Akatsuki's space plan. Furthermore, with the tempting offer of full financing and not taking into account his defection, he quickly perfected the chakra battery that the Uchiha clan had developed, which could now be used as a pillar for the expansion of the industrial base without having to worry about lack of power. On the other hand, the head of research of the Uchiha clan, the scientific genius Katasuke Tono, modified the zero-tails sealing technique to use the zero-tails to recharge the new chakra batteries. With this he managed to develop an energy system that consumes only chakra to produce mechanical and electrical energy among other types of energy necessary for industrial and civil use. Katasuke had already been collaborating with Natsuo on a lot of research, and one of the main research was to modify the zero-tails so that it not only feeds on people's negative emotions, but so that it uses the entire emotional spectrum of people to create chakra. Natsuo looked at them busy at their work and was amazed at the progress they were making. And since they wanted to speed up the development of Shinobi World, he decided to intervene and gave them reference information from their previous world to use as a guide in the development they were planning. He also told them everything he remembered about the new continent, as well as the existence of the stone of Jello vein that existed on the Shinobi continent, and the possible implications of similar veins existing on the new continent, which he called the Western continent. The Jello stone is a source of life energy contained in a mineral seen in the film Naruto, The Legend of the Jello Stone. According to what Natsuo remembered, on the Western continent they used this mineral to build a huge super-civilization. To put it clearly, it is a type of solid-state biological energy, and it is impossible for this type of versatile energy to only be handled by the small town mentioned in the movie Naruto. Considering that the Western continent is larger than the Shinobi continent, and according to what he saw in the film Naruto, Natsuo believes that it is possible that a civilization based on Western fantasy with knights and mages has developed. Natsuo initially did not think about finding the Stone of Jello, first because finding a caravan of the thousands that exist in the land of wind to find Kahiko was almost impossible, and going to the Western continent for the possibility that it existed there was too problematic. But now that the new Akatsuki organization is so willing, he can leave this job to them. Use as an energy source aside, the fact that Jello Stone extends lifespan as well as being a biological energy source could make the Revival series potions take another leap forward. The antagonist who possesses the Stone of Jello, Hado, is weak. After the explosion, he was defeated by a young version of Naruto. He could be said to be the weakest member of the villain group, not to mention the members of the new Akatsuki organization, even the random Jonin of Konoha could easily defeat him. Natsuo can't understand who gave him the courage to try to dominate the world with such power. After Natsuo explained to Itachi the importance of the Jello Stone in reviving the Uchiha clan, he took this task and promised to secure the Jello Stone mines. He then set out on his mission with a team of shinobi hired by the Uchiha clan, as well as some of Konoha's shinobi. Nagato slowly descended from the sky, holding a large piece of unknown meteorite in his hands. After Natsuo mentioned the Jello Stone, Nagato began bringing meteorites back from space every day, hoping that something could contribute to scientific research. For this reason, he also specially studied the classification of minerals. Although most of what he brought daily turned out to be useless, the occasional high-quality material made him happy for a while. He was not an expert in scientific research, so this was the best he could do. I should send this for Tono Katasuke to review, Nagato thought. Compared to Orochimaru, who always had a malicious smile on his face, Katasuke, the honorable scientist, was more trustworthy to Nagato. Of course, Katasuke is an expert in scientific tools, which makes him more suitable for these investigations than Orochimaru, who specializes in biology. Nagato thought about how close they were to peace and couldn't help but smile. He then began to drag the large meteorite towards the Uchiha clan's scientific research institute on the outskirts of Konoha village. Suddenly, Nagato's expression changed. The space in front of him distorted instantly. A familiar figure emerged from him. "Nagato, the time has come to recover the eyes that were left in your care," Obito said coldly. Chapter 213, Nagato's new view on life and Mikoto's miraculous return. "Sure enough, my eyes are your work." Seeing Obito's figure, Nagato sighed and at the same time was not surprised. "Did you see the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan?" Obito didn't care, and his expression was indifferent. "But that won't change your destiny. Then give me your eyes." With that said, he attacked directly. Nagato frowned, stepped back, and said, "Although I don't know who you are, I will call you Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara, you are also a person who works for peace. Have you considered the goals of the new Akatsuki?" "New Akatsuki?" Obito frowned slightly. Had they created a new organization? "That's right, I, Conan, Itachi, Tsunade. We have formed a new Akatsuki organization," Nagato said seriously. "We have set a new goal for peace. The conflicts in the shinobi world come from the unfair distribution of resources, so..." He slowly explained Natsuo's theory at that moment. And then he summed it up in one sentence. "In short, if we strive to expand our territories, improve the productivity of society and obtain more resources, there will be enough for everyone, and the days of hunger and suffering will come to an end," Nagato said seriously. "Of course, there will probably also be exploitation. But as long as the distribution of resources was fair, no one would go hungry or be homeless on the streets. And there would be no armed conflicts. With the entire shinobi world united and the Western continent as the adversary, there would be no major internal wars. Perhaps there would be infighting, but compared to the present, it would definitely be a path to perfect peace." Obito was silent. He really didn't expect Nagato to have discovered a new continent, much less have any ideas about conquering outer space. How ambitious, too ambitious. But... "Sorry, my goal has never changed." Obito kept his expression cold and impassive. "The world I want to create can only be realized with the infinite Tsukimi. There is no Rin on another continent, nor in outer space. What Obito wants is a peaceful world with Rin. Even if the infinite Tsukimi is an illusory peace, it is an illusory peace with Rin. Then let me see the power of Uchiha Madara." Nagato took a deep breath with a solemn expression. "Good." Obito nodded slightly. "Let's finish this quickly. I picked a time when Natsuo wasn't around to confront you." Natsuo was happily ravaging Samui, meanwhile Yujito was immobilized by the seals, and watched them furiously, unable to look away as they had sex in front of her. However, after leaving the Samui residence, he encountered Nagato who was covered in blood and was being treated by Tsunade. His eyes had even been gouged out. "It was Madara Uchiha who did it, but I don't think it's really him," Nagato said in a weak voice, blood gushing from his eye sockets. But still, he was perceptive enough to notice Natsuo's presence immediately. "My Rinnegan was really a trap set by him. He acted very quickly," Natsuo commented. Konoha was huge. Even Natsuo couldn't expand his perception to be aware of everything that was happening in Konoha all the time. The place where Nagato landed was quite far from the Uchiha clan area, so the barriers and seals set up to protect his family were not activated. "How could he beat you?" Natsuo asked curiously. "Your body has already recovered, and without summoning the demonic statue, you shouldn't have had much pressure." Although Obito was strong, that was mainly due to his unique abilities granted to him by his Mangekyo. With his Kamui ability, Obito had a certain advantage in any fight, but that was it. He only had one Mangekyo and couldn't even use the Susanoo. If Nagato tries his best and uses the Rinnegan no matter the cost, he could definitely show the pinnacle of strength in the shinobi world. As a result, Obito easily defeated Nagato when he was near Konoha, without causing enough of a stir to alert his perception. They already had a plan. Nagato gritted his teeth. "That person seems to have put some kind of restriction on me, something I didn't notice, which surprised me and left me vulnerable, restricting my movements." Natsuo understood immediately upon hearing that. "Yes, this is quite normal. Nagato's eyes were given by Uchiha Madara, and as an existence that came out of the Sengoku period, how could it be possible to only pin all hopes on its own strength? With Obito, he had placed a cursed seal on his heart, allowing Madara to take his life at any time. Naturally, he wouldn't allow himself to be negligent towards Nagato either. After all, that was the Rinnegan. How could he not have considered the possibility of Nagato rebelling by using the Rinnegan? Under a sneak attack, it is normal to succeed with one move. Fortunately, Nagato was strong enough on his own, and Obito was also worried about causing a ruckus that might attract Natsuo. Just took away Nagato's Rinnegan and retreated decisively. Huh. Tsunade withdrew his hand and let out a long breath. The treatment is over, but I can't get your eyes back. I suggest you consider transplanting a pair of eyes. The eyes were the most important sensory organs for humans and could easily affect a shinobi's strength. A transplant. Nagato reflected briefly. Losing his eyes has a great impact on Nagato's strength, not only losing the unique abilities of the Rinnegan but also losing his sight. However, eye transplantation would only be palliative. Any transplant involves a certain degree of rejection and incompatibility. Therefore, the success rate to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan increases between blood brothers. But there's no need. Natsuo decided to make it up to Nagato because he was actually waiting for his eyes to be stolen. He then placed his hand on Nagato's eye sockets. An hour later, Nagato slowly opened his eyes. What is this? Tsunade asked in amazement. Medical ninjutsu. More or less. Natsuo shrugged his shoulders. Nagato was also surprised as he experimented with his new eyes. Although he had lost the powerful Rinnegan, his new eyes had an advantage: they didn't constantly consume his chakra. The powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan was back. Although he lost the Rinnegan, he still has a Kage level if he only relies on his huge chakra. And he can also learn the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Even at the Kage level, Nagato is still a strong player. Thank you, Natsuo. Nagato said after a moment of silence. You're welcome, I did it for Conan. Natsuo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, let her make it up to me tonight. Conan blushed upon hearing that, and Nagato could only smile wryly. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, Obito, who had transplanted a Rinnegan, was standing on one of the fingers of the demonic statue. Good, I have recovered the Rinnegan, now we can proceed with the sealing. Obito said in a deep voice. Deidara next to him looked at Obito with emotion in his eyes. Rinnegan has appeared, apparently the original boss was defeated. Even a silent defeat. Kisame didn't take it seriously, he knew from the beginning that Obito was Akatsuki's mastermind behind the scenes. Although he didn't understand why Nagato, with the powerful Rinnegan, could be defeated by Obito. Let's begin. Obito sighed. It's just the four of us, so it's going to take a long time. Everyone nodded slightly and took out Killer Bee silently. After regaining his vision, Nagato along with Itachi began to mobilize all the resources the new Akatsuki organization had access to and began collecting information on all aspects of the shinobi world. They even began simulating military strategies, evaluating how they could take control of the shinobi world with the lowest possible cost. On the other hand, Natsuo stopped paying attention to what they were doing. Peace or war in the shinobi world were irrelevant to him. What mattered to him was, the resurrection technique has finally been completed. I'm going to try it right now. With that said, Natsuo headed directly to Mikoto's room. During this time, Natsuo had manipulated Mikoto's DNA samples to regress her age until she regained her peak physical form and included fragments of both the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines in her genetic code. That's why when Natsuo summoned her again using Impure World reincarnation, she seemed to be around 18 years old again. Natsuo held Mikoto's palm tightly and a steady flow of chakra poured into her. Mikoto kept her eyes closed, and then she began to feel the warm chakra flowing through her body, enveloping her in a pleasant sensation of warmth. It was as if her entire being was immersed in a pleasant wave of comfort, making her want to lie down on the floor and relax fully, letting out a contented sigh. Her skin that was similar to that of cracked porcelain, gradually healed. The steam filled the air and spread slowly. Finally, her skin regained its soft and elastic tone of yesteryear. Natsuo slowly removed his hand, smiling. How about it? Do you notice any difference? Mikoto opened her eyes and stared at her skin, now soft and radiant. Her body felt full of vitality, she felt that her body was much stronger than when she was alive. Am I really alive now? Mikoto looked at her arm, feeling the strong beating of her heart and her abundant vitality. She couldn't hold back her tears and threw herself into Natsuo's arms, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you, Natsuo. Thank you very much. Natsuo was a little confused at first. In his impression, Mikoto has always considered Itachi and Sasuke the most important. If he hadn't guaranteed their safety, maybe she wouldn't even be willing to resurrect, let alone get close to him. So how did she come to feel so moved? It wasn't until he heard Mikoto's description of the feeling of loneliness, coldness, and darkness she felt while being revived by the Impure World reincarnation that Natsuo was able to understand her outburst. While Mikoto experienced the feeling of being alive again, they both stood hugging each other in silence. Now I understand why Uchiha Madara in the Naruto series was so excited after being revived. He even let himself get hit a few times, causing some injuries. He probably felt something similar, right? Natsuo lightly squeezed Mikoto in his embrace and with an apologetic expression on his face said, I'm sorry for making you endure this kind of suffering. Don't worry. It was a necessary sacrifice. Mikoto shook his head. Although the experience of being revived by the impure world reincarnation technique was not pleasant, it was better than staying in the pure land forever. Natsuo then proceeded to explain to her that he had given her part of the Senju and Uzumaki lineage, and although it is impossible for her to awaken the Keki-Igenkai of said clans, those lineages had still greatly strengthened her body. After Mikoto calmed her emotions, Natsuo took her to meet the rest of the family. She really has come back to life. Revived? Natsuo, didn't you have to pay a price for this? There is such a thing. Mom. Everyone in Uchiha looked at Mikoto in shock. Sasuke and Itachi looked excited and had tears in their eyes. Pakura and Kushina showed complicated expressions, lost in thought. On the other hand, Tsunade and the others were completely shocked and disbelieving, staring at Mikoto as if they were under a genjutsu. Mikoto was blushing from their looks, but she didn't let go of Natsuo's hand. Mikoto has come back to life. Pakura, Kushina, shouldn't you consider it? Natsuo proposed with a smile. Pakura seemed to be reflecting. Kushina hesitated for a moment, but then said determinedly, no, I won't give up. Even though they were also in the state of being revived by the impure world reincarnation technique and experienced the restlessness that came with being dead, as high-level shinobi they could still endure it. They continued to maintain their convictions. Meanwhile. Natsuo, are you sure that your resurrection has no side effects? Nagato asked with a frown. Are you sure it hasn't affected your body? Conan also looked at Natsuo anxiously. Yes, Natsuo, check it carefully. The Rinnegan Samsara of heavenly life technique can revive people. But even when Yahiko's body was present the entire time at the Akatsuki base, none of them attempted to revive him. This is because this technique requires a great sacrifice, the life of the user. Nagato might be willing, but both he and Conan knew that Yahiko would not accept that outcome. I've spent a lot of chakra. Natsuo said with a shrug. Do not think that I have not lost anything, my consumption has been significant. If we calculate it, it was more tiring than fighting you 10 times. After Natsuo improved the resurrection technique, eliminating the cost of life, it still took a huge amount of chakra to maintain it. Just to revive Mikoto this time, Natsuo used 40% of his total chakra. Even tailed beasts would not have the amount of chakra needed to perform the technique. Well, maybe the 9 tails can do it. And it must be taken into account that Natsuo also used natural energy. One could say that the technique incorporated senjutsu during its execution. But no matter how heartbreaking the cost, chakra is still a regenerative energy. Chapter 214, A Tale of Two Wives and a Surprise Visitor, R18. Nagato and Conan's eyes lit up instantly. Nagato took a step forward, but he didn't have the nerve to speak. Conan bit her lip and said, Natsuo, I want to ask you. Yes, you want me to revive Yahiko, right? Okay. Natsuo said with a smile. In fact, they were lucky. Yahiko still has an intact body, although he was turned into a puppet, but he retained almost all of his cells, so it would be quite simple to bring him back to life. If they just bury the body or cremate it, I won't be able to help them at all. Tsunade also wanted to speak, but upon hearing these words she could only give an ironic smile with regret in her heart. Yes, Tsunade wanted to revive her younger brother Nawaki. Nawaki's death was a mystery, and when the elders of the Senju clan received the corpse without internal organs, in a fit of anger, they chose to cremate his body, leaving no opportunity for the village to intervene. As a result, the chances of reviving him were cut off. Damn third Hokage. Tsunade cursed inwardly. She understood the thoughts of the clan elders who were still alive at the time, especially after she became Hokage. She read some documents that only Hokage could read, and she also understood that the actions of those clan elders at that time were reasonable. Because third Hokage and Danzo are really planning to dig Nawaki's grave. But the result ruined the hope of Nawaki's resurrection. All this. It was the third Hokage's fault. Natsuo took a break and then revived Yahiko. It really was exhausting work. Even with Natsuo's impressive regeneration ability, she still felt like his body was completely exhausted. It even affected that night's activities to revive the Uchiha clan. Although Conan was full of sincerity, and he let him try all the tricks that he didn't want to before. But Natsuo is really tired, and he almost couldn't stand it. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. After having obtained so many improvements from the system, he almost never ran out of energy, and he just wanted to fall into bed exhausted, without interest in anything else. Fortunately, Conan noticed this and became even more loving and understanding. It wasn't until Natsuo regained his strength the next day that Conan finally fulfilled his wishes and she let Natsuo enjoy it, which is considered a kindness. I still can't believe it's not a dream. Conan gasped as he caught his breath and looked into the distance. Now you can resurrect the dead. When I learned that Nagato's Rinnegan could do it, but at the cost of the user's life. I thought it would be impossible for Nagato, Yahiko, and I to meet again. Natsuo smiled. You should have learned it by now. Nothing is impossible for me. In response, Conan kissed him extensively while she was deliciously naked. Yes, nothing is impossible for you. She gasped as Natsuo slid inside her again. Even as Natsuo slid into Conan once again, I couldn't help but think about the wear and tear it took on him to revive 2 people in a row, but he has a more immediate problem he needed to solve. And that immediate problem was the sexy blue-haired girl who was lying in front of him, with her legs spread and her entrance shining tantalizingly. However, just as Natsuo was about to mercilessly delve inside her, he heard a knock on the door. How inconvenient. Natsuo thought as he extended his perception to check the visitor's identity, only to be intrigued when he discovered her identity. It was Mikoto. Natsuo walked towards the door, under Conan's annoyed look. Can't you just fire her? Conan said as he sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed under her breasts and frowning. It was clear that she was trying to return to her cold demeanor, but it made her seem sexier. I can. Natsuo responded, smiling wider. But I will not. Why would I, when this was my chance to have a threesome? Natsuo opened the door and looked at the dark blue-haired beauty on the other side of the door. As usual, she was wearing a simple purple shirt and a red skirt, but today there was a big difference. This time her skirt was much shorter, barely reaching the middle of her delicious thighs. Mikoto covered her mouth and laughed temptingly. You said that as soon as I was resurrected I would have to pay for it, but it seems it's not my turn yet. Now is the perfect time. Natsuo said as he gestured for her to enter. That said, Mikoto decisively accepted Natsuo's invitation even though she seemed a little self-conscious. After Conan saw her, she just smiled as she lay down, hands on the bed. Although Conan seemed very reserved on the outside, but in the privacy of the bedroom she was very flirtatious and daring. Mikoto was clearly surprised by Conan's bold behavior. Of course, Mikoto was not very different from Conan either, but because during her youth she was forced to repress herself because she was the fiancée of the future clan leader, and after getting married she continued to repress herself because Fugaku was someone very rigid. But now that she no longer had the limitations of her identity, she became bolder. Her hand reached for the thread holding her simple shirt together and pulled it off, revealing her perky breast beneath it. Because she now possessed her peak physical condition, combined with the bloodlines that Natsuo added to her DNA, they turned her body into a masterpiece. After a moment of hesitation, Mikoto took off her shirt and her skirt and underwear soon followed, matching Conan in nakedness. Although a little self-conscious she still gave Conan a smug smile. You have a nice body, I feel a little. Conan murmured suddenly shyly. Do not be like that. Mikoto responded immediately with some embarrassment, while her gaze became soft. You are also very beautiful. Your soft skin, your straight blue hair and your elegance. Conan seemed to be about to accept her compliment when Natsuo stood behind Mikoto and whispered in her ear. Why don't you go and help regain her trust more intimately? Natsuo whispered, loud enough to be heard by Conan, which made her blush brightly. Mikoto wasn't much better. Mikoto did not move, paralyzed by sudden indecision. Now she didn't know what kind of courage she had to suddenly enter the room when she knew that Natsuo was with Conan inside. Conan's sudden blush wasn't much better, as her initial boldness was fading. Keep going. Natsuo said as he slapped Mikoto's butt without warning. Go and help your sister, she's feeling self-conscious. Despite her blushing expression, Mikoto stumbled towards Conan, slowly at first, but increasingly sure as she got closer. Why don't you lie down? She whispered even as she placed her hand on Conan's forearm gently, still hesitant. Sure. Conan stammered as she looked self-consciously at Mikoto before lying on her back, shivering gently. It was clear that her thoughts were chaotic as she looked between Mikoto and Natsuo. Mikoto wasn't much better. Still, she let her hand wander slowly over Conan's body. First it was her shoulder, then her sides. When she reached her stomach, Conan trembled softly. Are you okay? Mikoto asked, trembling. Yeah. Conan said as she looked at Natsuo's raging erection and his fingers already around it. Seeing Conan look away, Mikoto also turned and noticed Natsuo's actions. She was a little embarrassed, since despite having been married for so many years, she had never done anything daring with Fugaku. Apparently, Natsuo's arousal gave her all the confidence Mikoto needed, because her touch on Conan was much safer when her hand passed through the valley between Conan's breasts, reaching her neck for a moment before to submerge again. As Mikoto's fingers delved deeper into Conan's breasts, Conan bit her lips, trying to hold back a moan, only to fail spectacularly. Even more impressive, her legs spread, revealing her glistening womanhood. Only for a moment, however, as the next second, her legs came together, rubbing against each other mercilessly in an effort to satiate her growing arousal. As the seconds passed, her shyness dissipated. Her nipples hardened with each passing second, enough to momentarily resist Mikoto's touch as she squeezed them. Unlike Conan, Mikoto was not filled with excitement, it was just a moment of boldness that made her want to enter the room, so it was understandable that Conan, who had been in the middle of the act, was very excited. Conan lay obediently as her entrance became desperately wet, and she tried to reach her entrance, her eyes still closed. Makoto looked at Natsuo questioningly. He shook his head and asked her to stop Conan. The impact of the beautiful scene would be much less if she were allowed to solve her own problems. Makoto proved to be a sweet little soldier and she grabbed Conan's wrist before her hand could reach between her legs. She moaned helplessly, but she followed Makoto's silent command without complaint and keeping her eyes closed. Excellent. She gasped in disappointment when Makoto removed her hand from her breasts, but that didn't last long as her fingers caressed her navel piercings. Makoto explored them along with her abdomen while Conan let out soft sighs, punctuated by occasional moans. And when Makoto's fingers finally reached the wetness between Conan's legs, she attacked her with sudden aggression. Her 2 fingers disappeared through Conan's entrance, hooked for maximum impact. Conan kept her eyes firmly closed as she enjoyed the treatment, blatantly ignoring Makoto and Natsuo's presence to focus on her sensations, although Natsuo wasn't unhappy about it. The pure eroticism that was created was far superior to other aspects. Even better, Makoto's idle hand finally landed on her own perky breasts, slowly teasing herself, letting her moans mingle with Conan's. Natsuo continued pumping as he watched Conan writhe helplessly under Makoto's merciless assault. Makoto was too distracted to notice when Conan slid her hand between her legs, but she found it impossible to miss when Conan finally slid her fingers inside her. Conan opened her eyes when Makoto let out a gasp of excitement and their eyes met. "It's not fair if only I enjoy it," Conan explained with a gasp. Despite everything, they managed to surprise Natsuo once again when Makoto leaned in and they shared a searing kiss, their fingers still between each other's legs, pumping furiously. Such an enthusiastic show. Natsuo couldn't help but approach them, their arousal like sweet nectar in his nose, enjoying the passion they showed while they were lost in each other, writhing in ecstasy. It wasn't exactly a surprise to Natsuo to see them getting closer to climax as time passed. Conan even began to flinch at Makoto's merciless attack, but Makoto did not stop. Neither did Conan, who continued to penetrate Makoto gently and methodically with her fingers, in great contrast to Makoto's style. Conan was surprised to see that Natsuo was next to her, watching their every movement with great attention. Their eyes met, but it didn't slow her down, it just made her faster. The pure desire Natsuo felt at that moment was simply unbearable. When Makoto began to shudder, it also marked the end of Natsuo's resistance. Natsuo exploded, covering Conan's breasts with his seed, while Makoto's toes curled and her back arched. "Why don't you help Conan clean up?" Natsuo asked Makoto suggestively, and she didn't waste a second before leaning down and running her tongue over Conan's breasts, showing that she was ready for more. "How delicious!" Natsuo thought as she activated the aim no Yuzum and regained his erection, his mind already full of ideas on how to make the most of the moment. As Makoto licked the last drops of semen from Conan's breasts, Natsuo moved behind her. His shaft pressed against her butt and upon feeling her presence she turned to give him a seductive look. Makoto gasped seductively as she turned to gently bite Conan's chest at the same time. Meanwhile Natsuo moved a little, dragging her erection along Conan's lower abdomen. Natsuo smiled as she squeezed between the 2 women. And after a moment Makoto stepped aside to give Natsuo some space. "So, my wives, any attention for me?" Natsuo asked. "Greedy," Conan commented, and Makoto chuckled, but that didn't stop them from grabbing his erection at the same time giving it enthusiastic treatment. It was hard to resist the temptation to mock them in turn. Natsuo's hands found Conan's breasts at the same time as he turned his head to bury it between Makoto's breasts, earning a pair of synchronized moans from them. From time to time, Natsuo raised his head to kiss them on the lips, while their bodies rubbed against his. Then, before Natsuo could react, Makoto pushed him onto the bed and then jumped on him, rubbing her soaked entrance along his length. She smiled widely. After a moment of hesitation, Conan hugged Makoto from behind, her hands gently caressing her stomach. When Makoto couldn't take it she slowly descended along Natsuo's shaft, devouring him little by little, while Conan playfully kissed Makoto's neck. Her hot, soaked entrance wrapped tightly around Natsuo's shaft. Makoto stopped suddenly when she felt that there was a barrier stopping the advance of Natsuo's axis. This also surprised Natsuo, since it seems that when he modified Makoto's DNA to make her return to her peak physical condition, it caused her body to return to an intact state. Makoto only paused for a moment before slamming her hips down, making her moan loudly, and because her physique has now been improved she recovered quickly. So she began to move her hips faster and faster. Natsuo lay on his back as he enjoyed Makoto pushing his shaft deeper and deeper into her as her body got used to being penetrated for the first time. The sight of her generous breasts, moving with every step, creating a delicious scene as he invaded Makoto's delicate folds was something spectacular. The more he penetrated Makoto, the louder she moaned. On the other hand, Conan hugged her tighter while her hands went higher, squeezing her breasts. This caused Makoto's back to arch in increasing pleasure. Soon, Natsuo exploded inside Makoto, causing her to climax as well. The bond that Natsuo had established with Makoto using the Rinshu no Kanki became quite strong at that time, so Natsuo decided to share his energy with Mikoto. This caused her moans to increase in intensity and echo throughout the room, creating a delightful spectacle. Finally Mikoto collapsed against his chest, and Conan lay next to Natsuo while she kissed him, still not completely satisfied. "I've never felt like this." Mikoto muttered confusingly, letting out a moan when Natsuo activated his aim no Yuzum again, causing him to regain his erection inside her. "I can't go on anymore," Mikoto murmured in a low, pleading voice, before turning around, making Natsuo's shaft slip out of her, and lying down next to him. However, Natsuo continued to kiss Conan more and more passionately, before making her turn on her side without breaking the kiss. As he penetrated her from behind, Conan accepted his invasion with enthusiasm. Natsuo took advantage of that moment to share more energy with her to strengthen her even more. "You feel incredible inside me," Conan exclaimed, before moaning loudly as Natsuo penetrated deeper inside her. Suddenly Natsuo changed position and trapped her beneath him, penetrating her mercilessly as he shared more and more energy inside her, flooding her mind with pleasure. "More, more, more," Conan shouted excitedly as Natsuo flooded her body and mind with energy to accompany the pleasure, and Conan writhed beautifully in pleasure. After an intense night of work and with accumulated fatigue, Natsuo had to work hard to completely defeat the two women. After taking it easy for a few days, Natsuo returned to normal activities to revive the Uchiha clan, with his usual energy and determination. "It seems I can't take the matter of reviving people lightly," Natsuo reflected with a shudder. That situation really affected the revival of the Uchiha clan too much. Being in that state of exhaustion not only affected his physical energy, but also his mental strength, resulting in a significant decrease in his combat ability. And that was not a good thing at all. That represented a great vulnerability. Realizing this situation, Tsunade and his other wives sealed the information, hiding it even from some of his wives not so committed to him. By the way, after talking with Nagato for a long time, Mikoto also decided to join the new organization Akatsuki, and work hard in search of peace. With her new potential as well as Natsuo's constant strengthening through Rinshu no Kankei, she would undoubtedly be a valuable asset. At the same time, Nagato also shared some very important information. "Natsuo, I remember you seemed to want to find an organization called Gaara. Nagato took the initiative to find Natsuo. "If I'm not mistaken, Itachi tried to search for them using Akatsuki's information network in the past." "That's how it is." Natsuo nodded. Gaara is a secret organization that is made up of inners and outers, whose leader is Akatsuki Ishiki. "I have information on them." "Do you need it?" Nagato asked directly. Chapter 215, Natsuo's Raid. "Do you have information about Gaara organization?" Natsuo was taken aback. "Yes." Nagato nodded. "It seems that you ordered Itachi to investigate that organization, and he used our information channels. It's just that the other party seems to be very vigilant. Just when they realized that we were investigating them, they directly attacked our intelligence personnel and quickly evacuated. I was the one who dealt with this matter at the time. I know their lair." With the human path of Nagato's Rinnegan, no one could hide anything from him. Only through the information in the other party's memory, he was keenly aware that this organization was deeply hidden. Furthermore, after Akatsuki began to capture the tailed beasts at that time, they quickly entered a state of strategic contraction, so naturally they would not provoke the other party. "It's interesting. Tell me, where are they?" Natsuo narrowed his eyes. "I only know the location of one of their bases. But if we continue investigating from that base, we should be able to quickly find their lair." Nagato shook his head, and then asked curiously, "What do you plan to do?" "Of course I will eliminate them," Natsuo said naturally. Of course, Natsuo has to deal with this hidden danger. Akatsuki Ishiki, as a member of the main family of the Akatsuki clan, is too dangerous to let him continue hiding. It was better to solve it as soon as possible. Nagato didn't know much information. But with the human path, which grants the Rinnegan user the ability to read the mind of any target, it was the perfect tool to obtain information. Following the information provided by Nagato, Natsuo directly attacked an external base and easily obtained the location of the most important internal base of the Gaara organization from the base leader's mind. And then, without hesitation, he rushed there. I didn't expect them to be in the Land of Snow, a territory completely controlled by the Uchiha clan. It really is a surprise. Natsuo walked up the steep snow-covered mountain, reflecting. But really, it wasn't surprising. The Gaara organization has very advanced ninja tool technology, as well as secret techniques granted by Ishiki, which would make it almost impossible to find them. Everything from sentient automata to genetic enhancements to automated medical devices are at the forefront of the shinobi world. Actually, Natsuo still remembered some things about the Gaara organization from the Boruto series, such as that there was a base in the Land of Snow. That's why he had asked Kazuhana Koyuki to be careful with them and look for them discreetly. But not finding them, he assumed that they would be installed after the Fourth Shinobi World War in the Naruto series. Also considering that characters like Ada, Demon, and others were probably not born yet, Natsuo stopped worrying about it. I found it. Natsuo looked at a door covered in ice and snow and muttered softly. Who are you? Two guards shouted angrily. They held weapons that looked like rifles but were incredibly rudimentary. They aimed directly at Natsuo. It seems that they have a little more advanced technology than what the land of snow possesses. It seems that I am in the right place. Natsuo spoke softly, while watching the guards with interest. The next instant, with a flash, Natsuo appeared next to the two guards. With a wave of his hands, the guards fell to the ground. Then, he hit the huge iron door in front of him. Boom. A crash resounded, and the iron gate shattered into pieces. Natsuo strode in. This place is a facility like a large research laboratory. Countless scientific researchers are running around, including some armed personnel. And when Natsuo destroyed the door, they fell into chaos. What's going on? What happened? Damn, it's an intruder. While they were talking, several gunmen pointed their rifles at Natsuo and opened fire directly. In the future, these weapons will continue to evolve into the Gaara multi-barrel machine gun. It seems that the harvest this time will not be small. Natsuo chuckled. Countless projectiles flew towards Natsuo. At the same time, the skeleton of the Susanoo appeared, and the projectiles hit its surface with a tinkle, leaving not even a scratch. What's that? Some kind of strange ninjutsu. People were a little confused. After all, they were not true shinobi, and even something as well known in the current shinobi world as the Susanoo was not entirely familiar to them. However, a young man dressed in a white lab coat seemed to recognize him. His pupils contracted and he took a few steps back discreetly. The Susanoo's skeletal arms extended. In an instant, the gunmen were turned into minced meat. The scientists were shocked and began to flee in all directions. The young man in the white coat was the fastest to escape. But, do you recognize me? Natsuo appeared in front of him and asked curiously. The young man stiffened for a moment, but soon recovered. Of course I know him. Who in this world doesn't know the legendary strongest shinobi in the world? Not all. Natsuo responded with a slight smile, pointing to the people scattered around him. It seems like they have no idea who I am. The young man choked, but then coughed twice, and continued, that's just because of their ignorance. As scientists, that's something unforgivable. Let me introduce myself, my name is Sanzu Amato, and I am a scientist. Sanzu Amato. Natsuo raised an eyebrow. This man almost took care of the scientific progress of the Gaara organization single-handedly. However, right now, his appearance was quite different from what he would have in the future. His hair is not white, and he does not wear his sci-fi orange glasses. After all, from now until the time in which the Boruto series takes place, more than a decade has passed. But, regardless of that, this was one of the top scientists of the shinobi world, much more powerful than Tono Katasuke and in many ways even surpassed Orochimaru. You are talented, you will join me from now on. Natsuo patted him on the shoulder as he spoke. Amato was a little dazed. He didn't understand why this man, who was at the top of the shinobi world, had attacked his scientific base for no apparent reason and then invited him over for no reason. However, Natsuo did not pay attention to him and, after saying a few more sentences, he looked deeper into the base. Thud. 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 Hey. The strongest shinobi in the world is now poaching other people's staff. A voice was heard that was difficult to describe. It was a clear, magnetic voice, like that of a teenager. But at the same time, it gave a feeling of falseness. Slowly a man emerged from the depths of the shadows. He was dressed in an open-chested white tunic with black vertical lines on the sleeves and tails with an oval crescent-like shape underneath on his back, all tied at the waist with a red tasseled belt. He had much of his head shaved except for the top and the back which he tied into a long ponytail. He had a black diamond-shaped sealing mark on his chin. She was wearing earrings and 5 red piercings in both ears. Under her left eye she had the number 4 tattooed. It was Jigen. So you finally show up. Natsuo smiled slightly. I didn't expect to find you here. It seems I've arrived at the right time. I don't remember any relationship between you and me. May I ask why the number 1 shinobi person suddenly visited my base? Jigen's voice was still calm, but his eyes showed an air of superiority. It's true that you and I have nothing to do with each other. Natsuo crossed his arms and said, but your power is too great. I can't let you walk free. Just to be safe, I have decided to kill you. Natsuo's face was calm. At first, I thought I couldn't find you in this kind of base, but I didn't expect you to have abandoned your independent space. Jigen's expression changed slightly, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. You know more than I expected. What else do you know? Correct. In reality, the headquarters of the Kara organization is not in the shinobi world. It is located in another dimension created by the Akatsuki clan. There's even a young Ten-Tails locked inside. Are you asking if I know anything else? Natsuo stroked his chin. How about we talk about how the Akatsuki clan is obsessed with absorbing chakra from the world? Or how Kaguya sneaked up on you and seriously injured you? Jigen's eyes narrowed slightly. You know a lot, but do you know? They say those who know too much die early. The next moment, Jigen instantly appeared next to Natsuo, then unleashed a fierce punch. At the same time Natsuo used Tekai to defend himself from the attack. Boom. A shock wave was generated, destroying everything within a radius of several meters. Natsuo fell back several meters due to the force of the impact. Jigen moved forward instantly, closing the distance. Natsuo used all the Rokushiki techniques to engage in a hand-to-hand battle with Jigen. In an instant, countless blows were exchanged. This strength far surpasses that displayed by Tsunade when he uses chakra-enhanced strength. Natsuo commented calmly as they separated. Natsuo's expression remained unfazed as his chakra flowed easily repairing the recent damage. It seems that in this state I might have some difficulties. Jigen frowned slightly. In the next instant, black marks suddenly appeared all over his body, then he raised his hand. The next second, 4 sharp black sticks suddenly aimed at Natsuo's limbs, but they only pierced through an afterimage. Jigen didn't seem happy about this, and instead, his expression became more solemn. What a fast speed. Crack. He stomped his foot, and it disappeared instantly. The two became afterimages, constantly flickering back and forth within the base. The sound of heavy fists and black sticks clashing filled every corner of the base. The huge shockwaves generated were constantly destroying the base. Natsuo took advantage of this battle to consolidate in his fighting style all the skills that he had received from the system. Soon, in this round of close combat, Jigen was still at a disadvantage. Natsuo easily healed all the wounds that Jigen caused him again. Jigen's eyes narrowed slightly. Even in the coma state I can't easily break through his defense. I recognize your strength as the #1 person in the shinobi world, no wonder you can find my existence in the fog of history. Jigen's previous state with the black marks all over his body was the effect of the coma. In this state, Jigen's power was already amplified to such levels that in the Boruto series he was able to pressure both Naruto and Sasuke at once for an extended period of time. His physical parameters improved greatly, and he was durable enough to be completely unharmed and instantly recover from a strong kick to the jaw that Sasuke threw with all his strength. Natsuo scoffed. This ability to resize objects is really useful. But it still can't escape my eyes. Jigen, or rather, Akatsuki Ishiki, possesses a powerful dojutsu called Sukune Kona, which allows him to instantly shrink himself or any non-living matter within his gaze and return it to its original size at will. This ability was tremendously useful in combat. Because weapons reduced to a tiny size were difficult to detect with the naked eye and offered ridiculously low air resistance. They could be inserted into the human body almost instantly. In the Boruto series, both Naruto and Sasuke had been hurt by this ability, and if it weren't for Sasuke's eye discovering the secret behind it, they would have taken even more hits. Natsuo's eyes were no less sharp than future Sasuke's. Of course, his ability to easily predict the opponent's attacks was mainly due to his familiarity with the plot. Chapter 216, Ishiki vs. Natsuo. Of course, Jigen would not really believe Natsuo's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, showing a bit of solemnity. This man seems to know quite a bit about me. Has he discovered it, or did he already know it beforehand? Jigen continued to reflect. It seems unlikely that he discovered it, but it also doesn't make sense that he knew about my information beforehand. Everyone who has tried to confront me has died, where did he get this information? As an existence that has been hidden from Kaguya's time until now, he has not only not been discovered by Kaguya, the Sage of the Six Paths and Akatsuki Himura, but he is very good at keeping his information secret. No. There is actually a person who knows my information. That person is Akatsuki Kaguya. Jigen's abilities were actually Ishiki's abilities. And the only person who was still alive and knew of his abilities was Kaguya. Could it be that he got the information from Kaguya? Jigen frowned. But anyway, I don't plan to continue playing this game, Jigen said in a cold voice. Although I don't know how you got so much information, it's time for you to die. In the next instant, his form changed drastically. His head began to distort distinctly, as if a piece of horn grew from the side of his skull, circling his own skull in a complete circle, spiraling upwards. The black comma marks on his body became more prominent. Jigen advanced at an astonishing speed in the direction of Natsuo. His expression was icy as he approached. At the same time, the deep purple Susanoo in its perfect form emerged from Natsuo's body. He then attacked Jigen with his giant sword, completely destroying the base in the process. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Jigen said as the dust dispersed. It doesn't seem particularly fast. Let's see how his defense is. Immediately afterward he rose into the air, quickly approaching the head of the Susanoo where Natsuo was. Jigen unleashed a ferocious kick, piercing the Susanoo's defenses instantly. Amato Chakra. Before Jigen approached him, Natsuo immediately changed positions. Boom. Jigen's kick was so powerful that the Susanoo was immediately destroyed. Did our positions change? Jigen thought as he turned to look at Natsuo, being surprised when he saw his eyes. How does he have the damn Rinnegan? Exactly. It was the Amato Chakra, Sasuke's Rinnegan ability in the Boruto series. By utilizing the Rinnegan, the user gains the ability to change the position of himself or other people or objects to a certain range from his original position. Jigen's gaze became extremely cold. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Natsuo just smiled as Sage Mode marks began to appear on his body. At the same time he formed a sword from a truth-seeking ball. Natsuo then exhaled and his breath turned into flames, while some marks ignited, before taking on the shapes of red flames, the same color that the tips of his hair took on. And the newly formed sword instantly burst into golden red flames. At this moment, two invisible impulses were released and collided. An extremely depressing atmosphere filled the air. Whether it is the wind or the clouds, everything is frozen. Jigen narrowed his eyes and suddenly lunged towards Natsuo. At the same time, Natsuo instantly approached Jigen, leaving a trail of golden fire. Jigen's pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately raised his hands to defend himself. The next second, a loud metallic sound was heard. The sword wrapped in the golden flames was intercepted by a black rod that appeared out of thin air. The two collided in midair. Clang! 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 In an instant, there were countless golden flame slashes and equally countless black chakra rods. But not long after, Jigen's face gradually turned pale. Because the chakra rods he released could barely keep up with Natsuo's attacks. Jigen was Ishiki's last resort when he was dying. Even though he left a mark on Jigen's body with the Kama, Jigen himself was just an ordinary monk who was unlucky enough to appear in front of Ishiki and be chosen as a target. His build and chakra were almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Even though Ishiki made very harsh adjustments to Jigen's body, he simply couldn't meet the demands of a match at this level. He could fall apart at any moment. That was his greatest weakness. The corner of Natsuo's mouth curled up. For a long time he had been waiting for a serious battle. A battle that would allow you to try the new version of sun breathing based on natural energy. After a while, the sword slashes with golden flames gradually stopped. Just as Jigen breathed a sigh of relief, a strong crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Natsuo appeared in front of Jigen at some unknown time. Hinokami Kagura. The sword ignited with golden fire as hot as the sun. Natsuo wanted to force the transformation of Otsutsuki Ishiki's true form. At this critical moment, Jigen felt like everything was slowing down. He had no choice but to fight to the death. Black rods of chakra instantly appeared on his neck. Clear blue sky. Instantly, a dazzling flash of light appeared, which then turned into several circular slashes of fire that shone with a golden light. The fierce energy turned into a terrible gust of wind and vented in all directions. The terrifying heat vaporizes moisture in the air, forming a rising cloud of explosions. Whoosh! Natsuo swung the sword, and the strong wind generated blew away all the dust in the place. The reason you appeared in such a research base is to find your next vessel, right? Natsuo looked around the scientific research base that had almost completely disappeared. Through his perception, he could clearly distinguish that in the depths of the place there were the bodies of countless young people locked in cultivation cabins filled with a special liquid. These bodies were not only candidates for Ishiki's vessel, but also future members of the Kara organization. It seems there aren't many qualified vessels here. The current Kara organization was far from being as powerful as in the future. Members of the Otsutsuki clan can create a compressed backup copy of their biological data, which they can then embed in the body of a compatible recipient known as a vessel. This is achieved through the Kama, which superficially resembles a tattooed seal but is actually a pyramid-shaped spike that is embedded in the body of the vessel. Over time, Kama will gradually overwrite the vessel's genetic profile until he transforms into a perfect Otsutsuki. If the Otsutsuki is killed, his soul will migrate to one of his vessels and become anchored to the world of the living, and when the Kama is complete it will reincarnate through his body, replacing them completely. Natsuo's smile grew wider as he watched Jigen undergo a massive transformation. No, it was Otsutsuki Ishiki now. He wore an elegant white tailcoat, long-sleeved with maroon lining and cuffs and an oversized collar that folded over his bare, muscular torso, over a pair of baggy black pants. His coat was embroidered with patterns that matched his tattoos, with vertical columns composed of 8 Magatama designs on the sleeves and a similar pattern on the back, with the second Magatama replaced by the black mallet emblem. He had pale skin along with pale blue hair, right eyebrow, and goatee trimmed in unusual alternating zigzag patterns, while his fingernails and toenails were painted a deep black. Along with a long, curved horn that grew from his left forehead and wrapped around the back of his skull before protruding from his right temple, resembling a crown, he completely took on the appearance of an alien. But the most attractive thing is his eyes. The iris and pupil of his right eye were yellow with a black wheel-shaped pattern with 8 spokes coming out of the center. This is the dojutsu of him that after eating the chakra fruit produced by a certain planet earlier, he evolved into his current form. Through this dojutsu he can use the Tsukunehikona and Dekokuten techniques. Uchiha Natsuo, you will regret your provocative behavior. Ishiki's killing intent was fierce. Now he only has 3 days left to live at most. The only way to survive is to defeat Natsuo, find a vessel and possess it to survive. Although Ishiki didn't have a vessel as compatible as Kawaki, he had prepared a vessel just in case. Although he was not perfect, he would treat the new vessel the same way he treated Jigen, which would allow Ishiki to continue surviving. Experience the horror of the Akatsuki clan. They just finished Ishiki's words. One after another, giant cubes appeared out of nowhere above Natsuo's head. Obviously Ishiki wanted to block Natsuo's perception ability first. A blast of deafening sound exploded, and Ishiki turned into a stream of white light and hit Natsuo's location. Without the slightest hesitation, Natsuo swung his sword covered in red-gold flames to meet Ishiki's move head-on. Boom. The red-gold fire slash shot out and collided with the incoming white meteor. Ishiki held the special black rod in his hand and constantly clashed fiercely with the sword created by Natsuo, which burned with golden red flames. The speed of the two was so fast that 2 flashes of different colors could be seen that were wildly intertwined. And every time the 2 flashes of light collide, there will be an explosion of energy. Although the battlefield was both on the ground and in the air. However, the enormous power still spread throughout the mountain and caused large areas of destruction. Looking around, the mountain is crumbling, and the earth is cracked. Added to the high temperature caused by Natsuo's attacks, soon all the snow within the battle range melted. In the blink of an eye, a raging sea of fire formed like a tsunami. Even villages, which are hundreds of kilometers away, can clearly hear the roar of the explosions, just as they can see the flashes of white and red light from time to time in the sky. Now the entire border of the land of snow has become a battlefield for Natsuo and Ishiki. Natsuo and Ishiki clashed fiercely again and immediately caused a devastating explosion followed by a searing wave of fire, causing a new round of devastation and destruction to the already ruined mountains. After the collision, Ishiki fell at supersonic speed, rapidly tearing through the void with bursts of thunderous sonic booms. Boom. In an instant, a huge curtain of debris shook like a tsunami. In a deep crater Ishiki clung to the hot ground beneath him with one hand and used his other hand to cover the bloody wound on his chest, trying to right himself with difficulty. But just as he was about to get up, he spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his already pale face became even paler. The weak figure could only half kneel on the ground, gasping for air. Ishiki couldn't believe the current situation. Although he had regained all of his strength, he still couldn't defeat that guy named Natsuo. But what infuriated him the most was that Natsuo's strength would continue to improve during the fierce battle. At this moment, Natsuo's figure slowly descended, finally floating in the air and looking at Ishiki. You're pretty good. I haven't had a serious fight in a long time. This time I integrated a lot of my techniques into my fighting style. Ishiki endured the pain in his body, stood up and raised his head to face Natsuo's calm gaze. Then, Ishiki finally woke up and his expression returned to its previous calm. As she summoned a black-red energy group behind him, she looked at Natsuo, who was not far away. And he immediately entered the portal without giving Natsuo the chance to react. I escaped. Ishiki looked at the familiar scene around him, feeling unreal. He thought he would have to pay a high price to escape from Natsuo. It seems like he was careless. Ha ha ha, careless during the battle, what a fool. Ishiki repeatedly cursed Natsuo, as if only then could he calm his emotions. Wait and see. When I find another vessel, I will take my time to settle accounts with you. Ishiki inhaled deeply, a bit of hatred in his eyes. It was the first time he had experienced such humiliation. Uchiha Natsuo. It is said that he valued his family very much. He had a large number of children to rebuild his clan. Now you are very strong, I admit that I am not your opponent. Ishiki laughed coldly. But human life is limited, while the life of the Akatsuki clan is infinite. When you die, I will see how I claim this debt from your descendants. No, I don't need to wait for you to die. I just have to wait for you to get old to collect this debt. Oh, so that's your strategy. A light voice sounded. Ishiki's expression froze instantly. Chapter 217, Chapter 217, Akatsuki Natsuo. Ishiki stared wide-eyed at Natsuo. Natsuo, how? Time and space ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique. Natsuo shrugged. Ishiki lowered his head subconsciously, and immediately saw a black mark of flying thunder god on his chest. Then, Natsuo left the mark when he launched his last attack before seriously injuring him. Wait a minute. Does this mean you could have stopped me sooner? Ishiki immediately realized a fact. Then why didn't you stop me then? With the speed of space-time ninjutsu, Natsuo could have easily stopped him at that moment. Why? It's because. Ishiki's expression suddenly changed. Oh, you guessed it. Natsuo showed a gentle smile. Mainly, I didn't know where your dimension was. Also, if I defeat you I can obtain the young Ten-Tails in your possession. If I killed you without reaching this dimension, wouldn't it be unfair for the young Ten-Tails to be trapped here after all that effort you've put into cultivating him all this time? Ishiki's eyes were instantly filled with despair. Natsuo raised his sword and cut Ishiki's limbs directly, then performed several sealing techniques to seal his chakra, his consciousness, and weaken his soul. Then, Natsuo placed his palm on Ishiki's head and activated the human path to read his memories. At that moment, Ishiki regained consciousness. You already won. What else do you want to do? Evil Uchiha. Ishiki roared almost madly, as the seals weakened his soul and his consciousness. Don't you understand the winner-take-all principle? Natsuo said casually, at the same time increasing the force exerted by the human path. He then began to quickly read the memory of him. Soon, a large number of images of memories and information came to his mind. In the process, he saw many magnificent and strange scenes of the universe. Natsuo saw Ishiki destroying a civilization of a certain planet and collecting those giant cubes. On top of that, there is the scene of the Akatsuki clan's home planet. In the picture, there are many members of the Akatsuki clan who are constantly entering and leaving the planet. In addition, there are also several Ten-Tails roaming the planet. He even saw several familiar figures. They were Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. But then Natsuo focused his attention on the memory when Ishiki and Kaguya were sent to plant the god tree. They were kneeling in front of a member of the Akatsuki clan sitting on a throne. And from Ishiki's memories he must be an elder of the clan. He has the power to send clan members like Ishiki and Momoshiki into the vast universe to find suitable planets to plant the god trees. There are actually 6 of them. Plus 2 grand elders. Natsuo suddenly felt that the Naruto series universe was not as simple as it seemed and felt an enormous pressure on him. So far they haven't taken the shinobi world seriously, but once they do, they only need to send one elite member of the clan and they may not defeat him, but the shinobi world may be destroyed. Natsuo finished reading Ishiki's memory, then manipulated his soul so that it wouldn't disperse, before activating one of the seals on his body so that the soul would stay inside Ishiki's body for a while longer. Natsuo suppressed his turbulent emotions, then began to think carefully. Although the Akatsuki civilization is really powerful, it is impossible for them to reach the shinobi world immediately. Especially elders and grand elders are even less likely to easily leave the Akatsuki clan's home planet. So there is no need to worry about them at all. Additionally, due to its long lifespan, they use as a unit of time the period it takes for the god tree to generate a fruit. Considering that 1,000 years have passed since Ishiki and Kaguya arrived, it is only necessary to face the attack of Momoshiki and the others who will arrive in a few years. Then the shinobi world will have another 1,000 years before the Akatsuki clan turns its attention to the shinobi world, enough time for Natsuo to overcome them with the help of the system. Even if something unexpected happened, now the Akatsuki clan is preparing for the collision of universes. Apparently when 2 universes get close enough, the dimensional barriers that separate them will begin to weaken and allow powerful beings from both universes to invade the other's universe, until one side is defeated. The more powerful beings of the enemy universe are killed, the more easily the winning universe can absorb the other universe, thus raising its energy level. And according to the records of the Akatsuki clan, Akatsuki Shirbai used the previous collision of universes to steal part of the origin of the conquered universe, which allowed him to break the limitations of the current universe, thus elevating it to a higher dimension. But due to his actions the will of the universe retaliated, leaving him trapped within the limits of the universe. That is why the Akatsuki clan takes the next collision of universes very seriously. Since this is the opportunity for them to free Shirbai from his restrictions and the Akatsuki clan to take a step forward by freeing themselves from the limitations of a single universe, being able to travel to other universes without the need to wait for collisions to occur. Whatever happens, the initiative seems to be in Natsuo's own hands for now. Putting those thoughts aside, Natsuo decided to first go see the Ten-Tails. He held Ishiki in one hand and walked in the direction of where the Ten-Tails was according to Ishiki's memories. The Ten-Tails lay silently restrained by the black rods. It is small compared to the gigantic and monstrous demonic statue summoned by Nagato. Natsuo initially thought of feeding the human fruit to the Ten-Tails and seeing if he could transform into a woman. But after reading Ishiki's memories he changed his mind. The god tree race is a species that evolved under the influence of the will of the universe to help all species evolve in preparation for collisions between universes. But Shirbai enslaved the race and now they are only used by the Akatsuki clan. In retaliation, the god trees modified their genes so that they could only generate a fruit when they consumed a member of the Akatsuki clan. Natsuo does not want to risk giving intelligence to a race that he considers the Otsutsuki to be food, and that can evolve infinitely, since technically he is also a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan. At least he doesn't plan on doing so until he finds a way to completely control them. Now Natsuo understands why in the Boruto series when the god trees gained consciousness they wanted to devour Naruto and the others, since they were the only Otsutsuki nearby. Natsuo directly threw Ishiki into Ten Tails' mouth. The Ten Tails also seemed to smell some food, opened its mouth wide, and then ate Ishiki. Here we come. Natsuo narrowed his eyes slightly. The Ten Tails, who was originally like a monster, suddenly began to squirm. It began to grow roots in the ground, which expanded wildly, and a huge flower bud began to grow on top. Natsuo's gaze easily caught that in the center of the cocoon, there was a Rinne Sharingan. When the Ten Tails consumed a member of the Otsutsuki clan, it would quickly grow into a god tree. Then, the roots of the god tree spread to all corners of the planet, absorbing the natural energy, after which they produced the chakra fruit. Of course, Natsuo didn't plan to deplete the planet's natural energy just to obtain a chakra fruit. However, Natsuo looked under the god tree, and there were countless traces of human figures that seemed to be dry, densely piled up under the roots of the god tree. According to Ishiki's memories, over all these years, he had been feeding Ten Tails with countless shinobi. After so many years of accumulation, it was enough for the god tree to bloom and bear fruit. Exactly as expected. A purple fruit began to form. Although Natsuo had not seen the fruit that Kaguya had consumed, according to Ishiki's memories, he understood that the fruit in front of him was even more perfect. Because Kaguya had only fed the god tree with half of Ishiki, while Natsuo had fed the god tree with a full Ishiki. With a slight smile, he took the fully ripened fruit and devoured it. The fruit of the god tree was rather an abstract concept. Although it looked like a fruit, it was actually a highly concentrated form of energy. Just by lightly tearing its outer shell with his teeth, the fruit disintegrated into a glow and flowed into Natsuo's mouth. The next moment, Natsuo felt a feeling of incomparable warmth everywhere in his body. Every cell in his body felt full of energy. Their cells began to change rapidly and the new cells with greater vitality began to phagocytically devour the surrounding old cells that could not keep up with the pace of evolution and then divided rapidly to replace the devoured cells. In a short period of time, Natsuo's body seemed to have been completely renewed. His skin became extremely white, soft to the touch and delicate, like that of a newborn. But in reality, that seemingly soft skin had incomparable resilience. At the same time, a strange current of chakra gushed towards his eyes. Natsuo waved his hand and an ice mirror appeared out of nowhere. Then, he could see the change in her eyes. The left eye is still the Rinnegan, but the right eye has turned pure white. It was the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan. It seems that I have directly become a member of the Otsutsuki clan, huh? Natsuo stroked his chin and smiled. After checking the status of the god tree, Natsuo decided to leave the god tree in this alternate space. After all, no one could find the god tree here. He then activated the Mark of the Flying Thunder God technique that he had left near the ruins of the research base. Once he returned, Natsuo expanded his perception and headed to the underground laboratory that had not been destroyed during the fight. As soon as he arrived at the underground base, he heard a voice from the side. "It seems like you won." Amato spoke softly, with a calm expression. "No wonder you are considered the strongest shinobi in the world, you can even defeat that person. Didn't you run away?" Natsuo raised an eyebrow. When he and Ishiki were fighting in the snowy mountains, both of them avoided affecting this underground base to some extent. Ishiki was worried about breaking the vessels he had cultivated, and Natsuo had already considered the Kara organization to be his own industry. But that was only to a certain extent. With the strength of the two of them, the fight was like a world-changing, earth-shattering. "What's the point of running away?" Amato said calmly. "In the end, whoever wins will get everything." He sighed softly. "If you are here, then Jigen. He has died at my hands." Natsuo answered frankly. Amato nodded. This was within his expectations. "I remember that the Uchiha clan has a department dedicated to technological research. I suppose you are also interested in Kara's research data. I can offer them to you. If you are willing, I would like to become your subordinate." "Oh, what do you want in return?" Natsuo looked at him as he smiled. Amato had a calm expression. "My daughter is seriously ill. I have sought the help of the best medical nin, Tsunade-sama, but she could not cure my daughter's illness. Can you save my daughter?" Saying this, there was a hint of hope in his eyes. His daughter had not yet died from the disease, but she was close. And although Tsunade was known as the best medical nin in the world, if she couldn't do anything, his only hope was to ask for help from Natsuo, who has proven to have strength incomprehensible to him. "I can do it." Natsuo didn't care and nodded directly. Amato's expression changed slightly, feeling that Natsuo's response was too quick and seemed a little unreal. He even began to wonder if Natsuo had some other motive, such as promising to help him temporarily and then throwing him away. Don't worry, I'm serious. Natsuo could naturally sense his emotional changes and smiled. Though my skill as a medical nin is not at the top of the world, and I cannot guarantee that I can cure your daughter. But even if your daughter dies, I can bring her back to life. She wouldn't be the first person I resurrected. Natsuo spoke frankly. Sanzu Amato can be said to be the best scientist in the shinobi world, not at all inferior to Orochimaru. From another perspective, his value is greater than that of Orochimaru, who only wants to study topics related to biology. Although the Gaara organization seems weak at the moment and apart from Ishiki who showed up to save the situation, there doesn't seem to be any other experts. But in the future, experts such as Kashin Koji, Delta, Deepa, and others will appear who have a power of at least Kage level. And all of these experts are directly related to Amato. A man like him, of course, must be recruited. When Amato heard Natsuo's words, he relaxed a little, knowing that he was serious. However, he couldn't understand why Natsuo was paying so much attention to him. But he knew it was time for him to prove himself. I'll prepare Kara's research data right away, Amato said without hesitation. Also, if she has time, Natsuo-sama, why doesn't she control the people inside this underground base? Those who know about the existence of this base are the organization's main researchers, so they could be of great help. Natsuo nodded with a smile on his face. In reality, he didn't even need Amato to say it. Natsuo had not planned to let those scientists go. However, Natsuo had something else on his mind. I'm a Otsutsuki now, so what kind of children can I have? He had a look full of anticipation. Chapter 218, Kushina surrenders. Natsuo brought back almost all of the Gaara organization's research staff. Natsuo admits that Ishiki really has extensive knowledge and a very broad vision. During the generation of Boruto era, the rapid development and increasing popularization of the scientific ninja tools were largely influenced by the outers of the Gaara organization. They infiltrated various scientific research institutes and villages, maintaining close contact or controlling scientists and technicians, which not only facilitated technological advancement indirectly, but also brought the most advanced technology from each village back to the Gaara organization. And all those cutting-edge technologies accumulated around the world in that era were concentrated in the hands of Jigen and Amato. Which is why Gaara's technological level far surpassed that of other countries and villages, eventually generating numerous powerful shinobi. And now, all of this is in Natsuo's hands. When Tono Katasuke arrived with the investigators, he was stunned. Natsuo-sama, where did you find so many scientists? Katasuke couldn't help but said. With their help, we could significantly advance our plan to explore the new continent and space. However, Natsuo frowned. I need you to focus on developing a way to strengthen my wives. Although the research on Revival number 1 and Revival number 2 has already concluded, can't you guys work a little more to develop number 3 or number 4? Everything else is secondary, I just want to revive the Uchiha clan. Katasuke laughed dryly. Of course we are investigating that too, in fact, the progress is very fast. You can rest assured that, with this new group of scientists, I will achieve results as soon as possible. Natsuo may have allowed the new Akatsuki organization to freely use the resources of the entire Uchiha clan, but that does not mean that the most important objectives will be left aside, just for the sake of their search for peace. Objectives such as strengthening his wives so that he can have more talented children. As the person in charge of the technological development area of the Uchiha clan, it is enough for Natsuo to remind Katasuke of his priorities again, plus he has more inclinations towards technology than biology. He therefore would not ask him to get involved with the development of the Revival series potions. Furthermore, in case the shinobi world confronts the Otsutsuki clan, which is an interstellar civilization, it would not be good for the shinobi world to still be in the feudal era and defend itself by throwing kunai and shuriken. After Natsuo finished making arrangements with what he got from the Gaara organization, he began to work hard again to revive the Uchiha clan. Mikoto, Conan, Yakumo, and other of his wives became pregnant one after another. At the same time, inside the Uchiha clan residence, Kushina was unable to calm her mind as she sat on her bed. Although she didn't need to sleep, she still had a bedroom where she liked to relax while everyone else slept. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at the moonlight and jumped up. She soon arrived at a dwelling within the Uchiha clan residence. And then she heard a series of muffled sounds from inside. Damn Natsuo, evil Uchiha, how dare you corrupt my son? Kushina gritted her teeth, her heart heavy and saddened. Yeah. This was not Natsuo's accommodation, but Naruto's. Naruto has been staying at the Uchiha clan residence due to the Akatsuki attack. Tsunade hopes that in this way, Naruto will be under Natsuo's protection. But after experiencing the wonders of the club, how could Naruto bear to spend every night at the Uchiha clan residence, instead of the club? At first he really held back. After all, Tsunade tricked him into staying at the Uchiha clan residence under the pretext that she wanted to take him as a disciple. Tsunade also gave him valuable teaching and his strength improved considerably. But no matter how much it has improved, could it stand the test of time? Could I last a day, 2 days, 10 days, or half a month, even half a year or a year? In the end, one night he managed to sneak out and took the initiative to order takeout, before returning to the Uchiha clan. The following night she returned to the life of nocturnal pleasure. Although he used transformation technique and other cover-ups, he certainly couldn't hide from Natsuo and Kushina, who would occasionally sneak a peek at Naruto. Kushina went berserk on the spot. Naruto. How old are you? How can you be so obsessed with women? She roared angrily, even disregarding the agreement with Natsuo. She wanted to teach her son a lesson. Unfortunately, Natsuo stopped her. What's wrong with being obsessed with women? Naruto is clearly showing maturity. Natsuo shook his head. Don't you know the 3 prohibitions of shinobi? Kushina said angrily. Liquor, sex, and wealth corrupt people's hearts. How old is Naruto? How can he do this? What kind of nonsense are those 3 prohibitions? Natsuo replied with disdain. Look at Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade is obsessed with gambling and alcohol, while Jiraiya hangs around the clubhouse all day. Where do the 3 prohibitions prevent them from becoming excellent shinobi? Kushina was speechless. Indeed, the notion of the 3 prohibitions of shinobi had been traditionally accepted and prevailed. Money, women, and alcohol. Everyone has the power to corrupt the heart. True shinobi shouldn't get involved with them. When thinking about the first Hokage who was also obsessed with the game, it seems that the supposed 3 prohibitions are truly useless. Kushina was unable to defeat Natsuo with arguments and, frustrated, attacked him. Then she was suppressed by Natsuo again. After being subdued several times, she could only watch as her son enjoyed the nights out and ordered takeout. This kid. Kushina, with a blushing face, clenched her teeth. Minato was clearly a good man. With his very clear values, why would this kid? But having said that, there was a flash of sadness in Kushina's eyes. Her perception ability is very strong, and mere glass and walls can't stop her perception at all. Kushina saw Naruto enjoying unbridled joy, but it was only to hide the melancholy and loneliness in his heart. Naruto was feeling very alone. Although after the death of the 3rd Hokage the discrimination of Naruto by the village began to decrease, the only friends Naruto had were his classmates from the ninja academy, such as Sasuke and Shikamaru. Everything was fine before, since he could play freely in the academy. However, with graduation, his academy classmates became official shinobi and went on missions. Due to the Akatsuki threat, Naruto had to stay at the Uchiha clan residence and could not go out in his daily life. Although Nagato was now on Konoha's side, the fact that Obito had defeated Nagato in the village was something Tsunade could not ignore. She couldn't allow Naruto to move freely. Naruto had very few people he could interact with, very few. Although the Uchiha clan had no ill intentions towards him, other than Sasuke, who else was his age? Sasuke now had his brother Itachi and was also busy training with Jiraiya. Although they remained good friends, it was not unusual not to see each other for days. On the other hand, although Natsuo had changed Naruto's destiny and given him many benefits, it was not necessarily a good thing for him. Having lost all the crisis experience since the Chunin exam, Naruto was unable to win Konoha's respect as a savior. Despite the privileges he received as a member of the Uchiha clan, such as unlimited money and the freedom to learn any ninjutsu. But when he went shopping, he was still looked down upon and even scolded as a demon fox. Even being Tsunade's disciple in name, he couldn't change that reality. This child is more miserable than me. Kushina choked up. Although Kushina had also been trapped in the village because of the Nine Tails, at least she had all of Konoha as her field of activities. On the other hand, Kushina inherits the legacy of Uzumaki Mido, and as a family member of First Hokage's spouse, she is born to be cared by many people. And most importantly, during Kushina's time, the Nine Tails had never attacked the village. The villagers had not lost friends or family to the demon fox like they had today. Although Naruto gives himself over to joy, it is also because he feels very alone and can only release his energy in the area of relationships with women. The night passed slowly. Kushina sighed softly. I'm sorry, Minato. I think I'm about to give up. Finally, Kushina gave up. Especially the next day, when she saw that Naruto only wanted to buy a handheld game console and yet the owner of the tech store humiliated him and threw the console at his head. Kushina couldn't stand this situation anymore. Without hesitation, he looked for Natsuo. So now you are willing to accept my help? Natsuo smiled slightly. Yes, are you satisfied now? Kushina snorted with dissatisfaction. But I want you to change Konoha's perception of Naruto. He is a hero's child and should not be treated like this. She doesn't mention anything about Naruto's incident with the escorts. That was a matter of family upbringing, and she was determined to solve it herself. All right. Natsuo nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. Kushina's request is actually not difficult. With Natsuo's influence, he could issue a direct order in Konoha, and no one would dare to disobey him. If they did not want to listen, then they should simply leave the village. In fact, Tsunade was also trying to integrate Naruto into a normal social environment, but as Hokage, she couldn't use methods as forceful as Natsuo. She could only gradually improve Naruto's situation. Now that Kushina had made her decision, Natsuo did not hesitate to begin the process of reviving her. As with Mikoto, Natsuo had already prepared an enhanced DNA sample for Kushina. After a hard work, Kushina looked at her delicate skin and was a little dazed. Feeling alive again was really nice. Thank you, Natsuo. Kushina whispered in a soft voice, barely audible to anyone other than a shinobi as powerful as Natsuo. Well, it's okay. Natsuo squinted his eyes. After all, we are husband and wife now. Kushina choked a little, but then began moving her limbs, clicking her finger joints with a cold smile as she headed towards Naruto's room. Before, Natsuo had stopped her from taking action due to a bit of selfishness, but now, Natsuo no longer had any reason to prevent her from educating her son. Natsuo looked at her with a light smile and then turned to the woman next to him. Pakura, now only you are left. Have you considered whether you will accept my conditions? Pakura's expression darkened, but he replied firmly, no. With that, Pakura turned and strode away. Natsuo simply smiled, not caring. Although she spoke harshly, her trembling hand seemed to express something else. Natsuo showed her news from Tsunade from time to time. Specifically the news about Raza and her growing popularity. Each time, Pakura became so angry that he felt like his liver was going to explode. He wanted to fly to Tsunade in the next second and beat up Raza. Natsuo didn't believe she could continue watching Raza, her enemy, get his way. In contrast, Yujito was even more troublesome. The Reikage was truly terrifying. Now that Natsuo had greatly increased his strength, he tried to subtly influence her with illusions, but she quickly recovered and cursed and spat at him, filling the room with her screams. Natsuo, with a wounded heart, while she screamed at him, could only seek comfort in Samui, who was next to her. Chapter 219, Kushina educates Naruto. Boom. Naruto received a strong punch and flew dozens of meters away. You. Who are you? What are you doing? He covered his face, his cheek swollen into a big lump at this time and the original shape of his face could not be recognized. And his room was completely reduced to ruins at this time. The delivery girl, who was called in for the night, screamed, pulled out an article of clothing and ran away in a hurry. Meanwhile, Kushina's hair fluttered as she gave off a heavy oppression. Who am I? Kushina chuckled lightly, with an unparalleled sense of coldness in his laughter. I am your mother. Hearing this, Naruto cursed subconsciously, are you my mother? Then I'm your father. Woman, where did you come from, trying to take advantage here? Even though Naruto usually radiated a feeling of warmth and sunshine, after spending so much time in the club, he couldn't help but be influenced, like those times when he swore. So. How dare you answer me like that? Boom. Naruto went flying, rolling on the ground several times before stopping. He looked at the strange woman in surprise, wondering who she really was. Naruto was about to use the Ninetales chakra, but when this woman hit him she did something that stopped him from doing so. He was about to shout for help, but in the next second, he seemed to have received some information. His eyes widened. Are you really my mother? Aren't you dead? Yes, I was dead, but seeing you, I couldn't resist getting out of my coffin. Kushina clenched her fists. Now you recognize that I am your mother. As she spoke, her gaze moved down slightly, focusing on Naruto's abdomen, where the seal of 9 tails was located. The same day Naruto was born, she had died, so he never met her. So. Was it the 9 tails who told him? However, Naruto could only stare at Kushina with a blank stare, expressionless, and then. A line of hot tears flowed out from the corners of his eyes unconsciously. Do I still have a mom? Haha. I have a mom. Suddenly, he shouted happily, jumping for joy, tears flowing from his eyes, like a child. Seeing this, Kushina sighed lightly, a tender expression in her eyes, she gently approached and hugged Naruto. Well, you have a mother, my child, I will take good care of you in the future. I'm sorry for making you suffer before. Mother and son hugged each other, crying and laughing together. It took a long time for the two of them to stabilize their emotions. Naruto smiled. Mom, how did you come back to life? Well, that's a complicated question, you have to thank Natsuo. Kushina spoke softly. Although this is a deal, Kushina is very clear that there are so many people who died, but few people can trade with Natsuo. Natsuo Aniki, can he even resurrect the dead now? Naruto was shocked, and then smiled. As expected of Natsuo and Iki. I have to thank him very much. There's no rush. Kushina pondered for a while. We still have one thing to solve. What is it? Naruto asked curiously. Address the problem of your moral education. Kushina was expressionless. In the last week, you've brought 5 women home and gone to the nightclub 3 times. Do you know how old you are? Is that something a child should do? Come on, grit your teeth obediently. Kushina clenched her fists with a smile on her face. The law of our Uzumaki clan is very strict. Naruto's expression froze for a moment. Then he suddenly turned and ran away, not caring about having only a pair of boxers on. As he ran, he screamed desperately. Natsuo and Iki. I don't want my mother anymore. Please help me. And behind him, Kushina was chasing him with a murderous expression on her face. Stop. Don't run. You're not very old, but you're pretty good at playing. You stop for me. If I don't give you all your shit today, how could your mother call me? Stop it already. Natsuo and Iki, you have betrayed me. Naruto looked at Natsuo tearfully. His butt had clearly increased in size, his face was bruised and purple, his eyes almost hidden by his swollen cheeks. Even with his resilience, he could only lie obediently on the bed with a sad face. Kushina was really stern. Cough. Oh, what did you call me? You should call me Dad. Natsuo coughed. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched, and he didn't want to pay attention to the bastard. However, Kushina couldn't hold back and slapped Naruto's ass hard. Snapped. Ah. Naruto jumped a meter into the air, almost reaching the ceiling. He told you to call him Dad, why do you pretend otherwise? Kushina snorted, her cheeks reddening slightly. Mikoto, Itachi, Sasuke, and others covered their mouths while secretly laughing, seeing Kushina in an awkward situation. In the end, she had to vent her frustration on Naruto. After all, as his son, no one could say anything if he disciplined him. Sasuke looked at Naruto, sneaking up on him. Naruto, we're in the same situation now. Come on, keep laughing at me. When Sasuke and Itachi were forced to recognize their father, Naruto laughed out loud and proudly declared that Natsuo was his older brother, so Sasuke should call him his uncle. And now? I'm before you, you should call me Big Brother. Sasuke smirked. Come on, try calling me Big Brother. Hearing that, Naruto exploded. I'll fucking call you that, Sasuke, are you looking for? Snapped. Sasuke slapped Naruto's ass indifferently, then ignored Naruto, who jumped up again with a cry, turned his head and said to Kushina. And Kushina, don't worry, Naruto's moral education will be left to me. I promise to fulfill my duty as an older brother and make him turn over a new leaf and become a good Uchiha Shinobi. You are talking nonsense. Naruto couldn't help but said. Sasuke, did you forget who was the first to take me? Snapped. Sasuke slapped him again. How was he going to allow Naruto to reveal that information? Although under the influence of Natsuo, he was also a regular visitor to nightclubs, even accompanying Jiraiya on his pilgrimage, following in his master's footsteps. But he can pretend. With great willpower, he rejected the club's temptations. In front of Mikoto, Itachi, and especially Kushina, he maintained a serious demeanor. Although in reality, he sometimes escaped to the outskirts of the village with Jiraiya to have fun. Simply put, he would never let his older brother or mother know about his wanderings. Therefore, when Naruto was going to say something, without hesitation, Sasuke spanked him. Naruto screamed in pain. Sasuke hit Naruto directly where he had hurt the most. He didn't give her a chance to speak. After spanking him, he hugged Naruto's shoulders, concentrating his chakra and temporarily blocking his ability to speak, then turned to Kushina. And Kushina, Naruto is my brother. I will do my big brother duties and take him to see a doctor. Saying so, he took Naruto to the doctor. Kushina was very moved. Naruto, my son, you are not alone after all, you have such a good brother. She felt relieved. Today, one of the wives of the Hyuga clan was giving birth, so Natsuo has always made time to attend the birth of his child. It was not the first time he became a father, so he seemed relatively calm. Soon, a baby's cry was heard. And then, the system notification rang as it always did. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 196, you get Chakra +17, Yamatsu Hirasaka. The reward is pretty good. Natsuo's eyes lit up as he walked in to see his new child as well as his wife. Yamatsu Hirasaka is a technique that is said to be the progenitor of all space-time ninjutsu. It gives the user the ability to open cracks in the fabric of space, allowing them to instantly transport themselves anywhere. It may be easier to use Ishiki's independent space now. Natsuo reflected. Because Natsuo still did not have a convenient way to enter Ishiki's independent space, he brought all valuable things back to the Uchiha clan. He then tasked Amato to create a spacetime gate that would allow them to travel to independent space. Natsuo feels that with the Yamatsu Hirasaka he can help speed up the development of the spacetime gate. And considering that the independent space is enormous, they can use the technology of the Otsutsuki clan of the moon to terraform it and use it as a base for research and development, cultivation, and other work. Chapter 220, that name doesn't sound good. Konoha, on the edge of the forest of death. Two people were falling from the sky. One of them was about 30 years old, wearing a gray jacket with a blue and white vest, his left sleeve empty and a long black cape covered his figure, with his left eye hidden behind his bangs. The other was about 12 or 13 years old, he had golden hair similar to Naruto's, and sapphire blue eyes, surprisingly similar in shape and facial expression, even small stubbles on his face matched Naruto's. I don't feel Otsutsuki Urashiki's presence. Where are we? The young man looked left and right. The adult reflected for a moment before leaving the forest of death. Then, he saw the enormous Hokage rock in the distance. Boruto. We are in a past version of Konoha, apparently we have time travel to the past. Urashiki is directly targeting the Nine Tails of this era. What? Boruto's complexion changed. He's despicable, he's taking advantage of Dad's weakness during his childhood. Sasuke-sensei, we. Sasuke-sensei. Boruto looked over curiously. He saw Sasuke looking confused at the two young men walking together. Following Sasuke's gaze, Boruto recognized them immediately. A young version of Naruto and Sasuke. When they were young, their relationship was also very good. Boruto suddenly smiled. Come on, Sasuke-sensei. Let's meet them. The next instant, Boruto heard young Sasuke address Naruto. Naruto, why are you so resentful? Is it just because I hit you a few times? Are you really going to hold a grudge against me for so long? Only a couple of times. Naruto said dissatisfiedly. Obviously you and I have been at the club. So, why do Mom and Aunt Mikoto talk about me, but not you? Because you don't know how to pretend. Sasuke shrugged and said, who told you to go to the club in front of others? But I couldn't hide from them. Naruto wanted to cry without tears. Teacher Tsunade won't let me go out, I can't afford to leave the village like you do to release from time to time. Sasuke pondered for a while, and said, I can't solve this, how about I bring you some of my new reviews to comfort you? Get out. Naruto pushed Sasuke angrily. Not far away, the adult Sasuke fell into momentary silence. Boruto. Boruto looked confused. Being so young, with his parents still present and in a distinguished position, no one really dared to corrupt him. Despite having graduated long ago and having faced several life or death situations, he simply did not understand what young Sasuke and Naruto were talking about. Sasuke-sensei, the clubs you and Dad talked about when you were young sound fun. Don't they? The adult Sasuke felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Although he had never been to those kinds of places, as a man who had traveled the shinobi world, he of course knew what clubs were. But how to explain it? He hesitated a few times, and could only say, well, it should be quite fun for some people. Oh, then Sasuke-sensei, why don't you take me to play? Boruto suddenly became excited. We, the master and apprentice, haven't played anywhere yet, why don't you take me to the clubhouse to experience it after this mission is over? Adult Sasuke's mouth twitched. Ah, this club may not be suitable for your current age. Ah. But you and Dad went to one when you were almost the same age as me. Boruto pointed at young Naruto and Sasuke. If you guys did it, why don't you let me experience it too? Adult Sasuke. Take him to a club. No way. He believed that if he took him to a club, Hinata would beat him up. Besides, he had never set foot in that kind of place. There is a problem. The adult Sasuke took a deep breath. Boruto, it seems that this world is different from the one I remember. Now that Sasuke calmed down from seeing his younger version with Naruto, he noticed that this Konoha does not look like the Konoha in his memories, but rather looks more like the Konoha of his own time with all the technology and development present. Also clubs and similar things, he was not interested at all. But now. Isn't the world right? Boruto frowned. Didn't we go back to the past? Saying that, he took out an artifact that looked like a turtle. Karasuki. This is the treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, able to travel through time and space. Boruto consulted Karasuki, although he looked like a turtle being capable of answering questions, in reality he was just an object. He confirmed that they were in an earlier time period and, aside from warning them about some time travel taboos, he didn't provide any significant information. Adult Sasuke is silent, he actually doesn't understand the situation here. Urashiki is definitely looking for the Nine Tails within the current Naruto's body. Regardless of what may change, protecting Naruto is our priority. The adult Sasuke said softly. Boruto nodded, and then said, Then Sasuke-sensei, the clubhouse. Go back and ask your father about this. Boruto shrugged. Then let's follow them first. Yes, let's follow them. Adult Sasuke nodded vigorously. Just at that moment, a voice resounded with a touch of coldness. Oh, what are you trying to do with us? Boruto was stunned for a moment, then looked up suddenly. The adult Sasuke reacted even more, his eyes widened, and he looked at Sasuke in front of him in shock. Because Sasuke stood proudly on the roof, looking at the two of them with a cold feeling. Of course, that cold and distant look was typical of Sasuke and didn't faze the adult Sasuke at all. What really shocked him was the Mangekyo Sharingan was spinning rapidly, in Sasuke's eyes. Huge pupil power radiated from his eyes, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees, as if winter had arrived in an instant. You were watching me and Naruto the whole time and now you want to follow us? Sasuke said with a light but icy tone, mixed with malice. Aren't you Konoha shinobi? So, are Akatsuki planning to attack Naruto? When he mentioned this, his expression became extremely cold. A shiver ran through Boruto's body. Although he had participated in numerous dangerous battles, most of the time both Sasuke and Naruto were the protagonists of the combat, while he remained on the periphery, preventing the enemy's hostility from focusing on him. But now, young Sasuke was emitting genuine bloodlust. The adult Sasuke frowned, and stood in front of Boruto, stopping the raging murderous aura. When did you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? My awakening was after my brother's death. The adult Sasuke thought. It's none of your business when I woke up the Mangekyo. Sasuke's voice was cold. If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you all stop your hands honestly and accept my inspection. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Be careful, Sasuke. At this moment, Naruto was also standing behind Boruto and the adult Sasuke, a crimson aura of chakra enveloping him, as if putting on a scarlet cloak. Kurama warned me that man in front of us is dangerous and has terrifying chakra. Don't let your guard down. The adult Sasuke's pupils shrank as he was shocked again. Seeing Naruto's relaxed look, he already controls the power of the Nine Tails. Something really wasn't right in this world. I know, Naruto. The corner of Sasuke's mouth rose. Who do you think you're talking to, middle of the road? I'm talking to you. Why don't we go to the training ground to have a showdown and see if I don't make you call me dad? Naruto smiled, but his eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. Akatsuki members, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Do you know how I live these days? He couldn't help but said angrily, it's all because of you bastards, I can't even go to the clubhouse, and my mother found out when I ordered takeout. My butt is still swollen. If you didn't insist on grabbing the Nine Tails, how could I suffer this crime? With each word, Naruto's anger increased. His pupils transformed into those of a fox. Sasuke also looked alert, ready to release Susanoo at any time. The confrontation between them was imminent. The adult Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. Urashiki had just sucked his chakra and had not fully recovered yet. Facing the Mangekyo and the power of the Nine Tails at the same time, in addition to having to protect Boruto, the situation was not very optimistic. However, right at that moment. Stop, Sasuke, Naruto. Natsuo arrived calmly, glancing at the adult Sasuke, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, but said, they are not from Akatsuki, there may have been a misunderstanding between you. When Sasuke heard this, he blinked his eyes, and Mangekyo disappeared. But Naruto was not convinced. Natsuo and Ikki, how can you be so sure that they are not from Akatsuki? Kurama warned me of their danger and told me to keep an eye on them. Apart from Akatsuki, who else could they be? Could you have made a mistake? If they really were from Akatsuki, defeating them might mean gaining some more freedom for him. He could come back to the club whenever he wanted. Natsuo noticed Naruto's thoughts and sighed in resignation. Then said, today you can go and play, I will solve your mother's problem. In the next second, Naruto changed his words decisively, actually, I don't think they are like Akatsuki members either. To be honest, the moment I saw this kid, I felt an inexplicable connection. As he spoke, he put his arms around Boruto's shoulders and said, boy, maybe we are distant relatives. Natsuo. Adult Sasuke. It's not a distant relative, it's your son. Naruto didn't know what the two of them were thinking, so he said carelessly, by the way, kid, what's your name? Boruto. Boruto felt a little uncomfortable with this father, but he still responded. Boruto. This name doesn't sound right, who gave it to you? Your father or your mother? Naruto said carelessly, anyway, you both have trouble choosing appropriate names. Both Natsuo and adult Sasuke are dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Boruto widened his eyes in surprise and complained in his mind, isn't there a remote chance that the culprit of my not-so-good name is you? Chapter 221, Parallel Shinobi Universe. Of course, when Boruto and Sasuke suddenly appeared in Konoha, the security barriers alerted Natsuo, so he had to go check the situation. However, upon seeing Boruto and the adult Sasuke, Natsuo immediately thought, isn't this plot the same as Boruto, Naruto Next Generations? Furthermore, Natsuo was surprised when he used his perception on Boruto, since it was not as simple as it seemed. Except for his appearance, his Otsutsuki lineage is very pure, and the dojutsu he possesses is very powerful. Natsuo speculated that Boruto's Jogen must have interfered with spacetime travel, in addition to the fact that the timeline in this world has been completely altered. All of this allowed them to reach this parallel timeline instead of the original timeline of the Naruto world. This man is so strong. The adult Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes, showing a slight sign of caution in his gaze. Even though that man had done nothing and had not even shown a hint of hostility. But his instincts kept sending frantic signals to his body that this man is very dangerous. And what surprised Sasuke even more? These two are not our enemies, so you don't have to be so nervous. Natsuo responded with a smile. However, upon hearing this, the young Sasuke immediately relaxed the defiant attitude he had shown. Although Naruto asked a few questions carelessly, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he never doubted what Natsuo said. Do they both trust this man so much? The adult Sasuke thought to himself. Maybe the strange changes of the two of them were because of this person. Hey, the two over there. Natsuo said with a smile. It's almost time to eat, why don't you come to the Uchiha clan for dinner? The adult Sasuke thought for a while, then nodded. Then, I accept your invitation. Boruto couldn't help but glanced at adult Sasuke, and said in a low voice, Sasuke-sensei, didn't you say you want us to have less contact with people of this era? The situation has changed, we may not be in the past. Adult Sasuke whispered. Anyway, cooperate with me, I want to investigate some things. Boruto naturally agreed. Then, everyone returned to the Uchiha clan residence together. Adult Sasuke couldn't help but widen his eyes, is this the district of the Uchiha clan? Anyway, it was the place where he grew up as a child, so he naturally remembered its location very clearly. However, he knew that after Itachi carried out the Night of Genocide, Konoha seized all the clan's properties. But looking at the buildings several stories high, the modern shops filled with people coming and going, and the signs with the Uchiha emblem, it clearly still belonged to the Uchiha clan. This cannot be real. The adult Sasuke exclaimed, unable to contain himself. What can't be real? Naruto asked curiously. This is the commercial area of the Uchiha clan, the most well-known shopping street in Konoha, where Uchiha clan products are sold. It is very famous throughout the Fire Country. Why, don't you know? Naruto asked with interest. Ordinary citizens of this era might not know who Uchiha Natsuo is, but almost no one was unaware of the products of the Uchiha clan. From household equipment, construction, to medicines, the marketing of products conquered the entire Fire Country, and even many merchants from other great nations used the products of the Uchiha clan. How could this person not know? Has she come from the depths of the mountains and forests? Products of the Uchiha clan. The adult Sasuke muttered as he looked around the Uchiha district, frowning. If before he thought that Konoha was advanced and resembled the Konoha of his time. When he saw the Uchiha district he was surprised because from the infrastructure to the products being sold, it seemed like he had traveled to the future instead of the past. Unlike Boruto, who was used to the modernization of the future, the adult Sasuke, although as a child he did not care much about those things, but he knew that many of the things he saw did not exist in his time. Much less the mark of the Uchiha clan. When did the Uchiha clan start getting involved in this kind of thing? Itachi shouldn't. The adult Sasuke interrupted himself mid-comment. However, his comment did not go unnoticed by Sasuke, who looked at him seriously and said, Hey, big guy, I don't know where you got that information about my brother, but please, watch your words. With seriousness and solemnity, he continued. My brother was a spy sent by the third Hokage, he acted under orders from the third Hokage. Although he may have problems with his mentality and has become extreme in his actions, he is innocent, do you understand? In reality, all the shinobi clans knew that the story told by Natsuo and Itachi was a way to clear Itachi's name, but considering the influence of the current Uchiha clan, no one would come out to refute anything. Therefore, although the members of the shinobi clans do not view Itachi favorably, the common shinobi and villagers do not even know who Itachi is, so he is able to live a practically normal life today. Uchiha Itachi, innocent. The adult Sasuke said with the corner of his eyes twitching. Of course he is innocent. Young Sasuke said emphatically. My brother was deceived and manipulated by the third Hokage and Danzo. Now that they are dead and his infiltration mission is over, his name has been cleared. Please don't speak ill of him, or I won't let you go. Despite his youthful appearance and the fact that he did not pose a threat to him, his murderous intent showed how seriously he took the matter. Of course, the adult Sasuke didn't care about that kind of murderous intent, but rather. You said Itachi returned to Konoha. Adult Sasuke widened his eyes. Of course. The young Sasuke answered, a little disconcerted, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Among shinobi this is something very well known in Konoha. Didn't you hear the news? The adult Sasuke, however, did not dwell on the young Sasuke's feelings, but instead felt a shiver run through his body, staring into space. Itachi has returned to the village. Has returned to the village. He whispered, his eyes gradually starting to redden. Could it be that the brother in this world has returned to the village? The adult Sasuke was moved in his heart and smiled at the young Sasuke. Can you tell me more about your brother? To be honest, I'm very interested in his affairs. And so, they began a lively conversation. Furthermore, Naruto and Boruto also get along very well. Naruto, let me tell you, Ichiraku's ramen is amazing. Boruto, it's ramen again, can you have something healthy? Naruto, like what? Boruto, for example, how about a hamburger? It's a main bun with meat in the middle, accompanied by some vegetables. Naruto, I haven't heard of this thing, why don't you let my mother cook it later? Boruto was taken aback, your mother. Although Boruto is careless and young, he still knows that Uzumaki Kushina died very early. He almost blurted out that question but quickly changed the subject. You can try it, I promise it will definitely taste much better than that ramen. Then give it a try. Naruto said excitedly. I'll beg my mother to make a meal later. Kushina was in a phase of warm connection with her son, and although she scolded him for his lack of interest in studies, she felt great remorse towards Naruto and was willing to take care of him in other ways. If Naruto asked her for something, Kushina definitely wouldn't refuse him. But Natsuo couldn't help but glance at Naruto. Kushina, cooking. Inside the Uchiha residence. It really is my brother. He actually returned to Konoha. The adult Sasuke exclaimed in surprise when he saw Itachi, shocked inside. And also. Sasuke looked at the woman next to him, looking kind and gentle. Uchiha Mikoto. Mom is actually alive. Young Sasuke also mentioned Mikoto, just as Naruto mentioned Kushina at his side. Of course, they did not reveal to the others that they had been revived. Naruto simply didn't say anything about it, while young Sasuke only hinted that Uchiha Fugaku discovered Itachi's movements, hid Mikoto until now, and only now was she able to return to Konoha. Such nonsense, the adult Sasuke simply considered absurd. It should be some kind of resurrection ninjutsu, adult Sasuke thought to himself. But the adult Sasuke looked a little moved, as if he were having a beautiful dream that he didn't want to wake up from. Despite the complexity of having another father now, his excitement surpassed everything. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, Sasuke's Surprise. Adult Sasuke smiled and said, by the way, I found that there are a lot of children here. Are you using Uchiha's main house as an orphanage? Ah. What are you talking about? The young Sasuke's look was strange. This is the result of brother Natsuo's efforts to revive the Uchiha clan. It is something known to everyone in the shinobi world. Ah, revive Uchiha. Adult Sasuke was taken aback. As far as he knew, the night of the genocide according to his memories had not changed at all, at most, a strange Uchiha had appeared, which caused a certain butterfly effect. He smiled slightly and asked, how did you manage to revive the Uchiha clan? To be honest, I'm also from a shinobi clan on the verge of extinction, looking for a way to revive it. This sentence has no problems, reviving the clan was always Sasuke's dream when he was a child. Although this dream was gradually replaced by other things when he grew up, it still took root in the heart of adult Sasuke. For a long time, he wandered the shinobi world looking for vestiges of the Akatsuki clan, and within him he also harbored the hope of becoming a savior of the world so that everyone would recognize the Uchiha. However, young Sasuke simply said, revive the clan. It's easy. First you need money, enough to support enough babies and wives, and then you can go and have a bunch of kids with a bunch of women. Just like us Uchiha. Young Sasuke was proud. Brother Natsuo has already had more than 200 children. The oldest are already in the ninja academy. In another 10 years, when Natsuo's children graduate and become shinobi, the Uchiha will regain their power as the largest clan in Konoha. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of hope, as if he could already see the day when the Uchiha would once again dominate the shinobi world. Meanwhile, the adult Sasuke was stunned. Your plan to revive the clan is to be a stud. Are you saying this group of kids is what you call a resurgence? The adult Sasuke couldn't help but ask. What can a group of kids who haven't even finished school achieve? Why not revival? Young Sasuke said naturally. The prosperity of a clan is not measured only by its reputation and prestige in the shinobi world, but more importantly, by the number of members in the clan. Without members, how can a clan exist? Isn't the reason why my Uchiha clan is weak because of the loss of a large number of people? The young Sasuke frowned and continued, anyway, given the wealth of our Uchiha clan, we could support hundreds, even thousands of members, if necessary. Adult Sasuke has a weird expression, is this a question of whether he can afford it or not? However, the young Sasuke, excited, began to tell the adult Sasuke the story of the rebirth of the Uchiha clan. The adult Sasuke simply listened without much interest, as he listened to the great feats of revitalization of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan of this world truly stops at nothing to increase its membership. He thought to himself, the adult Sasuke. However, as he watched the children playing and having fun in the distance, he was able to realize that although seeking offspring for a reward might seem vulgar, it really worked. But how many wives has this guy taken? And what about the reputation of the Uchiha clan? The adult Sasuke glanced at Natsuo, who was laughing and joking with Mikoto, Kushina, and some of his other wives. Regarding the number of clan members and reputation, the adult Sasuke still valued reputation more. There is no other option. Brother Natsuo has no choice but to give up his reputation. Young Sasuke sighed softly. It's all for the Uchiha clan. Brother Natsuo has sacrificed a lot. But everything is okay. Young Sasuke smiled. Ever since Brother Natsuo demonstrated his power, no one dares to mock us in that regard. The adult Sasuke nodded slightly. In fact, as the most powerful shinobi in the world, despite having lost an arm and having gotten married and had a daughter, he still had countless women madly pursuing him. But the adult Sasuke simply wasn't interested in women. However, it's true that you can't have an impeccable reputation and take care of the clan at the same time, but I don't see how that relates to sacrifice. The adult Sasuke thought as he watched Natsuo being attended to by his lovely wives. Of course, what young Sasuke said made some sense. After returning to his own time, the adult Sasuke decided to have more children to strengthen the Uchiha clan. Not that he would really ask his good friend Naruto, who was now the Hokage, to assign the task to have more children, but trying harder with his wife at night to give Sarada some extra brothers or sisters wouldn't be bad. This world, compared to my world, has undergone enormous changes. The adult Sasuke reflected. Maybe I should travel everywhere, get to know this world properly. Kushina was full of excitement. It was the first time that her son wanted to try the food she had prepared herself. How could she not try her best? As for how it would turn out, either way, whatever comes out, Naruto as her son has to eat all her food. Otherwise, he. Naruto's impulsive decision to let Kushina cook resulted in him being forced to eat a bunch of strange and wonderful foods. The problem was not only Naruto suffering, but Boruto was also suffering a lot. Boruto, grandma is scary, grandma is scary. The meal ended. The adult Sasuke winked at Boruto, who was unknown whether he was dead or alive, and then left regardless of whether he saw him or not. Mikoto and Itachi, after a brief hesitation, finally spoke quietly to Natsuo. Natsuo, this person. Natsuo said with a smile, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. The two hesitated and nodded. The adult Sasuke began to investigate the changes of these years. If it weren't for Natsuo, adult Sasuke would probably be the strongest shinobi in the current shinobi world, even stronger than Nagato with the Rinnegan. Searching for information was a piece of cake for him. He soon confirmed his speculations, the differences in this world were caused by Natsuo. After gathering all the information and understanding this world better, the adult Sasuke turned his head and walked back to the Uchiha clan residence. He knew that Natsuo had noticed something about him and Boruto. But the adult Sasuke didn't give it any importance. The situation in this world in all aspects did not conform to his past, rather it seemed like a kind of alternate reality. So the question of whether to keep secrets or not no longer mattered. However, just as he reached the front door of the Uchiha residence, he saw Naruto, Boruto, and young Sasuke gathered together, laughing and leaving together. As Naruto walked, he said, brother, let me tell you, everyone in the clubhouse is talented and they speak nicely. If you go there, you will really like it. Oh. The clubhouse. Boruto's eyes lit up when he heard that. I've never been there before, what's it about? That's a secret for now. Naruto laughed with a hint of mischief. You'll find out when you get there. But I promise you have fun. Adult Sasuke who just came back. The adult Sasuke momentarily froze, looking at Naruto with a strange expression. The Naruto of this world was really different from the one in his world, he had a truly legendary air. Of course, Naruto didn't invite just anyone to a nightclub. Although he didn't know what the relationship was between Boruto and himself, that sense of empathy and similarity in personality made him feel a special affinity towards the Boruto he had just met. Boruto, I think it would be better if you don't go. Adult Sasuke subconsciously persuaded. A real shinobi doesn't need to go to that kind of place. You should learn from me. But before he could say more, the young Sasuke, who was next to him, saw him and smiled. Hey, big brother, you're back. Perfect, come on, let's soak our feet together. Adult Sasuke almost spit out blood. Hey, you're me. Are you going too? I didn't care that much about Naruto's madness, but you're my past. Why are you joining this? Of course, he didn't understand that young Sasuke didn't invite just anyone either. He also felt an affinity with the adult Sasuke, and that was why he made the invitation so naturally. It was a friendly gesture. Well, we still won't go. Adult Sasuke coughed. That kind of place is actually not interesting. Hey, man, are you still a little kid? Naruto raised an eyebrow defiantly. Or do you think Uchiha Clubhouse is just another cheap shop? Young Sasuke intervened as well. Big brother, don't worry, the Uchiha brand guarantees a quality experience. All the men who have visited the club in the past have been very satisfied. Tonight's bill is on me, don't worry about it. Naruto pursed his lips but said nothing. Anyway, he had a VIP card from the Uchiha Club, and the money inside it was practically unlimited. That's not the point. The adult Sasuke pondered for a moment before finding an excuse. It's just Boruto's age. What's with that? The young Sasuke said bluntly. I went when I was younger than him. Yeah, he took me there. Naruto nodded again and said, don't worry, I'll get some vegetarian for Boruto. The adult Sasuke was speechless. What is happening in this world? Chapter 223, Urashiki is coming. The adult Sasuke tried to find an excuse to prevent his disciple from falling under the influence of the young Sasuke and Naruto. But Boruto couldn't help but said, let's go together. I really want to see what a club is like inside. Furthermore, he lowered his voice next to the adult Sasuke's ear, our priority is to protect Dad, Southwest we must stay close to him at all times so we can react quickly to a possible attack from Akatsuki Urashiki. Sasuke-sensei, although I don't know what that place is, as a shinobi, how can we not follow the best plan of action because of a small inconvenience? Adult Sasuke opened his mouth, unable to speak. As a shinobi, the mission is the most important thing. Although when it comes to the actual situation, the shinobi will not be so extreme. But as Boruto's teacher, formal education must be based on shinobi principles. It's really hard to say no. It's fine, I understand it. Adult Sasuke sighed softly. Then let's go. I will take responsibility and take care of you. Uchiha Clubhouse. Young Sasuke and Naruto deftly took out their transformation models and carefully instructed Boruto to transform into an adult. Although he didn't fully understand why, but as Naruto's son, Boruto had also reached a high level in transformation jutsu. It's just that when he just entered the gate, he was a little dazed when he saw the welcoming lady saying welcome respectfully. Here is not how Boruto thought it would be. When young Sasuke and Naruto expertly greeted the manager and ordered the daily menu as if they were regulars, the adult Sasuke was surprised. Then the two future guests, like this, were coerced by the young Sasuke and Naruto. They entered the private room, and the waiter arrived. They were both completely bewildered. This was not something they were familiar with. But a moment later, a strange expression appeared on Boruto's face. No wonder young Sasuke and Naruto love this place so much, it's really good. As for the grown-up Sasuke, his expression also changed a little bit. Although he is already an adult and his daughter has been born, he is naturally not ignorant of these things like Boruto. But the question is this place on Sakura's level? It must be admitted that Sakura is really faithful in her feelings, without the possibility of another man interfering. That is a very appreciable quality in a woman. But at the same time, he is completely inexperienced in such matters and naturally does not understand much about these pleasures. Maybe after I come back, I could make her. Adult Sasuke thought for a while, and suddenly saw a woman walking towards Boruto, and said hastily. He doesn't need this, you come here too. Boruto. He stared at his master with wide eyes. The adult Sasuke returned a firm look, meaning, this is all just superficial, the waters are deep here, I'm afraid you can't handle it, boy. But as your teacher and an adult, I can handle it. Let me take care of this. However at this time. Wow, man, you seem like such a cold person, but you're actually full of flirtation. Yes, what are we waiting for? Manager, bring us 10 more for this gentleman. Both young Sasuke and Naruto spoke in unison. Soon, the other escorts arrived. Adult Sasuke was completely surrounded, trapped in a siege circle, with no possibility of escape. Of course, the same number of escorts were also assigned for Boruto. This is called treating everyone equally, owing nothing to anyone. What happened in between is not worth mentioning. In any case, when the group walked out the door, both Boruto and the adult Sasuke were on trembling legs. But they had happy smiles on their faces and seemed to be floating slightly. Is this the life of an adult? I can't even imagine it. Boruto sighed deeply. Adult Sasuke glanced at his disciple. No, you are wrong. How can a normal adult be like this? But it's a really scary place. The adult Sasuke didn't want to look back and took a breath of cold air. Urashiki had already drained a large amount of his chakra, and now he felt even weaker. The exhaustion was too much. Meanwhile, Naruto and young Sasuke seemed relaxed, especially Naruto, whose expression radiated freedom. Brother Natsuo is really reliable, Naruto said happily. Although I can't go out of the village, as long as Brother Natsuo drags my mother a few more times, I can also get a moment of peace. Brother Natsuo, work hard. Of course, Naruto actually knew what Natsuo and Kushina were doing during the time he was with Boruto and the others. After all, he is not really an ignorant boy like Boruto. Although Boruto is not ignorant anymore. But Naruto saw the situation with good eyes. He might resent others, but not Natsuo. Adult Sasuke is a serious shinobi after all. Even though he had not yet fully recovered from the tremor in his legs, he approached Natsuo, Mikoto, and Itachi, and willingly revealed his identity. You may have already suspected it, but yes, I am Sasuke, I have traveled from the future to here. Although I would like to say it this way, this place and my time probably exist in parallel dimensions. Saying this, both Natsuo and the other two did not show any surprise. The adult Sasuke turned serious and continued, in any case, I don't have to worry about the butterfly effect on my timeline. So there are some things I want to tell you. Although I don't know if you are clear, but first of all you have to be careful of Akatsuki's organization. Nagato is not the leader of Akatsuki at all. Behind him is. Anyway, it is a parallel world, adult Sasuke is not afraid of any influence. Furthermore, except for Natsuo, everyone present was his family. How could he allow his loved ones to face danger? He spoke for over an hour, delivering crucial information obtained in life-or-death battles, showing how seriously Sasuke took Itachi and Mikoto's safety. However, the first reaction of the two after hearing everything was, you say there is someone named Akatsuki Urashiki who is your enemy. Have you ever suffered at his hands? The adult Sasuke opened his mouth, is this really the point? The other enemies don't matter, just Akatsuki Urashiki. Shouldn't your focus be on his goal of attacking Naruto who is carrying 9 tails? The Akatsuki clan, I would like to see who is stronger, Uchiha or Akatsuki. Itachi showed the eternal Mangekyo in his eyes, and his voice was firm, if they want to hurt my brother, they will have to walk over my dead body. Mikoto comforted the adult Sasuke in a low voice, don't worry, we left this in the hands of your father Natsuo. He is the strongest shinobi in the world, and he will protect you. I'll protect you too. I won't let them hurt you even for a second. Adult Sasuke. He looked at Natsuo, who was younger than him, and sighed in resignation. As a shinobi, it's not that he couldn't endure humiliations and burdens. But things like calling Natsuo dad, only Naruto can do without the slightest shame. Besides, don't underestimate me, I'm actually very strong. The adult Sasuke showed off his dojutsu. One is Mangekyo, one is Rinnegan. With a smile on his lips and a relaxed expression, he said, if it weren't for my lack of chakra, I wouldn't have lost to Urashiki. In fact, he had almost defeated him. Mainly, he was surprised by Urashiki's mysterious abilities, and the presence of Boruto, a rookie at his side, affected his performance. But the answer he received was, Mikoto, lack of chakra. Sasuke, are you sick? Is it because of your wife from the future? She's too strong and that's why you can't keep up with her. Or is it because of the problem with your arm? Should your father treat you? Natsuo, could you help Sasuke with his arm? It won't be a problem to wait a little longer. And Itachi said, according to your description, you have fallen on his same method twice in a row. With your strength, it shouldn't be like this. Urashiki probably has some strange techniques. I'll go test him later and get the information so that when you fight him again, you will have an advantage. Adult Sasuke. I'm not a child, you don't need to do that. But Mikoto and Itachi did not pay attention to that and continued arguing among themselves. Finally, they came to the best solution. Natsuo. My lord father. They both abandoned all decorum. Mikoto's voice became soft and sweet, while Itachi even started calling him father. How could Natsuo not respond? Understood, I'll take care of it. Oh, just in time, he's here. As he spoke, he raised his head. Suddenly, a strange black hole appeared in the sky. A strange man with a pale complexion and white clothing came out of that hole. Adult Sasuke's expression changed. Akatsuki Urashiki. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, Hook, Line, and Sinker. It arrived very quickly. The adult Sasuke said with a serious expression. This individual is the enemy you mentioned. Itachi said, narrowing his eyes. The Akatsuki clan. Yes, that's him. Be careful, his target is the 9 tails in Naruto's body. The adult Sasuke pulled out the saber at his waist. Urashiki looked at Sasuke and the others and said in a flippant tone, oh, so they arrived first. I guess my plans have been ruined. There are quite a few obstacles here. Are you all here to protect the Nine Tails? Urashiki smiled slightly, naturally noticing that several people were beginning to surround the place where he stood, but he didn't care about that at all. Why bother? My target is only the Nine Tails. It seems like they leave me no choice. The next second, Urashiki sharply waved his fishing rod. Boom. The seemingly light fishing rod directly hit the Uchiha clan residence. The next moment a barrier appeared that stopped the attack, but after a moment it collapsed instantly. Seeing how easily the barrier was destroyed, both Itachi and the others realized that Urashiki was very powerful and that it would be very difficult for them to defeat him, if they could. Urashiki chuckled and then activated his Rinnegan. It's useless, you don't know anything about power. Before he finished speaking, he felt a huge force coming from behind him. Boom. Natsuo kicked him and he was sent flying away. Then, with a nonchalant attitude, he said, "You bastard, are you trying to demolish my house or what?" The adult Sasuke was surprised. This man, he is stronger than he thought. He originally thought that although Natsuo was strong, he was about the same as himself. But now it seems, a little stronger than me. But how did he manage to hit Urashiki? Adult Sasuke frowned. Natsuo, on the other hand, looked casually at Itachi and the adult Sasuke, then said, "What's wrong? Why are you guys still standing here? Aren't you going to take care of Urashiki?" Natsuo. Mikoto on the side couldn't hold back. "Can you beat Urashiki?" "Of course." "Then why don't you deal with it yourself?" "I don't feel like doing it," Natsuo said calmly. The corner of Itachi's mouth twitched. "Natsuo-sama, Urashiki's target is Lady Tsunade's disciple. You saw Naruto grow up with your own eyes." "Natsuo, it doesn't matter, isn't there you guys?" Itachi raised an eyebrow. "He is a dangerous enemy, he could pose a threat to the Uchiha clan. Didn't you promise to give your life for the Uchiha clan? So I'll leave it to you," Natsuo said, smiling as he patted Itachi's shoulder. "Besides, that guy was the one who bullied your silly little brother. As his older brother, shouldn't you help your brother get revenge?" "Itachi." The adult Sasuke couldn't help but say, "Hey, Natsuo. Faced with such a powerful enemy, shouldn't we unite all available forces to defeat him quickly? Aren't you afraid of letting him get the Nine Tails chakra and becoming much stronger? You haven't considered." He still wanted to persuade a few words but was stopped by Mikoto. No need to say more. Mikoto sighed helplessly, then looked up at Natsuo. "Natsuo, if you can get rid of him, tonight." Her voice was so low that even the adult Sasuke not far away couldn't hear what he said. But Natsuo's eyes lit up and said, "Not enough. What more do you want?" Mikoto blushed slightly and gritted her teeth. Natsuo without hesitation said, "For example, the time you and Conan, the surprise with Yakumo was also very pleasant and..." Itachi couldn't help but sigh in resignation as he looked at Natsuo. Yes, the reason Natsuo had let the situation go was because he realized that Mikoto was a treasure and could convince some of his wives to do more daring things. Before Mikoto's pregnancy prevents her from joining him in these activities, Natsuo wants to take advantage of every opportunity. Natsuo said righteously, "This is an elite member of the Akatsuki clan, with great strength and a deep background. Furthermore, he has the Rinnegan. In terms of strength, there is no one in the shinobi world who can match him. He might have the power to destroy the world. So I need more motivation." In a stream outside Konoha. "Damn guy, attacked me while my eye technique was still disabled. He has no honor." Urashiki muttered as he stood up from the water of the stream, an angry flash in his eyes. Arrogance was something innate to members of the Akatsuki clan. It was one thing to face another Akatsuki as equals, but in front of the Earth natives, almost everyone showed an air of superiority. And now, being kicked by an indigenous man. It was a shame. A great shame. At that moment. Urashiki looked up abruptly. He saw a gigantic Susanoo approaching, carrying several people with it. Everyone looked at him curiously as the Susanoo rose into the air. Is this guy from Akatsuki? He actually wants to snatch Nine Tails? Naruto asked. It's not from Akatsuki. Akatsuki didn't have this person, at least not when I was there. Conan said softly. But I feel a sense of threat from him, and his strength is definitely not weak. The Akatsuki clan is an alien race. They have come to take the Nine Tails chakra. Boruto explained. Nagato was surprised upon hearing this. Aliens. That would be a good thing. Could I ask about the taboos of space travel? It's not as simple as you think. The Akatsuki clan's goal is to harvest all the chakra in the world. The adult Sasuke intervened. Everyone chattered, like spectators watching a play. Although Urashiki's time at the Uchiha clan's residence was short, the fact that his attack was on the Uchiha clan's territory cannot be ignored. The place with the highest concentration of Kage-level shinobi. When the Uchiha clan's residence's defense systems were activated, they naturally ran towards it. They, to a greater or lesser extent, had some notion of the Akatsuki clan. Now, seeing Urashiki, it seemed as if they were observing some kind of rare animal, their eyes brimming with curiosity. This kind of curiosity annoyed Urashiki. But the most important thing was, the powerful chakra of everyone present was impressive. Have all the world's experts gathered here? How come everyone came out suddenly? The corner of Urashiki's mouth twitched. He is naturally very confident, but he is actually a very cautious person among the Akatsuki clan. Compared to others of the Akatsuki clan who were arrogant and belligerent, he was cunning. Yes, that was something practically unimaginable for the Akatsuki clan. There are so many people. Urashiki smiled. I'll leave the Ninetails chakra here for now. I'll come pick it up later. With that, he tried to leave. However. I'm sorry, you can't leave. Natsuo said. Natsuo smiled slightly, released the Susanoo, let everyone fall, and then walked forward alone. His step was light, his expression carried a smile, and there was no trace of hostility in him. But Urashiki's face was full of anger. Are you not taking me seriously? You have a lot of courage. Originally, he planned to retreat first and then come back when Naruto was alone. But now. Rage burned in his heart. Without hesitation, using his chakra-made fishing rod, Urashiki launched a barrage of multiple hooks towards Natsuo's handcuffs. Ameno Boshino Mikoto. The adult Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Almost instinctively, the adult Sasuke drew his sword to defend himself. But he was stopped by Mikoto. She had a calm expression, with a smile on her lips. Huh. Adult Sasuke was taken aback. Regarding that attack, Natsuo only smiled slightly, and his eyes changed, one of his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan and the other became the Byakugan. Then he instantly formed a sword with a truth-seeking ball. Clang. 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 A series of sharp metallic sounds resounded, and the huge power suddenly exploded in an instant. Within 100 meters radius, the ground began to crack like a spider web. The strength is a bit weak. Natsuo commented calmly, holding the black sword in one hand and beginning his counterattack. Urashiki did not hesitate and used his fishing rod to block the attack. The red fishing rod whistled in his hand as he moved rapidly. Clang. 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 The crisp sound sounded, unexpectedly with a unique sense of rhythm, showing a profound skill. It's useless. Urashiki sneered. Do you really think you can defeat me with this kind of tricks? My eyes can see through the future. With these words, his fishing rod moved quickly, both to attack and defend, without giving ground. He was even trying to take the lead. Not good. Urashiki's so-called seeing through the future seems to be true. The adult Sasuke's expression changed slightly. As an expert in kenjutsu, the adult Sasuke could also perceive the movements of both of them. Natsuo's attacks were certainly sharp, and his movement was incredibly fluid, indicating great swordsmanship. However, the adult Sasuke, who had experienced Urashiki's attacks, could clearly see that his physical and weapon skills. They were quite normal. Chapter 225, Natsuo's Gifts and Akatsuki's Antics. Considering the difference in skills, in theory, Natsuo should have been able to easily overpower his opponent. But in reality, Urashiki was still fighting as equals with Natsuo, without backing down at all. Neither showed overwhelming speed or strength to crush the other. This kind of pure combat between physical skills and weapons was like playing chess. A magnificent use of physical and sword skills can easily lure the opponent into a trap and capture their mistakes to ensure victory. But every time Urashiki was about to fall into Natsuo's trap and find himself at a disadvantage, he would suddenly understand the best way to respond, making moves that were above his level, perfectly resolving the crisis at that moment. Clearly, this could only be because he really could see the future. It's dangerous. Natsuo, don't fight him in close combat, he is invincible in this kind of battle. The adult Sasuke couldn't help but said. But in the next moment. Fwish. Natsuo instantly materialized behind Urashiki, raising his left hand with his fingers extended. Meanwhile, Urashiki rose slightly into the air, blood gushing from his back. Shugen. Adult Sasuke. Boruto, who was next to him, couldn't contain a strange expression as he looked at the adult Sasuke. Urashiki fell face first to the ground and, subsequently, blood began to flow from his mouth, while he had a look full of disbelief. No, it's not right. Adult Sasuke was stunned. Why is it like this? The expressions of the others also became strange. After a moment, Urashiki raised his body, eyes wide. This guy. How is it possible? How is it possible? He couldn't contain his fury. This shouldn't be happening, it shouldn't be like this. A fierce look flashed in Urashiki's eyes, and he concentrated his chakra suddenly. Natsuo narrowed his eyes, pushing his arm hard. He slashed with the black sword, but Urashiki barely managed to avoid it, leaving a deep wound on his side. Blood splashed. This type of injury could affect the course of the battle. But Urashiki didn't seem worried. Urashiki created a perfect sphere of reddish chakra around him. The barrier expanded and repelled everything around it. The chakra in Natsuo's body moved in response, as he unleashed Shinra Tensei, colliding in direct confrontation with the expanding barrier. A burst of powerful chakra created a deafening roar. Boom. Urashiki released a massive amount of chakra, although he didn't expect that attack to hurt Natsuo. His goal was simply to escape from the current situation. Urashiki was thrown backwards, flying far away until he finally crashed into a small mountain, burying himself deep in the rubble. But instead of getting angry, he laughed out loud. You forced me to do this. His eyes reflected madness as he grabbed the basket from his waist without hesitation and put it directly into his mouth. Huh. The adult Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, and he felt a sense of threat from the other party. Not enough. I need more. Urashiki's eyes showed madness as without hesitation he ripped out one of his own eyes and put it in his mouth as well. Then, just like that, he did the same with the other eye. His manic smile, the blood in his eyes, created a terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, a door of light appeared in front of him. Then, he launched himself towards the door of light, and when he crossed it he had completely transformed. A violent wave of energy was released. Urashiki had acquired a diabolical avian form. His eyes became golden while also manifesting a golden Rinnegan on his forehead. Black asymmetrical markings spread over his face and legs, and his hair grew long and wild while his horns took on the appearance of flared wings, with the broken right horn only partially formed. An evil chakra erupted from his being. Ha 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 ha. A cold and treacherous laugh came out of his mouth, full of sinister meaning. This guy. The adult Sasuke's eyes were serious. I'm going to kill you all. Urashiki's tone changed drastically. Suddenly, he lunged forward. The target is Natsuo. Simultaneously, black marks emerged on Natsuo's face, followed by a fiery breath emanating from his mouth. The tips of her hair were dyed red and some of the marks took the shape of flames. Since Natsuo rarely encounters strong enough opponents, and even though Urashiki is not as powerful as Ishiki, he still helped Natsuo further integrate his abilities into his combat style. However, now that Urashiki has transformed, Natsuo must end the battle, or he will endanger his wives. The next second, Natsuo disappeared and instantly reappeared in front of Urashiki. With a swift swing of his black sword, he decapitated his opponent, generating a wheel of golden fire. Urashiki's body crashed down with a bang due to inertia before stopping completely. Urashiki died, becoming the second member of the Akatsuki clan to fall at the hands of Natsuo. Natsuo recovered his corpse and was going to give it to Yakushi Kabuto and Sanzu Amato to study. Okay. Natsuo slowly withdrew his hand. The adult Sasuke looked at his left hand, as if he were in a dream. His arm has recovered. The biotechnology of the Uchiha clan is more advanced than I expected. Furthermore, Natsuo's mastery of yang release is no weaker than Naruto's in six-path sage mode. The adult Sasuke took a deep breath and sighed. Thank you. The adult Sasuke tilted his head slightly. It's okay, your mother paid for it. Natsuo waved his hand casually. Natsuo is of course too lazy to care about Sasuke in other time and space, but Mikoto can't bear to look at the adult Sasuke like this. She begged Natsuo to help her again. It seems that Mikoto has a lot of external debts recently and she doesn't know if she can pay them off. Here you have this, it contains an arm made from Naruto's genes, it also has a seal that contains yang release that will help connect the arm perfectly. Natsuo said, handing over a scroll. The adult Sasuke was silent for a moment and took it. Honestly, Natsuo was a little fed up with the plot in Boruto where Sasuke and Naruto were restricted to favor the protagonist. Now that the adult Sasuke's arm was completely healed, he considered Naruto's arm a free gift, a way to compensate for the restrictive plot in Boruto's story. After a while, the adult Sasuke and Boruto finally left. Before leaving, the adult Sasuke requested the Uchiha clan's technology, especially information about the new Akatsuki organization's peace project. He hoped to bring this peace plan into his own timeline to achieve true peace, rather than relying solely on his and Naruto's strength to maintain a strange peace. Of course, as a reward, he also presented a copy of the information he knew. It didn't mean much to Natsuo other than making him remember some things he had already forgotten, but this information to Tsunade and others was a great help. They then began planning to use future threats to further the new Akatsuki organization's peace plan. Boruto and Naruto had a lot of fun. They entered the Uchiha Club many times in the past few days and experienced happiness countless times. The adult Sasuke, with a resigned expression, after several failed attempts at persuasion, seems to have eliminated Boruto from the list of possible partners for his daughter. After all, what father would want to see his daughter with someone who appears to be an old pervert? However, on the eve of Sasuke and Boruto's departure from this timeline, in Natsuo's perception, a strange energy appeared within Konoha that caught his attention. After the departure of the two, the Uchiha clan returned to its usual calm state. However, elsewhere. Akatsuki's secret base. We did it. Obito looked at Killer Bee, who had turned into a corpse, catching his breath with difficulty. Damn 8 tails, what a trouble. Obito cursed secretly. In reality, Obito should have completed the extraction of the 8 tails earlier, but due to the previous delay, Killer Bee had enough time to react. Because Natsuo took Nagato away, Obito was unable to extract the 8 tails in time, so he had to keep Killer Bee in custody for a long time until he returned from Konoha with Nagato's Rinnegan and could begin the extraction. During this time, Killer Bee was secretly gathering energy and appearing submissive, but when Obito returned from Konoha and planned to extract the 8 tails, Killer Bee started making a big fuss instantly. To control Killer Bee, who was not in Kimogakure and had nothing to lose, Akatsuki had to make considerable efforts. Naturally, this also delayed the process. Now only the 9 tails remains. Obito took a deep breath. Yeah, boss, what are we going to do? Deidara asked, when are we going to catch 9 tails? This is the biggest obstacle that remains ahead. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Tuchi's True Identity. Obito looked at the crowd present. There was a bit of solemnity in everyone's eyes. Capturing the 9 tails would not be easy at all. Black Zetsu pondered slightly, he was thinking whether to call Uchiha Madara out. But right at that moment. Don't worry. Obito pondered for a moment, then said softly, we don't need to confront Natsuo, there are other ways to realize our dreams. Obito paused and said, although we have not captured the 2 tails, the demonic statue still contains its chakra. What I'm looking for is someone who is not a Jinchuriki but has the 9 tails chakra. When everyone heard the words, their eyes lit up, and they subconsciously asked, Ginkaku and Kinkaku. These 2 people were famous for possessing the 9 tails chakra. Of course, they're already dead. But similar people could exist. They would surely be difficult to find, but still easier than facing Natsuo directly. Yes, exactly like them. Obito smiled slightly. In fact, it was Natsuo who reminded him. The 10 tails did not need to gather all the tailed beasts to activate. They only needed the majority, and if any tailed beasts were missing, they could compensate with part of their chakra. Black Zetsu also became excited. Although this 10 tails would not be on the same level as the 10 tails with all the tailed beasts gathered together, it is still possible to achieve his goals. Leave this matter to me. Black Zetsu said without hesitation. I vaguely remember hearing similar information before, it seems that in the Fire Temple there is someone who has the 9 tails chakra. Akatsuki quickly started to move. The person with the 9 tails chakra was called Sora. During the 9-tailed demon fox's attack, part of his chakra was spread throughout the village. Sora's father, Kazuma, collected all the chakra, and sealed it in Sora's body, turning him into a pseudo-Jinchuriki. Incidentally, Kazuma, Sora's father and one of the 12 guardian ninjas, implanted the 9 tails chakra into his son primarily with the intention of using the power of the 9 tails to destroy Konoha. When Akatsuki attacked the Fire Temple, he also intervened to stop Akatsuki's actions. Then, along with the Fire Temple, they were easily bombarded by Deidara, and the plan to destroy Konoha was ruined before it began. Obito captured Sora, and the news that the Temple of Fire was attacked soon spread to Konoha. At the same time, in a calm manner, Natsuo approached Ichiraku Ramen. At this moment, in order not to attract attention, Natsuo had transformed into an ordinary villager. Owner, a bowl of ramen, please. Natsuo said cleverly as he placed his order and sat down in front of the counter. Here's your ramen. Itadakamasu. Natsuo ate the ramen but didn't look away from the owner, which made him feel uncomfortable. Ayam couldn't hold back her laughter and said, this customer really loves ramen. It seems like he sees Dad as a treasure. Natsuo nodded, yes, Mr. Tuchi's ramen is simply delicious. How about opening a branch? I have connections with the person in charge of the food industry of the Uchiha clan and I can guarantee you that it will definitely be very successful. Ayam was surprised, really? It should be taken into account that although the gastronomic industry of the Uchiha clan is not as famous as the rest of its industries, it is still very well known in the shinobi world, its restaurants have a large flow of people. Natsuo gave her a smile and assured her, of course, how about you consider it? Tuchi intervened, thank you for your kindness, but it took us several years to establish ourselves and now our business is thriving. Establishing a branch is not necessary. Ayam excitedly said, Dad, why don't we try it? Ayam, you shouldn't be too ambitious. Go check on the broth. After intentionally distracting Ayam, Tuchi said to Natsuo with resignation, Sir, Ayam is just an innocent girl and doesn't know many things, I don't think it's right. Natsuo smiled. Oh really? If it weren't for the memories I extracted from Ishiki and Urashiki's souls, along with the energy you released when Sasuke and Boruto were about to return to their timeline, how would I have known that part of the will of the universe would have acquired consciousness? And then he would become the owner of a ramen shop, supervising Azura and Indra's growth constantly. Plus he would have a daughter. Now Natsuo understood why Konoha was the protagonist village. Although he did not have any exaggerated advantages, the fact that the will of the universe was present meant that the world would always be in his favor. Otherwise, Konoha wouldn't be so prosperous. Considering that, Natsuo wanted Aiha and Tuchi to be closer to the Uchiha clan. Tuchi stopped pretending. Put aside your thoughts about Aiha, she is just the daughter of my incarnation and does not possess any powers. Besides, haven't I already given you enough help? Do you really think that you would have done so well if I hadn't subtly influenced things to go in your favor? Unfortunately, compared to you, I trust the reincarnation of Indra and Azura more. For some reason the destiny of the universe has centered on this planet. And they inherited the destiny of the Six Paths, which is to protect the universe and eliminate threats against it. After having transmigrated to this world, Natsuo sometimes believed that he had the protagonist's halo. Now he understood that it was the will of the universe showing him its favor. And although Tuchi could influence to a certain extent, he could not change protagonists at will. At least Natsuo was sure that until Kaguya appears, both Naruto and Sasuke would still be the protagonists. After that, the protagonist was supposed to be Boruto, but with all the changes he's made, now that's impossible. So it is very likely that at that moment he will inherit the destiny of the universe, or one of his children will. I think you trust Azura and Indra too much. Under my intervention, I have taken care of the cancer that is the members of the Akatsuki clan. And you must be aware of the potential of many of my children. Betting everything on two people does not seem like the best choice to me. Even more so considering that the Akatsuki clan wants to free itself from the limitations of this universe. Tuchi expressed his regret. What you say is true. That's why I intervened and started helping you. I can sense that, at most, in 5 or 6 years, the collision of universes will begin. And in about 20 years or so, the total war will begin. You may be very powerful. But surpassing the Akatsuki clan in 5 years is too difficult. I have the responsibility for the destiny of the entire universe, so for me, Azura and Indra's chances are greater. However, if you manage to inherit their destiny, I will also support you with all my power. Natsuo didn't argue anymore. It was natural that Tuchi, as part of the will of the universe, believed much more in the destiny of the protagonist. How about I confront the Akatsuki clan and release the god trees to continue promoting this universe? I won't pressure you, but when the time comes, you will know who the true savior of the universe is. Tuchi looked at Natsuo in surprise, slightly opened his eyes, which were closed all the time, and nodded. If you manage to do that, I will support you regardless of everything else. After a moment of hesitation, Tuchi waved his hand, and the Karasuki appeared in his hand. Due to the use of the Karasuki in this timeline, the space-time barriers have been weakened. This allowed me to find the Karasuki of this timeline. You should know that when Shirbai stole part of the origin of the universe to evolve into a superior being, the Akatsuki clan also took part of the origin energy and created several artifacts. The Karasuki is one of them. I will use the origin energy present in the Karasuki to repair part of the origin source of the universe and try to divert part of destiny towards you and your descendants. This is the maximum help I can give you. Natsuo was happy. This is enough, I will take care of the problem of the Akatsuki clan and the god trees on my own. He got a lot of benefits this time and didn't bother Tuchi anymore. Tuchi also felt relieved. He also wanted to support Natsuo, but he didn't have the courage to defy fate. For him, Natsuo was more of a secondary investment, and he still trusted the reincarnation of Azura and Indra more. According to the news, it seems that Obito's plan is coming to an end. Natsuo pondered as he left Ichiraku Ramen. Therefore, Kaguya is about to enter the scene. That's pretty good. Natsuo smiled. Maintaining his smile, Natsuo walked deeper into the Uchiha clan residence. You're here again. Yujito's eyes burned with anger, and she clenched her teeth as if she wanted to bite the person in front of her. Yeah, I'm here again. Natsuo answered. Did you miss me? Leave away. Yujito was still as temperamental as ever. Or even more than before. The main reason was. Natsuo lightly tapped Samui's shoulder, who shivered, and her body began to change rapidly. Natsuo gently caressed Samui's cheek and then pressed her down lightly. Yujito simply continued to stare at Natsuo with anger in her eyes. Natsuo on the other hand. Of course he would continue with his activities. But your resistance won't last long. Natsuo looked askance at Yujito while devastating Samui. Chapter 227, 5 Kage Summit. The joining of Sanzu Amato to the Uchiha clan has made the different research projects advance by leaps and bounds. After joining Katasuke, they managed to create a chakra-powered reactor. In addition, the Jewel Stone was recovered by Itachi. As for Hado, he was easily suppressed by Itachi and his team. Then, through different interrogation techniques, they obtained all the information he knew about the Western continent. With the information obtained, they better understood the distribution of powers within the Western continent. The village of Temujin, which was the closest to the Shinobi continent, turned out to be a part isolated from the Western continent by an immense mountain range. Because they were isolated from the rest of the continent, they were not very powerful. When Hado discovered this, he decided to destroy them to take over the Jewel Vein. After analyzing the information, the members of the new Akatsuki organization have united to send an exploration ship to the Western continent. The Hokage Guard platoon of the 4th Hokage, who mastered the Flying Thunder formation technique, have joined as part of the exploration crew. Using their technique, they plan to maintain a constant transport of personnel and materials to the outpost. Once they manage to teleport someone back to report the situation, the colonization plan is considered to have had a preliminary success. Not only has the colonization plan made great progress, Amato has also helped a lot in the research and development of the Land of Snow's environmental modification machine. Using the Chakra reactor as a power source, the environmental transformation machine has finally succeeded. Natsuo was initially worried that drastically changing the climate would destroy the ecological balance of the planet, but after Amato's explanation he realized that it didn't matter. The climate of the Shinobi world is very strange and the logic of Natsuo's previous life cannot really be applied. After that, Natsuo had no more objections, and the Land of Snow has already been transformed into a land as warm as spring thanks to the environmental modification machine. Although it consumes a lot of energy, the Chakra reactor is enough to transform a country. The Shinobi world was amazed when they learned of the transformation of the Land of Snow. The eyes of the leaders of the great Shinobi villages turned red with greed. If it weren't for the fear of Natsuo, they might have already sent a large number of shinobi to snatch all the technology from the Land of Snow. However, as the news continued to spread, Tsunade could no longer sit still. Raza acted decisively and personally led a team of elders to visit the Land of Snow, then offered great rewards to obtain a similar machine. Temari also begged Natsuo, even without caring that it was her first time, and became very bold in her actions. Although afterward she had to spend several days in bed, but Tsunade needed the environmental modification machine more than the Land of Snow. Meanwhile, the hidden currents of the Shinobi world were stirring. Until a few days later, Hokage Guard platoon returned to the Shinobi continent using the Flying Thunder formation technique, bringing a lot of information and materials. The peace plan of the new Akatsuki organization was activated instantly. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, on behalf of the Hokage, invited the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages to hold the 5 Kage summit. The era of chaos in the shinobi world is about to end. Tsunade said firmly. To emphasize impartiality, the 5 Kage summits are often held in the shinobi world's only neutral power, the Land of Iron. However, this time, it was Tsunade who suggested that the 5 Kage summit be held in Kanagakur. The choice of location left everyone silent. The various Kages sighed softly, their eyes filled with solemnity. But no one refused. They didn't know what Tsunade had in mind, but the environmental transformation machine had upset the balance of power in the shinobi world. It has little meaning for Konoha, but is extremely important for countries with extreme environments such as the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain, and can instantly affect their national power. They had to come, they had no other option. Even if we have to pay a high price, we must obtain the environmental transformation machine. Raza said to Gaara and Baki beside him. This time, he took them with him to serve as the Kage guard. Needless to say, Baki has always been a fan of Kazekage. And Gaara was sent back to Tsunade after being revived by Natsuo earlier. He doesn't have a tailed beast on his body, but he can still display combat power close to the Kage level. Furthermore, by eliminating the weakness of a Jinchuriki, he had become the strongest under the Kazekage Raza. I'm afraid it's not easy to achieve our goal. Gaara sighed, showing a calmer and gentler side than he usually had. Since Raza had become the strongest Kazekage, the village's tolerance towards Gaara had increased considerably. Especially since Shikaka disappeared, Raza no longer needed to force Gaara. Furthermore, Baki and others took the initiative to reveal Yashimaru's sacrifice, which greatly reduced Gaara's hostility. No matter how difficult it has to be achieved. Raza said decisively. I have already prepared enough kunoichi in the village, even if it means weakening the village and being disgraced, I will obtain this environmental transformation machine from Natsuo. Gaara's eye twitched. Send women, offer girls, all for benefits. You're right, that really is disgraceful and humiliating. But Baki looked fanatical. No, Kazekage-sama, the village trusts in your judgment and your sacrifices. We have all seen what you have done for us. You are really thinking about the future of Tsunade. If anyone dares to look down on you, it would be like looking down on our entire village. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Such a person is not worthy of being a Suna shinobi at all. No, he doesn't even deserve to live. Raza's actions really stirred up feelings of humiliation. This time, Raza was willing to give it his all. Even before leaving, he organized a promotion exam, demanding the participation of all the kunoichi in the village. Raza even forced some married kunoichi, with good looks and strength, to divorce, and then wait for orders from the village. Basically, he stopped treating kunoichi as human beings and regarded them as objects. If it weren't for the reputation he has built, all of Tsunade might have rebelled. Even though these orders seemed ridiculous, Tsunade still accepted them. Die-hard fans like Baki sought to justify Raza's actions, highlighting the concept of a shinobi sacrifice for profit. No, they are all partners in the village, and I also know that my actions are indeed not good. Raza sighed softly, her eyes full of determination. But I'm willing to pay the price for Tsunade. Kazekage-sama. Baki looked at him with admiration and tears in his eyes. It's okay, this is my responsibility as Kazekage. They both shared a strong bond of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Gaara watched this nonsense in silence. As one of the few shinobi who knew Raza's true secrets, he suddenly became curious about how his followers would react if they knew the truth about him. In fact, it wasn't just Raza who was worried. The other Kages were also eager for the 5 Kage summit. However, Konoha's actions, or rather lack thereof, confused everyone. In theory, the environmental reformer would be of little value to Konoha, which was already a great power with rich lands. It would be normal for them to just destroy it instead of letting Tsunade be able to obtain it. Furthermore, Konoha's unilateral decision to choose the location for the 5 Kage summit also left everyone puzzled. But no matter what, we have to shoulder this responsibility. Anoki took a deep breath and walked into the door of the conference hall. Let's go see what Konoha is up to. Raza, Terumi-mei, and Niyujito, who was just released by Natsuo, are all here. The style of the meeting room was similar to that of the Land of Iron. Anoki is followed by his son Katsuchi and Akatsuki. Behind Raza are Gaara and Baki. Behind Terumi-mei are Chojuro and Ao. Behind Niyujito were Darui and Mabui. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. After Anoki sat in her place, she scanned the others with her gaze. Except for Yujito, who asked Darui and Mabui about the situation in Kimobakure, the others did not say a word. Where are the people from Konoha? Haven't they come yet? Anoki said in a deep voice. Hokage-sama is already on her way. A Konoha guard whispered in a low voice. Really? No wonder Konoha, being the strongest, is so arrogant. Mei said disdainfully. Does he rely on Natsuo's power and no longer take us into account? It is normal that people with power have the right to be arrogant. Raza said calmly. Not everyone is like Senju Hashirama. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, Ambitions and Oppositions. Let's make this clear from the beginning. No matter how much it costs, Tsunade must obtain the environmental modification machine. Raza looked at those present and said slowly, anyone who opposes will be considered an enemy of our village. Hee, Suna boy, you seem to take yourself very seriously. Anoki sneered. So what if I become your enemy? Kirigakure suggests destroying the environmental alteration device. This kind of unknown power should not exist in our world. Mei added. Do you want to face me? Raza narrowed his eyes, emanating a murderous aura. Hee. Anoki and Mei snorted in disdain, challenging him with their gazes. On the other hand, Yujito didn't say anything. She is the only Kage who does not know the truth about how Raza and Mei acquired their titles, so she still feels intimidated by them. The atmosphere in the room was charged with tension. The Kages never showed weakness. Raza exuded a murderous aura, Mei narrowed her eyes and looked at them coldly, while Anoki stood proudly. The Reikage, on the other hand, was the most afraid. Kumogakure's strength is really pitiful. Behind Yujito, Darui and Mabui exchanging glances full of bitterness. Although Yujito was not lacking in ability, Natsuo had probably let her out to fill the scene. After the meeting, she would most likely have to return to Natsuo's hands. The Kages argued for a while longer. Then, finally, Konoha's representatives arrived. Sorry, I'm late. Tsunade said with a slight apology. Well, since we're all here, let's start the 5 Kage summit. Oh, I almost forgot, my Kage guard is still outside. As she spoke, she suddenly clapped her hands. Several figures walked in from the door and stood silently behind Tsunade. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, and their pupils shrank. Because behind Tsunade were Nagato, Conan, Yahiko, and Itachi. They were all members of Akatsuki. And not only that, they were wearing Akatsuki's unique uniforms. After a long silence, it was Anoki who finally broke that sepulchral atmosphere. Tsunade, what does this mean? Anoki's tone turned cold. Has Konoha joined Akatsuki? It's not Akatsuki, it's new Akatsuki. Tsunade emphasized, and then smiled. Speaking of which, I haven't told you the purpose of this 5 Kage summit. Raza spoke bitterly. Wasn't it about the environmental alteration device? Of course not. Tsunade shook his head. It's about peace. She smiled through half-lidded eyes, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. However, everyone in the room felt a chill, as if they were naked in the middle of a frozen and snowy landscape. Peace. How does Konoha plan to achieve peace? Anoki frowned, her face darkening. Is killing us how they want to achieve peace? The other Kages also had gloomy expressions. Although they knew that Konoha did not come with good intentions, Konoha's direct approach to the topic made them feel cold inside. Doesn't your peace involve waiting for us to be eliminated, then destroying our villages, and finally allowing Konoha to rule the shinobi world in peace? Anoki continued in a serious voice, his personal guard also adopting an alert posture. What we seek is true peace. Tsunade shook his head slightly. Why do you think the shinobi world has not been able to achieve peace until now? Without waiting for everyone to answer, she said directly, because of interests. Let's not talk about that, let's just talk about the shinobi. The shinobi wars that break out every decade or so, why are the intervals so similar? Because in those 10 years, each village can train a new generation of shinobi, significantly increasing their numbers, but the missions available to them are limited and cannot meet the demand. If the villages do not expand, then each shinobi in the village will not be able to earn a proper living. That's why every once in a while, we unleash a big war. Even if we can't get something for our villages, we can at least reduce the number of shinobi and thus ensure that the remaining ones receive enough missions. Tsunade's words were crude, but the 4 Kages showed no change in their expressions. As leaders of the most powerful shinobi villages in the world, they were already well aware of this. Of course, the situation Tsunade mentioned about shinobi can't earn a living was an exaggeration. Although there is a great economic disparity among shinobi, being a shinobi is a well-paying profession. Economic scarcity is only found among ordinary civilians, not shinobi, who at most can stop training to reduce consumption of food, medicine, and tools. But that would mean stopping getting stronger or even weakening, which is unacceptable for most shinobi. Therefore the cause of the shinobi wars is not exaggerated at all. Tsunade, we all know these things, so how do you want to achieve peace? Anoki sneered. Limiting the number of admissions to big village shinobi schools. That's impossible. If someone waited patiently for over a decade and then suddenly exploded, it could swallow up the truly restricted shinobi villages. After so many years of fighting, who would trust the enemy? Of course not. Tsunade shook his head. Our peace plan in the new Akatsuki organization is to seek external benefits. When I say external, I don't mean the shinobi villages outside the 5 great shinobi villages, but a whole new continent. We want the great shinobi villages to unite, stopping hostilities, collaborating together and heading to colonize the new continent in unity. Then, she explained the new Akatsuki's plan. Because the territories of the countries cannot be changed without the approval of the different daimyos and each village cannot expand at will. Each village will move population and military forces to conquer the new continent, with a common enemy. Internal conflicts will be reduced, as will the village's dependence on the whims of the daimyos to continue functioning. The Kages were not totally ignorant about the existence of another continent. Although there are few people who came to the shinobi continent from the other continent, they are not non-existent, and although they did not know many details, they had a rough understanding of the other continent. That's why they shook their heads one after another. Tsunade, your plan is absurd. How could scarce resources? We have developed ships that can reach the new continent without problems. Tsunade distributed the information obtained without hesitation. The information mentioned that the western continent was larger than the shinobi continent, and that the part that has been in contact with them is a remote part and isolated from the rest of the continent by a large mountain range. The way to gain strength on that continent was also mentioned. One way is to become a warlock, but this requires a rare gift that is almost considered a myth. Another way is to follow the knight's path, which is open to anyone who is willing to work hard. If you don't believe me, we can invite you to witness the return of our first exploration ship. Tsunade said confidently. Before attempting to stabilize the shinobi world, we have sent shinobi to infiltrate and capture some merchants to confirm this information. Was she being serious? The people were stunned, but faced with so much evidence, they could not refute it. No wonder they took this initiative suddenly. They are already sufficiently prepared. They thought in silence. Then everyone fell silent. Hey, Tsunade. Anoki suddenly raised his head. Your peace plan doesn't seem to require other villages to bow their heads, right? Anyway, we have no intention of attacking Konoha. Why are we being forced to join this plan? Anoki frowned. And what about banning wars and working together to colonize the new continent? Couldn't you do it yourselves? Although the plan for peace sounded good, wasn't it essentially a way to unify the shinobi world? No, the cost and military forces required are too high even for Konoha. Tsunade shook his head. So far, we have only established an outpost in the isolated part of the western continent. We need to connect that part with the rest of the continent to really gain benefits, and it would take a massive investment to achieve this. Colonization requires a considerable investment not only in money, but also in population and armed forces. In fact, the current plan is only viable thanks to the generous financial backing of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten this far. The exploitation of minerals, the construction of settlements, the transportation of supplies, as well as the project to create a passage that crosses the mountain range that isolates that part of the new continent. That is an astronomical expense even for the Uchiha clan. Even with Konoha uniting, they couldn't sustain it. Then how about we are willing to provide some support in exchange for a share of the colonization benefits? Raza proposed a new approach. We only need a small part, and we are willing to offer sufficient resources. No, friction cannot be allowed to continue to exist in the shinobi world. Tsunade shook his head without hesitation. If we cannot completely unify the resources of the shinobi world, the colonization plan will remain unattainable. Furthermore, what we seek is peace, not only the peace of Konoha, but the peace of the shinobi world. On this point, we cannot compromise. What the new Akatsuki wants is total peace in the world. A world without hunger, without wars, a world of peace in which everyone works together. The 5 Kages fell silent once again, their expressions grim. Chapter 229, The Uchiha Republic. After a long silence. Finally Mei said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, if that's all your proposal, on behalf of Kirigakure, I decline to join your plan." She was the first to speak, and the others followed her without hesitation. Tsunade will not participate in Konoha's plan. The same goes for Iwagakure. Kumogakure will not submit. They all spoke with determination and expressed their refusals. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, emanating a murderous aura. "Have you made a decision?" Meanwhile, behind her, Itachi activated his Mangekyo, Nagato released his aura, and small papers began to float around Conan. It was as if they were about to explode at any moment. "Tsunade, do you intend to attack us?" Anoki snorted in disdain. "Who do you think we are? We are the 5 Kages." With that said, he also showed his aura without hesitation, ready to move forward. Raza, Mei, and the others also prepared themselves without hesitation. The Kage guards behind them also did not hesitate to show their resolve. Those present were the most elite forces of the 4 great shinobi villages. "Unless you let Natsuo do it, it's impossible to keep us." Raza's voice was deep. "Then what happens if he intervenes?" Tsunade smiled, then turned his head and said, "Natsuo, are you sure you can eliminate them?" The next moment, Natsuo opened the door and entered. After entering he scanned those present. "Yes, it won't be difficult. It looks like I'm going to die in your hands." Mei smiled wryly. "I never thought I'd work so hard for so long, but I ended up like this." Mei didn't expect that she had paid so much and endured so much humiliation, but in the end she still couldn't escape the end of dying at the hands of this man. However, she would not flee, much less give in simply because of threats to her life. As leaders of their respective villages, they all had a line that they could not cross. That line was the interests of the village. Even Raza, who had intended to pack up all of Tsunade's kunoichi and hand them over to Natsuo, will not make concessions on this issue. In the eyes of Mei, Anoki, Raza, and Yujito, there was an air of resolve. But at this time, Natsuo suddenly said, "Why do you think you're going to die at my hands?" Mei instinctively responded, "Because I won't give up, and you. I just said I can kill you, but it doesn't mean I want to kill you." Natsuo looked at Mei with disappointment. Mei was his wife and had given birth to his child. Raza was his father-in-law and had collaborated greatly with Tsunade. Anoki is similar, not only is he Kuratsuchi's grandfather, he is also working hard to suppress Iwagakure's resentment and has contributed a lot to the Uchiha clan. Although Yujito still maintained her resistance, he had invested a lot of effort in bringing her back to Konoha. Would he really have brought her just to kill her? Why would Natsuo want to kill them? The 4 Kages were stunned. They subconsciously looked at Tsunade. Tsunade, who usually had a calm face, now looked frustrated and angry. "Natsuo. Can't you cooperate with me a little?" Of course, Natsuo did not promise to give his full support to Tsunade regarding the colonization plan. Although theoretically everyone benefited from it, the shinobi villages would never agree to unite under the direction of Konoha. What's more, this also directly affected the interests of the daimyos, and the ingrained mentality of this world would not allow them to easily go against them for simple illusory benefits. Furthermore, if Natsuo suppressed everyone forcefully, he would have to become the leader. He would then have to constantly be in charge of the revolts caused by the shinobi villages as well as the different daimyos. The experts in the hands of the daimyos may not be as powerful as the Kage or even some jonin, but they control large armies led by samurai. The chaos they would cause would be too much trouble, and in the end Natsuo gains nothing more than the title of leader. He would prefer to continue with his life of luxury and continue reviving the Uchiha clan. Of course, conquering the new continent can also bring many benefits to him. After all, colonizing means that there will be a confrontation with the existing ruling powers. This will make the shinobi become stronger in the midst of combat. If conflict is controlled properly, this can make their wives, and even their children, stronger. Whether it's the collision of universes or future conflicts with the Akatsuki clan, Natsuo needs the people close to him to become stronger. That's why if Tsunade couldn't convince the other Kages to support her plan, he would do it his way. The four Kages looked at Tsunade with strange expressions. It turns out that this was just something she imagined. They thought that Natsuo was the one who would want to unify the shinobi world. Suddenly, the four Kages relaxed and regained their self-confidence. Tsunade, I think this matter won't work. Yes, the colonization plan has too many uncertainties. Is it necessary to unify the shinobi world just because of this plan? Kirigakure will definitely not contribute resources. Don't even think about it. Not only do they refuse to donate resources, they don't even want to participate now. Tsunade's expression turned grim, and she glared at Natsuo, blaming him for all of this. Tsunade had to be patient, explaining again and again the benefits of cooperation, pointing out the potential of the colonization plan and envisioning a future of prosperity. At the end of it all, the four Kages were also intrigued by the new continent. Their rejection of Tsunade's proposal was because this would put Konoha above the other villages, thus betraying the interests of their own villages. If this were a normal negotiation, they would be willing to participate. In the negotiations that followed, no agreement was reached in the end. In the end, under Natsuo's insistence, the 5 Kage summit was ended directly and would resume the next day at the Uchiha clan residence. The 5 Kages realized that the decision would now fall in Natsuo's hands, so the best way to influence him is through his wives. So they immediately headed to the Uchiha clan residence and then dispersed without hesitation. They began to talk seriously with the kunoichi of their respective villages who had married Natsuo, to obtain more benefits for their villages. The next morning Natsuo summoned all his wives and decided to hold the first meeting of the Uchiha clan. Due to the large size of the Uchiha clan, several of Natsuo's wives have long assumed control of a large portion of the clan's assets. That is why figures like Yukino, Guren, among others of his wives, represent various interests within the clan structure. However, on this occasion, Natsuo has decided to summon all of his wives. Let's vote. Natsuo said seriously. It's a family meeting, one person one vote. If they have disputes or something they want me to do, they can also put it to a vote. Of course, whether what you ask is something I can do or not is another matter. The women looked at each other, sizing up their competitors, but in the end they all nodded in agreement. And so they began to discuss the next matters. Record ballot or secret ballot? Of course it will be by name. We should all be frank and express our opinions openly, shouldn't we? I think we should make it anonymous. Some people might not want certain things to be said openly by the sisters. I agree, anonymous voting would be better. More than a family gathering, this seemed like a political assembly. In other words, there is no difference between itself and a political assembly. In fact, there were hardly any matters that required Natsuo's intervention. Even without mentioning personal matters, with the resources that the Uchiha clan allocated to each wife, they had everything they needed to achieve what they wanted. What really needed a vote were the issues that affected the various shinobi villages and even the world as a whole. After arguing for a long time, Tsunade, Mei, and other wives suddenly realized. The Uchiha family reunion could directly determine the course of the shinobi world. After all, the Uchiha clan was as rich as a nation and its military might was the most formidable in the world. Only Natsuo had the ability to bring the entire shinobi community under his rule, not to mention the numerous high-ranking kunoichi among his wives. There were more Kage-level powerhouses in the Uchiha clan than in any shinobi village. With so much economic and military power, if this kind of influence couldn't determine the fate of the shinobi world, what other power could? Natsuo established a system similar to a republic using his wives as representatives of the different interests of the shinobi world, and he would act as the highest authority of this system. Natsuo knew that if he did not want to dominate all the large shinobi villages by force, he must give his wives enough authority to represent their villages. At the end of the day, one way or another, the current Kages are either his wives or are relatives of his wives. The results of the Uchiha clan family meeting left people like Mei, Raza, Anoki, and others silent. Especially during the first meeting, Temari raised the issue of selling the environmental modifier, explaining the precarious living conditions of the Land of Wind. Her original intention was to use the refusal to later propose that the Uchiha clan Chamber of Commerce intervene more in Tsunade. But, while people were still getting used to the voting process, the proposal won the majority of votes and passed to Natsuo. Natsuo explained that because this technology involved many core secrets of the Uchiha clan it could not be sold to Tsunade. But he still promised to provide help to improve the living environment of Tsunade. Chapter 230, The Wives' World Domination. Natsuo took Raza, Temari, and his other wives to Tsunade, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Raza then took them to the main oasis under the control of Tsunade. Looking at the golden sand, Natsuo clapped his hands with both hands. Would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. A large flow of chakra surged forth, and the golden sand was quickly swallowed by the vegetation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Giant trees emerged from the ground, even the ground began to sprout herbs and flowers rapidly. Within a radius of several kilometers, everything was covered with vegetation. Without hesitation, Natsuo instructed Raza to continue leading him to the oases controlled by Tsunade, and then repeated the previous operation. Several oases under Tsunade's control either increased in size or recovered from nearly being leveled by sandstorms. Everyone was stunned, wide-eyed and powerless. It wasn't until Natsuo visited all the oases under Tsunade's control that he stopped. Raza and the others next to him looked at the oasis in shock. Would release is really powerful. Raza inhaled deeply and looked at Natsuo. Thank you, Natsuo. This great kindness will not be forgotten by Tsunade. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. As he spoke, he bowed deeply. After a long bow, Raza finally stood up, tears in his eyes. Although he had made many dirty deals with Natsuo and had sent the kunoichi of his village to him, along with his daughter. But he really loves his village. The current Tsunade has become something that he never even dared to dream of before. I remember that the first Kazekage also asked the first Hokage to help improve the oasis of the Land of Wind, but in the end he was stopped by the Senju Tobirama. Raza inhaled deeply. Natsuo, he is a more compassionate man than the first Hokage. Of course, it's not that first Hokage doesn't want to help, he really likes to help others. But the climate of the Land of Wind would have caused the oases to return to their previous state. The current Tsunade, under the influence of the Uchiha clan, now has enough resources and manpower to maintain the newly transformed oasis. In fact, Natsuo still had an additional gift. I used the Shinra Tensei to smash some mountains on the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. This allowed water vapor to transfer from the excessively rainy Land of Rain to the Land of Wind, alleviating its water shortage. This solved both the problem of excess rain in the Land of Rain and lack of water in the Land of Wind. Tsunade and Omegakure are very grateful. Conan volunteered that same night to do many services that she normally wouldn't do. After Natsuo finished making all the arrangements for Tsunade, Raza's prestige once again reached its peak. Although it was Natsuo who acted, there is no doubt that Natsuo's actions were based on Raza's foresight to send his daughter to the Uchiha clan. This proved once again that Raza was the best Kazekage. At the same time, Natsuo's wives who cast the votes in favor that day were all stunned. Since after the changes that Natsuo made, they realized that their decisions directly affect the shinobi world. Immediately they were excited. How is it possible that a family meeting that lasted less than half an hour decided the future of Tsunade, one of the poorest shinobi villages? None of them could have imagined something like this. This power is too great. As was the result of the first meeting, Natsuo worked even harder to establish the authority of the family meeting. Otherwise he would have been able to figure out how to protect the core technology of the environmental modification device before selling it to Tsunade. He just hopes that everyone can attach importance to the family meeting. And boy did he achieve it. When the leaders of each shinobi village got the information, their expressions changed. By the voting of Natsuo's wives, can Tsunade's power increase drastically? The shinobi villages that had kunoichi married to Natsuo or who had a relationship with his wives contacted them immediately. Passing a proposal at the Uchiha clan's family meeting would mean gaining great support for them. Villages could become prosperous. Even the Kages of the 5 great shinobi villages could not sit still. Some shinobi clans even began to consider whether they had suitable kunoichi in their families. It's a pity that at first, when Natsuo started taking wives, I was hesitant. I thought that marrying someone like that would affect the reputation of the clan. Many lamented silently. The standard to be accepted as a wife is very high. Now only Kage-level kunoichi can be accepted. Damn Konoha, they have too big an advantage. The higher-ups of the various shinobi villages cursed. After all, Konoha is where Natsuo resides, and most of his wives are from there. The other shinobi villages had only sent a few spies to infiltrate the Uchiha clan. This means Konoha gets the biggest advantage, hands down. Which represents great decision-making power. After Hyuga Hayashi saw the benefits Tsunade gained, he decisively proposed to Niji that Hinata should lead the power of the Hyuga clan. There are quite a few elites in the Hyuga clan and their Kekkei Genkai is also one of the best. Natsuo also relaxed the conditions and lowered the threshold. Because of this, the wives of the Hyuga clan have great decision-making power within the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan also had a strong influence in Konoha and had many subordinate shinobi clans. His power also extended to many civilian shinobi and smaller shinobi clans. After the integration of the Hyuga clan, they could form a large faction within Konoha. Even if they didn't directly disagree with Tsunade, they certainly wouldn't be completely aligned with the Hokage. Maybe this is the only good news for everyone. As for the news about Natsuo's would release, we do not care. They all shrugged, no concern on their faces. Although everyone was curious about Natsuo's would release, it didn't really affect the structure of the shinobi world. What difference does it make if he has would release or not? They talk as if someone could beat him. Someone commented. Even if he is 10 times stronger, he will still be the number 1 in the shinobi world. Can someone go from being number 1 to being the number -1? Another said indifferently. No problem. Anyway, it doesn't change my attitude towards him. Another shinobi added. However, in Konoha, there was some curiosity about Natsuo's would release. Some of the higher-ups, led by Narashikaku, had their doubts about whether Natsuo was investigating the first Hokage's body, just like Orochimaru. However, they did not delve further into the topic. After all, as other shinobi villages said, Natsuo, who was already invincible in the shinobi world, the would release doesn't change anything. If he showed it, people would see it one way. If he didn't show it, people would continue to see him the same way. The 5 Kage summit ended without any agreement and Tsunade ultimately failed to integrate the great shinobi villages. However, including Nagato, everyone saw another aspect. The Uchiha clan family reunion could replace the integration of the shinobi world. The Uchiha clan slowly became the center of power, gaining decisive influence on the development of the world. This left everyone speechless, but they had to give in. Especially with the passage of time, the importance of the Uchiha clan family reunion has been increasing. On the one hand, Natsuo consecutively supported his wife's proposals. And on the other hand, there was cooperation between the different powers of the shinobi world under the influence of the Uchiha clan. Obito gritted his teeth as he watched the changes in the shinobi world. These days, he has been in seclusion with the Akatsuki members, working hard to extract the Nine-Tails chakra from Sora's body. After a lot of effort, the demonic statue can be put on the battlefield as a qualified weapon. And as soon as they came out, what a surprise! The shinobi world was technically completely unified. Although the 5 great shinobi nations remain independent in name, the Uchiha clan family gathering has obviously become a platform for countless villages, clans, and even countries to fight against each other to decide the direction of the world. Obito can see very clearly that everyone now considers the Uchiha clan family reunion to be the highest authority in the shinobi world. Looking at it from another point of view, now Natsuo's wives have a great influence on the different powers of the world, representing their interests and the expectations of their people. But it must be admitted that although the family gathering of the Uchiha clan also has jealousy and conflicts, its existence has instantly reduced tensions between nations and the likelihood of war outbreaks. If there is a problem, it is brought to the meeting so that everyone can vote and decide the solution. In the end, no one can resist the decisions that are approved during the meetings. Because of this, some beneficial tasks for the majority are being carried out quickly. Helping the Land of Waves to build bridges, Kirigakure to develop its maritime industry, Iwagakure to improve its textile industry, Konoha to eradicate bandits in various regions, New Akatsuki to promote the colonization plan. Technology and funds controlled by the Uchiha clan constantly flow throughout the world, generating considerable profits and bringing new products and jobs everywhere. Per capita resources suddenly increased, everyone can enjoy a larger slice of the pie, and conflicts of interest decreased significantly. The entire shinobi world is thriving. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, The Tides of War. The shinobi world seemed to be heading towards stability. This is not what I wanted as a result. Obito gritted his teeth. For Obito, giving up the infinite Tsukimi plan was impossible because of Rin. Although he knew that peace was about to be achieved, he was forced to interrupt it. Fortunately, the shinobi world is not completely united yet, and I am already prepared. Obito looked at Ten Tails behind him with excitement in his eyes. The Ten Tails was completely revived. Of course, for now it was under Obito's control, but when it really started moving, there would be no hiding its presence. And now. Madara, we need to be fully prepared. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment, and said, the birth of the Ten Tails will not go unnoticed, and it would be better to use all the tailed beasts for the infinite Tsukimi, otherwise, it might not work. Natsuo is an enemy we cannot avoid. I know. Obito nodded slightly, then frowned. It's just that although I haven't fought against him, I also know that person is not easy to deal with. I need some more time. Obito narrowed his eyes. He planned to place numerous traps at the place where the Ten Tails would appear to strengthen his power using those traps. Raza used this strategy in the past and managed to stop Natsuo temporarily with his own abilities. With the Ten Tails at my disposal, it should be easier. But Black Zetsu was a little flustered. Although outside rumors claim that Raza had used the terrain to his advantage and fought against Natsuo for a long time, he was defeated in the end. But those were just rumors. He had no idea what method could stop Natsuo. Black Zetsu looked at the words would release on the intelligence reports, and his heart sank. The combination of wood release and Sharingan, the combination of Senju and Uchiha, plus his talent, could have reached the level of Uchiha Madara. Just relying on Obito doesn't seem very reliable. Black Zetsu mused. I should start preparing. When Akatsuki was making intensive preparations. While Akatsuki was making final preparations. The influence of the Uchiha clan continued to gradually expand. Initially, the Uchiha clan family meeting was only an internal meeting of the Uchiha clan. Even if it could affect other powers, it only moved the resources of the Uchiha clan. However, one day, under Natsuo's direction, Tsunade brought an issue of Konoha's development to the meeting and began discussing it openly, even organizing a vote. Although Natsuo's wives remained silent for a moment, they finally voted in favor. Natsuo was deliberately leading Konoha to come under the rule of the Uchiha clan and free itself from the restrictions of the Land of Fire, or rather the daimyo. Clearly the Uchiha clan's family reunion would inevitably meddle in shinobi villages and national politics. This interference would only increase rather than decrease over time. This will cause the meeting to formally become the governing council of the entire shinobi world. Which also meant unification. Konoha has a large number of votes in the family gathering, giving it a significant advantage. Tsunade wanted peace and, seeing Konoha's advantage, naturally supported Konoha being integrated under the jurisdiction of the Uchiha clan. Natsuo's other wives were not stupid. They also watched Tsunade's movements. But in the end they decided to support Tsunade's actions. Not just Konoha, but even some activities from Tsunagakure and Iwagakure were brought to a vote by Temari and Kuratsuchi. On the one hand they realized that this was Natsuo's intention. On the other hand, the right to vote was also theirs, which meant that their power was also growing. Of course they would support the expansion of the Uchiha clan's family reunion. Some senior officials in Iwagakure were unwilling to accept the Uchiha clan's family meeting deciding the village's affairs, so they tried to resist. But the next day the Susanoo appeared in front of the Tsuchikage residence. It wasn't Natsuo, it was Uchiha Itachi. In reality, the power of the Uchiha clan's family gathering was very strong. Tsunade, Mikoto, Conan, Amuri, Kushina, Mei among other wives of Natsuo. They can also mobilize the Kage-level shinobi of the new Akatsuki. Nagato, Yahiko, Itachi, Kakuzu, Sasuke, and Kabuto, who was promoted to the Kage level after drinking many potions from the revival series, in addition to Kakashi who had Hashirama cells transplanted to stabilize the Mangekyo. This surpassed Akatsuki's original strength and was far beyond the weakened Iwagakure. In the end Iwagakure decided to give in. After all, they were only interfering in unimportant issues, avoiding violent reaction from the daimyo and other factions. But everyone knew that this was part of the gradual process of the Uchiha clan's family reunion to gradually absorb the power of the shinobi villages, but they couldn't do anything. Damn evil Uchiha, he's going to completely complete Uchiha Madara's unfinished cause of unifying the shinobi world. Everyone cursed Natsuo. And it is not achieved with military force, but through marital alliances. Meanwhile, Obito was finally ready to act. Let's start. Obito said vigorously, with confidence in his eyes. He performed mudras with both hands. The next second, the Ten-Tail's huge body appeared instantly. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed in all directions. Now, let's see what you have prepared. Obito said as he directed his gaze towards Konoha in the distance. Yes, Obito's choice is to attack Konoha. The giant demonic statue advanced with enormous steps, crossing the terrain step by step. Every step he took made the earth shake. The impact was so great that it was hard to believe. The trees under his feet broke like grass under a person's feet. What's going on? It's an enemy attack. Damn, it's the Akatsuki organization. The movement of the demonic statue was so strong that the Konoha shinobi immediately noticed it and immediately sent the information to the village. Did Obito and Ten-Tails choose to attack Konoha? Tsunade raised her head in a gesture of defiance and pride. Uchiha Sasuke, who traveled over here, has already revealed the information of Obito, which naturally also includes the information of Ten-Tails and Black Zetsu. Itachi, Nagato, Yahiko, Kakashi. She mentioned the names of some high-level shinobi and said, let's go. For the upcoming battle, ordinary shinobi were no longer relevant. It is a feast that only top shinobi can participate in. Also, inform Natsuo. Tell him to come over. Tsunade looked serious. Natsuo is probably the only one who can solve this problem in the shinobi world now. After all, both Naruto and Sasuke still had a long way to go to face this kind of elite battle. When Tsunade arrived, there were already many Konoha shinobi who ran forward desperately, trying to stop the demonic statue. But it was evident that these ordinary shinobi couldn't stop the demonic statue even for a second. Boom. 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 The huge arm lashed out and all the shinobi that were tens of meters away were sent flying, clearly dead on the spot. Obito. Stop. Tsunade shouted furiously. At the demonic statue, Obito paused and remained silent for a moment. Then, he slowly took off his mask. It seems that you all know it. It's strange. I remember that I obviously didn't show any flaws. Obito's voice was somewhat puzzled. It was really Obito. Kakashi's expression was complicated. He never expected that the leader of Akatsuki, the most powerful terrorist organization in the shinobi world, was actually his best friend. Although when Tsunade took him to meet the Sasuke of the future and told him about Obito, he almost confirmed this fact, therefore he accepted the transplant of Hashirama's cells and began to work hard again, finally reaching the Kage level. But he still couldn't believe that the kind Obito had become what he was now. Is it for Rin? Kakashi wondered silently. Tsunade, on the other hand, shouted, "This is Konoha, the place where you were born and raised. Why are you doing this, Obito?" "There is no need to speak further, 5th Hokage." Obito spoke indifferently. "If Konoha hands over the Nine Tails, I can forgive them and ensure a happy life for them." "That's impossible," Tsunade said without hesitation. "What's the point of living in an illusory world?" "Obito, I need to tell you something," Tsunade said, looking at Black Zetsu. "The Black Zetsu accompanying you is not the will of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara has also been deceived. He is the child of Otsutsuki Kaguya. The purpose is to use your body to cast infinite Tsukimi and release Otsutsuki Kaguya." Tsunade then revealed all the information that the future Sasuke had told her about the fight between the Sage of the Six Paths, his brother, and Kaguya. Does she really know? Black Zetsu's pupils shrank, but his posture remained the same. What Black Zetsu hated most was having his existence revealed, as it would devastatingly affect his plan to free his mother. Suddenly, he tensed, preparing to escape at any moment. Having hidden for 1,000 years, he was not willing to bet everything on one move. Because once he failed, his mother would be trapped forever. Chapter 232, Clash of Giants. What Tsunade and Black Zetsu didn't expect was that Obito simply looked at Black Zetsu in surprise when he heard Tsunade's words and then calmly said, "Really, thank you for the information, Hokage. But sorry, I still have to carry out my plan." "Why?" Tsunade asked puzzled. "Don't you know that there is something wrong with that plan?" "Of course I know, but infinite Tsukimi itself is not a problem, right?" Obito said calmly. "It can also achieve what I wish, can't it? As long as I can create a peaceful world with Rin, that's enough." How could he not realize that working with Uchiha Madara is like playing with fire? There was no trust between them. Obito is also certain that the incident of Rin becoming a Jinchuriki and then dying at the hands of Kakashi is the work of Uchiha Madara. Obito may not have noticed it at first, but after so many years, no matter how dull his brain is, it's time to wake up. Still, he goes ahead with the Eye of the Moon plan. Anything else can wait until he secures his victory. Obito. Kakashi gritted his teeth. "It seems that you have already made a decision." Tsunade took a deep breath. She wanted to instigate Obito, but failed. "Come on." The next moment, Itachi activated the complete body, Susanoo. Sasuke was not far behind either and the Susanoo appeared instantly. Yahiko and Nagato appeared at Tsunade's side the next instant. Amiri took out the Kiba sword and then entered Sage mode, before rushing forward like lightning. Both Yugao and Guren also entered Sage mode. Guren then performs the Jade Crystal Wall 8th formation to try to stop the demonic statue. Kakashi also activated the Chidori, then drilled forward at an astonishing speed. Obito remained calm and the demonic statue instantly destroyed the Jade Crystal Wall 8th formation before continuing to advance. Then, Obito ignored everyone around him and attacked Kakashi directly. Kakashi, possessing Obito's other eye, possessed the only weakness of the Kamui ability. Kakashi quickly dodged Obito's attacks with a complicated expression. Close by were Amiri and Yugao, whose speed ensured that the moment Obito entered tangible mode, he would be immediately attacked. Boom. 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 The demonic statue attacked savagely, destroying Guren's crystal release in one fell swoop, causing the ground to tremble constantly. Even with Sage mode, Guren felt exhausted trying to stop the demonic statue as best she could. At that moment, Sasuke and Itachi Susanoo simultaneously launched themselves towards the demonic statue. However, in the next instant, the demonic statue swept away the two Susanoo with a single move. "It's stronger than what the future Sasuke said." Tsunade looked serious. But soon, Nagato, Yahiko, and other high-level shinobi also attacked one after another, interrupting the demonic statue's advance. "You guys go too." Obito glanced at Black Zetsu, Kisame, and other members of Akatsuki. They nodded and joined the attack. The war broke out. But in the next instant, Obito's pupils shrank, and the demonic statue's attack stopped slightly. Since Natsuo had appeared next to Tsunade at some point. Natsuo. Black Zetsu had a dignified expression. Tsunade on the other hand scolded Natsuo with a serious look. You finally arrived. After all this commotion, didn't you say you'd intervene and now you happen to be the last one to show up? It's mainly because I'm busy. Natsuo shrugged. What are you busy with? Tsunade subconsciously asked, suddenly her nose twitched. Hey, this smell. Her expression gradually changed, from initial suspicion to certainty and then to disbelief. Natsuo. While we were all fighting for our lives, you. This is still daytime. She exclaimed, fury in her eyes. Natsuo said perfunctorily, it's just that the sound insulation of the room is excellent. Natsu couldn't tell Tsunade that he wanted Obito to succeed in the Eye of the Moon plan so they could revive Kaguya, right? That's why the ANBU sent for Tsunade couldn't find him. Furthermore, Natsuo had used Yumenso on Yujito not long ago, making her agree to become his wife, in order to be able to access the Uchiha clan's family reunion to seek a better future for Kimogakure. And today she finally gave in to Natsuo. Natsuo was at his most intense. How could he leave Yujito, who finally gave in, and run to fight Obito? After totally devastating Yujito, it's time to face Obito. Tsunade was filled with anger. However, when the others saw Natsuo arrive, their expressions instantly relaxed. Natsuo smiled lightly and looked at Obito. Obito had a serious expression, and Black Zetsu also left his opponent to join Obito. They both looked at Natsuo seriously. Because this time, Natsuo had activated his Rinnegan directly. Let's follow the plan. Obito said in a deep voice. Zetsu, go take care of Kakashi and bring my eyes back. As for me. Obito gestured and the demonic statue roared, launching itself towards Natsuo. But in the next second, a titanic wooden statue with many hands appeared. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. At the same time, the dark purple glow flickered, and the Susanoo's armor was added to the wooden giant. Natsuo smiled slightly, and the wooden giant Susanoo launched several blows with his palms, knocking the demonic statue back, but quickly, under Obito's control, the demonic statue counterattacked. The two giants continued to exchange blows, causing a violent commotion that seemed like it could tear space itself. Obito's expression became increasingly gloomy, because he noticed that the demonic statue was losing ground. Well, in the end I had no expectations that the demonic statue could beat Natsuo. Obito took a deep breath. So. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly. The demonic statue retreated step by step but continued to attack. Oh. Natsuo raised an eyebrow as the wooden Susanoo statue followed Obito. Obito defended himself as he retreated, beginning to change the battlefield. The two sides fought for a while. So. Finally here. Obito smiled. Natsuo, do you know why, despite knowing that the demonic statue is no match for you, I dared to attack Konoha? Natsuo raised his head and glanced at him. Obito chuckled and said, because here, there is my trap. In the next instant, the land suddenly transformed into a deep and bottomless swamp. Even the titanic wooden Susanoo statue was quickly submerged halfway by the quagmire. Then, suddenly, 4 golden chains emerged. These chains seemed a bit illusory, they were obviously not real materials, but were made of condensed chakra. And they quickly wrapped themselves around the wooden Susanoo statue, keeping it firmly bound. At the same time, barriers were erected in all 4 directions, creating a barrier that prohibited spatial movement within the barrier. You have prepared a lot. Natsuo looked around. Among other things, he didn't know how Obito got the chains similar to the adamantine sealing chains from the Uzumaki clan. If it weren't for this preparation, I would have already attacked a long time ago. Obito chuckled lightly. He had been preparing this for 2 full months. During those 2 months Black Zetsu even brought out some impressive things from Kaguya's era. All this was for this moment. Of course, with these preparations alone it would not be possible to defeat Natsuo. So. Under Obito's feet, the demonic statue began to transform at an astonishing speed. His hands flattened, 10 tails emerged behind him, his mouth enlarged, showing sharp teeth, and a tall bulge appeared on his back. His eyes also merged into one, finally transforming into the Rinne Sharingan. 10 tails. Natsuo said. Exactly. It's the 10 tails. Obito's smile widened. Obito stared deeply ahead, as the back of his head connected with the 10 tails in order to control it. You are really strong, very strong. Obito said calmly. Other than this beast in front of us, I can't imagine any other way to defeat you. The 10 tails opened its enormous mouth, revealing a deeply dark interior. Tailed beast ball. Obito, your vision is still a little narrow. In the next instant, an incomparable amount of chakra surged out of Natsuo. The true several thousand hands Susanoo exerted strength and broke the golden chains that restricted him. And with a strong push, it easily emerged from the swamp. It's so simple. Obito's expression changed. A dark cloud appeared above Obito's head. The true several thousand hands Susanoo, which was not much smaller than the Ten Tails, pounced on him. Before the Ten Tails redirected the attack, the true several thousand hands Susanoo launched several palms, pressing it hard and smashing its huge mouth against the ground. Boom. A thunderous explosion sound rang out, and the Ten Tails let out a cry of heart-wrenching pain. Chapter 233, Black Zetsu, don't you want to save Kaguya? The huge explosion of the Ten Tails' tailed beast ball also affected Natsuo and the true several thousand hands Susanoo at the same time. From afar, Amuri and the others, who had stopped the fight since the two giants started the fight, suddenly changed their expressions. Although they couldn't see the battle scene, but they could still see the huge explosion from afar. Worried, Amuri and his other wives instinctively rushed towards where Natsuo was. The rest of the Kage-level combatants frowned and also rushed over. When they arrived, the explosion was already slowly dissipating, and the dust was clearing. Natsuo was still standing on the true several thousand hands Susanoo, with a black sword covered in golden flames in his hand. One of his eyes had become the Rinne Sharingan, while the other was the Byakugan, but from time to time there were flashes of blue light in the. After Natsuo finished assimilating the chakra fruit, his Rinnegan evolved into the Rinne Sharingan. In addition to that, Natsuo noticed that now that he was technically an Otsutsuki, his chakra was purer and more powerful than when he entered Six-Path Sage mode. Compared to his clean and tidy image, the true several thousand hands Susanoo was almost destroyed. Of course, Ten Tails is also in dire shape. It was affected by the shockwaves of its own attack. Obito didn't have any injuries either. His Kamui ability could evade any attack, keeping him safe. However, his expression was terrible. You're actually alright, you haven't even been hurt at all. Obito stared wide-eyed. How can this be? He shouted furiously, forming hand seals. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. A whirlwind of flames erupted from the strange space in his eyes, with a feeling of distorted space, roaring forward. However, Natsuo didn't even move. A transparent barrier formed around him, completely absorbing the flames. Blocking technique absorption seal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Obito desperately cast ninjutsu over and over again. However, nothing works. Regardless of the ninjutsu, upon approaching the barrier, it was instantly extinguished, disappearing without a trace. Obito swallowed silently. But still, he gritted his teeth with determination and continued to stare at Natsuo. Don't worry, don't worry. He can only defend himself. Once he breaks his defense, everything will be fine. Although its defense is strong, it doesn't compare to my Kamui. As long as I don't let my guard down, no one can hurt me. But in the next second, Natsuo instantly appeared near Obito. Ameno to Chikara. And in the next instant, Natsuo swung the black sword cutting Obito. The cut left a trail of golden flames on Obito's chest, vaguely revealing the bones beneath his skin. How is it possible? Obito spat out a mouthful of old blood. How could you cross the space and hit me? After Natsuo's chakra improved, he could now perform spatial slashes while using the improved sun breathing. That's why even though Obito used the Kamui skill to dodge the attack, he was still hit hard. Obito, it looks like there's nothing you can do. At that moment, a black substance suddenly covered Obito's body. Obito gritted his teeth. I can still fight. But what are you going to fight with? Black Zetsu shook his head and sighed. Your Mangekyo technique has been deciphered, what do you use to fight that guy? Can you beat Natsuo? Unlike Obito, Zetsu can actually sense Natsuo's Otsutsuki clan chakra. When he saw Natsuo, Zetsu was puzzled. He remembered the aura similar to his mother's, although he doesn't know how he achieved it, he is sure that Natsuo has become an Otsutsuki. You are useless to me now. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes slightly. It's time to change players. As soon as he finished speaking, a coffin appeared on top of the Ten Tails. The lid of the coffin dropped to reveal a sleeping face full of haki. The lid of the coffin fell, and the person was revealed to be Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu looked at Natsuo strangely. He was ready to confront Natsuo and stop his attack, but Natsuo didn't move at all. But still Black Zetsu finished the seal without hesitation. Rich vitality erupted from Obito. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. Obito, what are you doing? A voice filled with curiosity and a domineering air echoed. Uchiha Madara came out of the coffin, closed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. This is not different from our plans. Madara, things have already gotten out of control. Black Zetsu dug out Obito's Rinnegan with one hand and said at the same time, after you, another person who possesses the Rinnegan has emerged. Even if Obito uses your eyes, he is no match for him. I can only sacrifice Obito to bring you back. After reviving Madara, Obito began to rapidly lose his vitality, and was already on the brink of death at this point. Black Zetsu cautiously watched Natsuo's movements, as he quickly moved to Madara's side. Although it was strange why Natsuo didn't act, Black Zetsu continued to advance without hesitation while reporting the situation to Madara. In a short time, Black Zetsu finished informing him of everything relevant that had happened since he died. A member of the Uchiha clan. Madara slowly inserted the pair of Rinnegan into his sockets, blinked and regained his vision. He tilted his head slightly, looked at Natsuo and saw his eyes. You are an impressive descendant. His voice was soft but carried an incomparable pressure. It was the confidence that only someone who was the most powerful of his time could have. Natsuo chuckled, completely ignoring Madara's pressure. So you want to dance too? The next moment, his figure abruptly disappeared and then appeared in front of Natsuo, throwing a punch. Natsuo blocked the punch with one hand, a smile on his lips. Not only do I want to dance, I also want to enjoy it. So the two began to fight and dance without hesitation. Both attacked quickly, their shadows intertwined, knocking down everything in their path. Although it was a display of violence, the movements were precise and elegant, showing a kind of unique grace. Almost like a dance. Ha ha ha, you really are a strong junior. Madara laughed, eyes full of excitement. As the confrontation continued, Natsuo began to suppress Madara more and more, so he stepped away for a moment and the dark blue chakra emerged from his body. The Susanoo took shape in the blink of an eye. Susanoo raised his giant sword and prepared for a fierce attack. Then he made a cut with all the power of Susanoo. But in the next instant, Natsuo raised his head and calmly looked at Madara's side. The next instant, his figure appeared next to Madara. Without hesitation he made a cut with his black sword. Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly, and his pupils shrank. Space ninjutsu. Boom. Natsuo's attack launched him hundreds of meters, while Natsuo stood on the gradually disintegrating Susanoo. You. Madara stood up, covering the wound on his chest with one hand. But in the next second, Natsuo appeared beside him again. But Madara Uchiha, after all, was Madara Uchiha. He calmed down instantly, summoned Susanoo again, while resisting Natsuo's attack, he quickly approached the Ten Tails. Then he formed a seal with both hands. Come on, Ten Tails. In the next instant, the Ten Tails' huge mountain-like body twisted and was forcibly absorbed by Madara. So this is the power of Sage of Six Paths. Madara's body suddenly changed, his thick black hair turned white, he was wearing a white kimono with a pattern of 6 magatamas around his neck, and the truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. An immense sense of oppression emanated from Madara. He waved his hand fiercely, and the strong power was released, forming a huge wave of air, sweeping everything around. Ha ha ha. Madara laughed madly, filled with glee. This power. Young man, let's have another fight. With the power of the Ten Tails, this time. Boom. Natsuo swung his black sword, slashing across Madara's chest. He was covered by golden flames instantly and then flew back, coughing up blood. He was stunned, leaning awkwardly on the ground, with an expression of disbelief. But the next moment, Natsuo continued attacking. Despite Madara's efforts to defend himself using the truth-seeking balls, he still continued to receive injuries. This should not be like that. It should not be like that. This shouldn't be happening. Madara was confused. Clearly, he had already been resurrected, clearly he had the 10 tails, clearly. Well, I think I've played enough. Natsuo said as he clapped and smiled. Okay, now that you've become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, then, what are you waiting for, Black Zetsu? Or do you really not want to save Otsutsuki Kaguya? Chapter 234, Love, Lust, and Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu, what are you waiting for? Or, you really don't want to save Kaguya? Natsuo looked at Black Zetsu with a smile on his face. Black Zetsu's expression changed quickly, but when he heard Natsuo's words, he gritted his teeth and pounced directly on Uchiha Madara's body. Black Zetsu, what are you doing? Madara was surprised and angry. He hadn't had the chance to hear from Tsunade about Black Zetsu's true thinking. Madara had arrived too late and acted too quickly, without giving anyone the chance to reveal anything. Black Zetsu remained silent, eroding Madara's body while looking at Natsuo with a solemn face. Natsuo also smiled slightly as he watched Black Zetsu, completely ignoring the shouts of Tsunade and the others behind him, not making a move. In reality, Zetsu could have escaped at that time or continued hiding for years, waiting for another opportunity. But he had been plotting for almost 1,000 years until finally someone managed to awaken the Rinnegan. And his existence had already been exposed for unknown reasons. Even if he managed to avoid Natsuo's pursuit, now that everyone knows his plan it would be impossible for him to carry it out in the future. That being the case, then, he could only risk it. Natsuo, although I don't understand why you are allowing me this, but I'm betting everything. The next second, Madara's body began to form seals uncontrollably. The Rinne Sharingan on his forehead focused on the moon in the sky. What should have been a clear and sunny sky suddenly changed to deep night at an astonishing speed. And the Rinne Sharingan was reflected in the moon. However, Natsuo still had a smile on his face, just watching Black Zetsu's movements quietly as if watching a show. Madara's form began to expand, like a balloon inflating. Flows of chakra emerged from the ground, steadily penetrating Madara's body. Madara's expression distorted, as if he was enduring great pain. Despite the pain, he said, "Black Zetsu, you are my will, what are you doing?" "No, I am the will of Kaguya." Black Zetsu spoke in a deep tone, finally answering the tool man's question. After so many years of humiliating sealing, today the seal has been broken under the guidance of the light of the infinite moon. Wake up. Origin of the chakra, Almighty God. After reaching its expansion limit, Madara's body began to gradually twist and shrink. Finally, he transformed into a white-haired woman, with closed eyes and delicate features. She wore a white hime-kimono, which fluttered with chakra fluctuations, emanating a haunting and fearsome presence. Her skin was extremely pale. The third eye in the center of her forehead slowly opened, revealing the Rinne Sharingan. Her hair is extremely long. She was floating in the air with grace and majesty. "Mother, you are finally resurrected." Black Zetsu's eyes were full of excitement. "Natsuo, although I don't understand why you allowed me this, I am sincerely grateful. As a reward, allow my mother to absorb your chakra first." However, this time, Natsuo did not remain silent like before, but directly interrupted Black Zetsu's words. "As a reward, you only need to call me father." Black Zetsu, Tsunade and others. In that instant, it seemed as if the entire world stopped for a few seconds. Kaguya woke up like someone emerging from a deep sleep, slowly opening her eyes filled with confusion. As she clenched and opened her hands, she noticed that her strength was lower than what she had before being sealed. How did Black Zetsu do things? Such a resurrection would be worse than no resurrection at all. Ha ha ha. Natsuo. Although I always knew that the Uchiha are a crazy bunch, I didn't expect you to be so radically insane. Black Zetsu laughed wildly. If he was a normal person, tears would be streaming down his face right now. It turns out that you allowed my actions for such a vulgar matter. Unfortunately, I was always on guard, worried that you might attack me at any time. Why is this something vulgar? I'm being quite serious. Natsuo smiled slightly. Kaguya-hime, could you be my wife? He said this as he extended his hand, with a gentle look on his face, as if he was looking at his loved one. Kaguya looked at him silently, without moving. But when she tried to feel Natsuo's strength, she was completely stunned. The other party's strength was greater than her, even during her heyday. She also noticed that the other party seemed to be an Otsutsuki but at the same time seemed to be different. However, contrary to her expectations, instead of getting angry at the other party's disrespectful tone, it awakened something else in her, something primal, something she knew she couldn't fully control despite the incredible level of power she possessed. Her face flushed as she realized what she was feeling, the desire to procreate. "Mom!" Black Zetsu screamed. "What's the situation?" Tsunade and the others were puzzled. Natsuo was also a little surprised, because although he didn't feel the same feeling as Kaguya, he was also affected a little. Then he smiled slightly and thought, it seems that this situation is better than I initially expected. Although Kaguya had a distant and cold appearance and had 2 children. In reality she didn't have much experience with men. Otherwise, considering her strength, she shouldn't be so affected by the sexy reverse harem technique in the Naruto series. The Otsutsuki clan is noted for consuming the genetic material and life energy of a world to advance its biological evolution. This process turns them into superior beings in biological terms, but it also intensifies certain emotions such as anger, arrogance, and the need to procreate. But because the Otsutsuki clan enslaved the god trees, no other species could evolve to the level they possess, which is why there have been no cases in which the need to procreate manifests itself in an uncontrolled manner in them. On the other hand, because Natsuo became stronger with the help of the system, this caused him to technically become a superior human. Added to this, by consuming the chakra fruit, he reached a level of biological superiority comparable or even higher than that of the Otsutsuki, which explains Kaguya's intense reaction upon seeing him. Kaguya's white eyes, as pure as snow, involuntarily fell on Natsuo. Although his expression was still distant, everyone noticed that his eyes showed desire and lust. "What's wrong with this woman?" Tsunade said instinctively. "We are enemies, and she is lusting after my husband." "Mom. You have to calm down." Black Zetsu also wailed. "Don't you want to gather all the chakra in the shinobi world? Are you going to give up your dream?" After Zetsu finished speaking, Natsuo looked at him coldly. His expression was similar to that of a mean man who desired the body of a divorced woman, but was continually prevented by her son. Kaguya shielded Black Zetsu behind her and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Zetsu only cares about me. Don't listen to his words." Black Zetsu said anxiously, "Mother, be careful. Don't be fooled. Natsuo is very dangerous. He is the most powerful enemy in your quest to collect chakra." His behavior resembled how a child would feel seeing his mother considering a new candidate for marriage. Pure white eyes swept over Natsuo's face. Kaguya shook her head fiercely, shook away the confusing thoughts in her mind, and then took a deep breath. "I can consider your proposal, but my resurrection is not perfect. Let me absorb the remaining tailed beasts first." After saying that, the veins around Kaguya's eyes stood out. Her long hair turned into sharp stingers under her control, and without hesitation, she directed them towards Natsuo. Natsuo immediately swung his black sword, and a cutting energy was directed towards the approaching white hair, cutting it. However, the hair seemed to have no end and kept getting closer. Knowing that she was not Natsuo's opponent, Kaguya directly activated the Yamatsu Hirasaka to escape to her own dimension. How could Natsuo allow Kaguya to escape? Natsuo instantly appeared next to Kaguya and Yamatsu Hirasaka was instantly cut down with his black sword. Kaguya looked at Natsuo in disbelief. Although she knew that Natsuo's strength was greater than her, she never thought that he could restrict her like this. Kaguya quickly moved away from Natsuo and activated the Amanamanaka to escape with Black Zetsu, but Natsuo teleported to her side instantly, and the three of them disappeared from the place at the same time. She had teleported them to the dimension of the Frozen Kingdom. Kaguya was surprised that Natsuo had been able to arrive with them. Then she asked him, "You have the aura of an Otsutsuki, but at the same time it's different, what are you?" "What? He's also Otsutsuki." Black Zetsu's expression changed suddenly. "No, it shouldn't be like that. Natsuo is clearly from the Uchiha clan. Wait a minute, I get it. Natsuo. You were transformed into an Otsutsuki by means of the Kama, right?" "No." Natsuo smiled lightly. "Mainly, I obtained loot during a battle that led me to evolve in the direction of an Otsutsuki." Kaguya blinked and deactivated her Byakugan. She knows that Natsuo is stronger than her and her abilities to escape from him are also useless. She bit her lower lip, keeping silent and trying to suppress her feelings. But Black Zetsu asked, "Loot? Natsuo, what kind of loot would allow you to accomplish something like that? In this world, that kind of there is." Kaguya spoke softly, interrupting Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but said, "Mother, is there really such a thing? The fruit of chakra can do this." Kaguya whispered. "But to condense the chakra fruit, not only the god tree is needed, but also the corpse of an Otsutsuki." Chapter 235, From All Killing Ash Bones to Fiery Desires, R18. Need the body of a Otsutsuki. Did you kill Hamura and Hagoromo? Black Zetsu was stunned and subconsciously asked. "They are not suitable." Kaguya shook his head lightly. "They are not real Otsutsuki, their biological level is not enough to be able to mature a chakra fruit. So, it should be." Black Zetsu was a little surprised. How can there be other Otsutsuki in the shinobi world? There was one. Natsuo said with a slight smile. It was an Otsutsuki that was barely alive. Black Zetsu was taken aback for a moment, and then exclaimed. "Natsuo, did you kill Otsutsuki Ishiki?" "Yeah." Natsuo nodded. Although he was not in his peak period, the god tree he cultivated is quite impressive. After throwing out his body, the fruit germinated immediately. What a good person, right? Black Zetsu was speechless. "So, actually, we're allies, right?" Natsuo smiled. "Now that I am Ishiki's murderer, it is likely that when the Otsutsuki clan comes they will also want to finish me off. You and I have the same interests, and we both face the same enemy. Wouldn't it be a good story to be together?" Kaguya and Black Zetsu were speechless for a while. But after 3 seconds of silence. "You can't trust anyone but yourself. My power is the only thing I can trust," Kaguya said with unwavering determination in her heart. Although she was affected by her feelings towards Natsuo, it is difficult for her to trust anyone since she was betrayed by her children. Kaguya immediately activated the Rin-e Sharingan. Amanamanaka. Hypergravity dimension. A massive gravitational force erupted. Even Kaguya had to kneel on the ground at this time. It was difficult to move, and it became extremely strenuous to raise her hands. She gritted her teeth as a grey bone thorn appeared in her palm. All-killing ash bones. Kaguya launched an ash-colored bone projectile. In this space where even she couldn't move, this technique was a deadly attack. Kaguya was shocked to realize that Natsuo, who should be in front of her, had suddenly disappeared. Instinctively, Kaguya used the Byakugan to look around, but before she could do so, she heard a cold voice from behind. "Oh, so you're ready for action now. Even if you're eager to join me, isn't it a bit hasty?" As he spoke, she felt a pair of hands caress her waist, at the same time the men behind her lifted her up forcefully. "Kaguya. We were in the middle of a battle, and this guy. Kaguya was dumbfounded. For a moment Kaguya almost gave in to her instincts, but then she tried to resist. But the extreme gravity became an obstacle, making it difficult for him to escape from that embarrassing situation. At the same time, Natsuo took advantage of this situation to begin to let go of her kimono. Kaguya fought her urges, gritted her teeth, her Rinne Sharingan burst into power, and shifted space again. Lava dimension. The burning magma below emitted incomparable waves of heat. Kaguya felt an instant relief in her body, which made her control her impulses a little more, and she immediately used the all-killing ash bones. Natsuo smiled slightly, then stepped in front of Kaguya, dodging the ash bones that came out of her back. His hands never let go of her delicate waist. Black Zetsu took the opportunity to pounce on him, as if he wanted to engulf Natsuo. But the next second, Natsuo kicked him away. Taking advantage of Natsuo's moment of distraction, Kaguya attacked them with her palms. But Natsuo raised the corner of his lips, using the Azura path he formed two more arms that held her by the wrists while he brought her body even closer to him. Kaguya fought with all her might to suppress her impulses as well as free herself from Natsuo's control, displaying a variety of abilities that had not even been seen in the Naruto series. But no matter how much she struggled, Natsuo suppressed her forcefully. Black Zetsu was desperately trying to get closer, only to be kicked by Natsuo again and thrown away. At the same time Natsuo threw several black receivers that immobilized him in the distance. Kaguya gritted her teeth as Natsuo finished opening her kimono, leaving her body half-naked. Kaguya's body froze and her resistance also stopped. However, at that moment, the sight that should have excited Natsuo and provoked some perverted thoughts, caused the primitive impulses that barely affected him when he met Kaguya to be magnified. And judging by the current expression on Kaguya's face, which was filled with pure desire and lust, it seemed that she also shared the same feeling, the desire to procreate. They both wanted to mate. Natsuo released Kaguya's hands, while she finished removing her kimono. She was fully aware of Natsuo's gaze glued to her naked body, but the one thought that primarily dominated her thoughts was the need to mate. Kaguya used her Rinne Sharingan, activating the Amanaka, to take her and Natsuo to Akatsuki Castle in her ice dimension. Then, without wasting any more time, she sat astride Natsuo with a slight smile on her face, forcing him to lie down on the cold floor of the castle. Meanwhile Black Zetsu had been immobilized in the lava dimension, but Kaguya forgot about him completely. She had no intention of stopping currently, she was already past that point. Kaguya began to rub her entrance on Natsuo's crotch. She tried to get rid of Natsuo's clothes by tearing them, but he grabbed her wrists, forcing her to lean forward so that her perfectly formed breasts were inches from Natsuo's face. "Please." She moaned helplessly near his ears as she rubbed her entrance against him to excite him even more. For some reason, Kaguya felt that Natsuo, although he was equally aroused as her, had much more control of himself than her, which really irritated her. Kaguya used the rabbit hair needle to harden her hair and then tear Natsuo's clothes. Instantly, all of Natsuo's clothes were destroyed. Kaguya, unable to control herself, leaned down and began to kiss his entire body starting from his chest. As she moved down and reached for his abs, she began to lick them, fully savoring the manly aura emanating from him. This sensation of her warm lips pressing all over his body forced the fire inside Natsuo to increase even more as he too finally gave into her primal instincts and began to feel her with his hands. Observing Natsuo's aroused state, Kaguya moved closer to his face and gave him a lascivious French kiss while pressing her breasts as hard as she could against his muscular chest. She dug her long nails into Natsuo's shoulders to try to press his body even more against hers, while she rubbed her wet entrance on Natsuo's shaft. Natsuo suddenly changed position and trapped her underneath him, making her lie down on her long hair. But immediately after, she wrapped her legs around him, trying to pull him inside her. "Do you want me to come in?" Natsuo asked. She nodded. "Do you want me to slide inside you hard, pounding mercilessly?" He added. "Yeah." She moaned, her legs tensing even more. Natsuo tried to get up, but Kaguya immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, staying close to him. Natsuo giggled as he began to levitate with Kaguya still clinging to him. Suddenly, he spun her around, as he slid her long hair in front of her, revealing her smooth, rounded rear. Using her long hair as a makeshift pillow, he made her lie face down. Natsuo pressed a hand between her shoulder blades, effectively pinning her as he pressed himself onto her, his shaft lodged securely between her plump cheeks. He grabbed one of her brown horns and pulled her head back, sealing her lips in a searing kiss. Her hips began to shake, signaling that she was more than ready for the main event, only for Natsuo to break the kiss and focus on her neck, biting hard enough to leave a proprietary mark. "Are you ready for it?" Natsuo whispered. "Yes." She began, only to be interrupted when Natsuo slid inside her mercilessly, enjoying her wet walls. Kaguya let a delicious scream escape her, giving Natsuo the opportunity to silence her with another searing kiss. At the same time, without Natsuo activating the Rinshu no Kankei, a bond with half the strength of a full bond was formed with Kaguya. Although Natsuo was surprised by this, he was more focused on the delicious way Kaguya's folds wrapped tightly around his shaft. As if they were trying to stop his invasion, even though her moans vehemently disagreed with that conclusion. Without even missing a beat, Natsuo wrapped his arms around her waist and began to levitate, carrying Kaguya. As they levitated, they continued to drag Kaguya's long hair, then Natsuo trapped her body between the castle wall and his burning body. Because they were in the ice dimension, when she was pressed against the wall by Natsuo, she experienced the contrasting sensations of hot and cold, making her moan even louder. With her cheek pressed against the wall, Kaguya could barely moan as Natsuo pounded her round ass, over and over again. The castle echoed with the sound of flesh hitting flesh, accompanied by the occasional spanking that Natsuo gave Kaguya, because he was unable to resist the charm of her delicious rear. She simply accepted the assault, her hands pressing against the wall, digging her long nails into it, willingly taking Natsuo's shaft inside her wet opening repeatedly. She simply moaned with satisfaction every time he penetrated her. "Do you like it when I use you forcefully, when you don't have the power to resist me?" Natsuo said, as he increased his strength, making her moan even louder. "Yes," she screamed, with just a hint of pain, but much more pleasure. Seeing her submission, more than feeling satisfied, Natsuo only felt the desire to dominate her more, to make her even more his. Why wouldn't he do it, when his primal instincts told him that she was a biologically superior being like him? Natsuo fucked her harder and harder. Still, Kaguya just moaned obediently, clearly enjoying his merciless assault, so there was no real problem. Even when Natsuo moved away from her to give her a moment to rest, she simply groaned in disappointment, urging him to continue. Since Natsuo consumed the chakra fruit, he had not been able to release all of his restraints when he was with his wives, otherwise he might end up damaging them. But Kaguya, having also consumed the chakra fruit, had an extraordinary physique, and Natsuo no longer needed to hold back. And so he did, penetrating Kaguya harder and harder, doing his best to turn her into a smiling mess. "That's right, penetrate me harder." Kaguya moaned deliriously. "Take me, use me, make me yours." Natsuo was surprised by the longing and desire she was able to put into her words even when she was overcome with pleasure. Furthermore, the bond continued to strengthen, although not as much as the first time. Natsuo decided to increase the intensity even more. He pulled out of her and spun her around, grabbing her waist to lift her up once more. "Hold my neck and stop floating," Natsuo ordered as he held her with one hand under her butt and using the other to bring one of her legs over his shoulder. He repeated the movement with the other leg, sliding both hands under her butt to improve her position and enjoy the softness of her. Creating a V shape with her body, while she pressed her back against the wall. It was a perfect position. The pace was completely at Natsuo's mercy, as each time he entered her, he let her slide downwards, using gravity to penetrate her even deeper. She closed her eyes as pleasure invaded her body, her screams slowly losing their coherence. "Keep your eyes open," Natsuo ordered, as his Byakugan emitted a pulse of chakra much more powerful than she could emit. If she wanted to be dominated by someone stronger because of her fear of the Akatsuki clan, Natsuo was going to be that person. "Why yes, sir," she moaned in the sweet spot between fear and desire. Natsuo released all his strength, aggressively invading her wet entrance, each thrust causing her breasts to move wildly. Her legs stiffened under the stress of the position, but she continued to moan, her body trembling, tears sliding down her cheeks and her screams echoing through the castle. But she couldn't hide the feeling of security that shone in her beautiful white eyes. She squeezed Natsuo's neck with all her strength, as each merciless thrust of his stretched her further and further, filling her to the brim. Natsuo continued to penetrate her fiercely for a while longer, until he exploded inside her, which immediately caused her to climax as well. At the same time, Natsuo shared a large amount of energy with Kaguya, as his bond with her had strengthened quite quickly. Kaguya was immediately distracted by a spectacular combination of climax and the feeling of becoming stronger after a long time. She collapsed to the ground using her long hair as a makeshift bed. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, The Sage Who Wouldn't Stay Dead. "So, what do you say? After getting some rest, are you ready to consider marrying into the Uchiha clan?" Natsuo said with a light smile. Kaguya remained silent, still worried about the persecution of the Akatsuki clan. But Natsuo's strength and his ability to strengthen her made Kaguya doubt. "It seems like you haven't decided yet, let me continue convincing you." Natsuo lifted her chin. Then he picked up Kaguya. Kaguya changed her expression slightly. "Wait. She still hadn't gotten enough rest. There is nothing to wait for." Natsuo did not hesitate and began his attack. Lava Dimension. Black Zetsu was still pinned to the mountain wall, tears welling up in his eyes. "Sniff, mother, I freed you only for that bastard to intimidate you. I shouldn't have freed you at all. I'm so sorry. I'm really, really sorry." Yukino and the others were outside, nervously looking towards the place where they both disappeared. In fact, because of future Sasuke, they already knew that Kaguya and Natsuo had been transported to Kaguya's dimensions. But Can Natsuo really win? Yukino and the other Natsuo wives were worried. Kaguya was the strongest enemy in the shinobi world. In the blink of an eye, almost a day had passed. So what's going on now? Tsunade was a little confused. What kind of battle didn't end in one day? Whether Natsuo won or lost, there should be a result. So they kept waiting. But Natsuo still didn't appear. Could it be that they appeared from somewhere else? Tsunade was a little confused. Hokage-sama, that is unlikely. Itachi said calmly. If Natsuo-sama emerges victorious, he will undoubtedly come directly to the Uchiha clan. And if the enemy emerges victorious, the first thing he would do would be to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. Compared to the small probability that the enemy will be victorious and then stop taking further actions, I think it is more likely that Natsuo-sama will be victorious but will not be able to return to the shinobi world from the enemy's dimensions. Tsunade frowned, she also thought of this matter. Obviously Itachi's guess has a high probability. And right at that moment, there was a disturbance in the surrounding space. Is here. Kakashi, who was constantly guarding, shouted. Everyone became alert, and the space was torn apart. Under everyone's gaze, Black Zetsu walked out slowly. His expression was one of disorientation and discouragement. The tension took over everyone. But before everyone took action against Black Zetsu, Natsuo came out with Kaguya hugged around the waist. Natsuo looked around, releasing Kaguya, and then smiled slightly towards Tsunade and his other wives. Hokage-sama, I have defeated Kaguya and saved the world once again. Tsunade and the others were surprised. How did you fight? It took so long. Tsunade said subconsciously. As I did. Natsuo smiled, as he hugged Kaguya. Under Natsuo's not-so-discreet actions, everyone's expressions became strange. What the hell? Even the usually calm Itachi couldn't help but swear. Natsuo took Kaguya and his other wives back to the Uchiha clan. Once Kaguya's problem was solved, the rest had nothing to do with Natsuo. Also a day of battle with Kaguya fully releasing his strength was also a challenge for Natsuo. And although Kaguya was beautiful, in the end Natsuo couldn't give up on reviving the Uchiha clan and stopping being with his other wives. Of course, the main reason is that Kaguya has become pregnant. The biological evolution of the Otsutsuki not only means that they will have more strength, but that the organism evolved in all aspects, and one of them is reproduction. You could say that an Otsutsuki woman takes the term hitting the target with the first shot to the extreme. After Natsuo explained the arrangements for Kaguya, Tsunade frowned, but in the end opted to go to the Hokage residence. She had to discuss what had just happened to the 5 great shinobi villages and come to a conclusion. At the very least, she had to inform them so they would have an idea of what was happening. During the following months Natsuo returned to his usual routine. He continued to work hard to revive the Uchiha clan, as well as spending time with his wives and children. As for the affairs of the shinobi world, he left it in the hands of the Uchiha family reunion. During this time the children of some of his wives were also born, but the child of one of his wives from the Hyuga clan surprised him quite a bit. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 287, you get mental power +28, Saimai Kikken. This is a technique from the world of One Piece that gives the user complete control over all bodily parts and functions of their body. But what surprised him about this technique was that when adapted to the world of Naruto, it could stimulate the bloodline and even increase the potential of a shinobi. With his level of strength it didn't help him much, but this was an ideal technique to increase the power of his wives and children. Even with more testing he discovered that if an ordinary person practiced the technique, it could allow them to shape and manipulate chakra, allowing them to become a shinobi. With this technique and the potions from the revival series, it is estimated that many of his wives will reach the Kage level in the following period of time. Thus, Kaguya began to live in the Uchiha clan, and because she was pregnant, she enjoyed the numerous cares that the Uchiha clan provided her. And Black Zetsu, as a son, also stayed with the Uchiha clan. His expression was extremely apathetic. Natsuo was simply too strong, so strong that it drove him to despair. Natsuo is so strong, I guess the Otsutsuki clan's pursuers could also be solved by him, right? Kaguya whispered to herself. She had accepted her situation and had decided to trust Natsuo completely. Despite everything, Kaguya had a kind heart. It is a shame that Tenji's betrayal, as well as concern for the persecutors of the Otsutsuki clan, led her to create the White Zetsu. And then she had disagreements with her children because of this, which ended with her being sealed. Although almost 1,000 years have passed without the members of the Otsutsuki clan coming to find her, she knows that it is only a matter of time before they arrive. Natsuo, who went to visit Kaguya, heard her whispers. Don't worry, you can trust me. Natsuo smiled slightly. It's not like I haven't killed an Otsutsuki before. He then took Kaguya to see the god tree that had absorbed Ishiki. He also took her to the Uchiha clan's main laboratory, where Kabuto and Amato were conducting multiple experiments on Urashiki's body. Otsutsuki Urashiki. Kaguya's expression changed slightly. Was he the one they sent to kill me? Probably. Natsuo nodded and told the story of how Urashiki came to this timeline and being killed by him. Hearing this, Black Zetsu, who was on Kaguya's sleeve, immediately understood. No wonder you all discovered my plans. It's fortunate that Obito's original intention remains unchanged after finding out. Otherwise, his plan to revive his mother could have been abolished directly. Hey. Wait, it's possible that it hasn't been abolished. After all, Natsuo had thoughts about his mother. If he hadn't resurrected his mother, maybe Natsuo would have done it for him. With that in mind, Black Zetsu's expression turned grim. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything from now on. Natsuo said as he hugged Kaguya from behind, while he placed his hands on her belly. Kaguya moved her lips slightly, but in the end she said nothing. But being hugged like this by Natsuo made her feel much safer and calmer. Although I'm not really sure, but I think it's best to tell you. When we left my dimensions, I felt a strange presence, one that gave me a familiar feeling. Kaguya frowned slightly and said, Ishiki was killed by you, so there shouldn't be anyone familiar to me in the shinobi world. Because she was still a little confused when she returned to Natsuo, she wasn't sure if she had perceived him correctly. Furthermore, the presence disappeared immediately after they arrived. Oh, you mean that presence? Natsuo said with a slight smile. You're not wrong, I felt it too. Black Zetsu and Kaguya were shocked. Who was? He is someone very familiar to you. Natsuo said with a smile as he looked towards the horizon. Black Zetsu and Kaguya frowned. In the end, Black Zetsu couldn't help but said, Natsuo, who are you talking about? Natsuo smiled slightly. Naturally, from my rebellious son, Hagoromo. The expressions of Black Zetsu and Kaguya changed slightly. Kaguya frowned slightly. Hagoromo, is he still alive? He is not a pure Otsutsuki, he should have died of old age. She shook her head slightly. He's dead, it's impossible for him to spy on us secretly. Are you sure he's dead? Natsuo smiled slightly. I, on the other hand, think he's still alive. Natsuo, have you seen Hagoromo? Black Zetsu was surprised and asked. No. Then you. Natsuo looked at Black Zetsu and interrupted him. Not to mention that Indra and Azura's chakra can reincarnate at will, don't tell me Hagoromo can't do it. Even in your plan is the method to resurrect the deceased Uchiha Madara. Couldn't Hagoromo be resurrected then? Both Kaguya and Black Zetsu changed their expressions slightly upon hearing that. Chapter 237, Clubbing vs. Saving the World. In reality, Natsuo knew that Hagoromo was still alive in soul form. If you think about it deeply, there are quite a few techniques that can revive the dead in the shinobi world. So why can't a legendary figure like the Sage of the Six Paths be resurrected? What you're saying makes sense, it could be possible. After hearing Natsuo's explanation, Black Zetsu frowned slightly, and his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't think of it before, but thinking about it now. It is very probable. But if he really could be revived, why haven't we heard from him until now? Kaguya frowned slightly, her expression revealing some sadness. Don't worry. Natsuo murmured as he gently caressed Kaguya's back, before slowly wrapping her in his arms. I'll take care of everything. Your only job is to take good care of our child. Kaguya shivered a little at first, but eventually leaned gently against Natsuo, her expression showing slight relief and relaxation. After receiving the information about the whole incident from Tsunade, many leaders of the different powers went to the site of Natsuo's battlefield against the Ten-Tails and were truly shocked by the magnitude of the battle. Also, the most powerful enemy, Kaguya, was defeated by Natsuo and became his wife. Everyone is preoccupied. Facing such an enemy, how can they deal with it? They now realize that truly everyone's destiny is in Natsuo's hands. If one day it is decided at the family meeting of the Uchiha clan that it is necessary to unify the shinobi world, will they even be able to resist Natsuo? Many shinobi were willing to die for their village, but when that time comes, they can probably just die and that's it. How could great powers bet their survival on the goodwill of third parties? And then there are the members of the Otsutsuki clan who can appear at any time. There is no other option, it seems that we only have to accept our fate. The various leaders of the shinobi world smiled bitterly and stopped ignoring the family reunion of the Uchiha clan. They then began to win over Natsuo's various wives by negotiating mutual benefits and bringing their various issues to the meeting, formally recognizing the other party's right to govern them. At first there was a lot of resistance from the nobles and daimyos, but because most of the shinobi supported the family reunion of the Uchiha clan, they could not cause much trouble. Furthermore, after Itachi went to visit the daimyo and nobles, they stayed in their own mansions to enjoy their riches without continuing to bother others. Under this structure, the complete unification of the shinobi world was achieved. The cunning and scheming Inoki even announced that he would pass the position of Tsuchikage to his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, who was married to Natsuo. On the other hand, Raza's reaction was not slow either. He immediately announced that the title of Kazekage would be passed on to his daughter, Temari. On the other hand, Tsunade, Terumi-mei, and Niyujito were already married to Natsuo, so technically now the 5 Kages are Natsuo's wives. The shinobi world suddenly became peaceful. Of course, there were still struggles for power and prestige, but the methods became much gentler. As the power of the family gathering of the Uchiha clan began to consolidate, important environmental improvement projects similar to those of Tsunade began to be carried out. Either by Natsuo himself or by the Uchiha clan's environmental modifier. On the other hand, either due to the threat of the Otsutsuki clan or other possible extraterrestrial civilizations or to be able to colonize the western continent, Natsuo decided to expand and perfect the Uchiha clan academy. Apart from providing the best teaching environment for his children, people from all over the world are now accepted, as long as they can pass the evaluation. Because Natsuo's children had a connection with him, his talents were constantly improving, so entry into the Uchiha clan academy was fierce competition and only the best in the shinobi world were accepted. Due to the Akatsuki organization, Naruto was forced to remain in custody in the Uchiha clan for a period of time, but as he was punished by Kushina due to his bad behavior, this period of time was lengthened even further. And after being trapped for so long, he finally got permission to leave. After making sure that no one was following him, he immediately headed to the Uchiha club. Because Naruto is now considered part of the Uchiha clan, he can enjoy the Uchiha club's VIP treatment free of charge. Manager, bring me 3. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly found that the scene in front of him had changed. An old man sitting cross-legged appeared in front of him. He wore a full-length white kimono with a pattern of 6 black magatamas around a high collar. He had a pair of horn-like protrusions extending from both sides of his forehead and a red Rinnegan-like mark in the center of his forehead. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing the Rinnegan. I'm Sage of 6 Paths. Hagoromo's voice was deep, with a unique charm. Child of Destiny, the most dangerous moment in the shinobi world has not yet passed away, and your destiny has not yet ended. The shadow of Otsutsuki Kaguya still hangs over the world, and Uchiha Natsuo's mind is still unclear. As the child of destiny, you have to. Wait a minute. Naruto said suddenly, interrupting Hagoromo's narration. Do you have any questions? Hagoromo was taken aback. Grandpa, although I don't know what you want to do with me, can you come back to me in a few hours? Naruto said seriously. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. If we wait any longer, maybe the pretty girls have already been chosen by others. Besides, the time my mother gave me to walk outside is limited. I don't want to waste it listening to the talks of an old man like you. So, shall we talk about it in a few hours? Hagoromo couldn't help but be silent. How is this child of destiny different from the child of destiny I imagined? After 10 seconds of silence, he continued speaking. Young man, the existence of the world is in grave danger. Only you and another selected young man can face that powerful enemy together. Otherwise, the world will be completely destroyed, and all shinobi will perish. This guy actually ignored me and continued talking on his own. Naruto widened his eyes and said bluntly, Grandpa, let me out. Child of destiny, you will bring unprecedented peace to the world. I've had to beg my mother to let me go out. Could you not waste my time? This is your destiny, you shoulder the hope of the world. Old man, I'm serious, if you don't let me out, I'm going to hit you. Don't think that because you're older I won't hit you. Hagoromo. Hagoromo was so angry that he wanted to throw something. How can this child of destiny be so? What about the reincarnation of Azura? The world is at the point of life and death, but you only think about the clubhouse. Hagoromo looked at Naruto with wide eyes. There's nothing that serious. Naruto curled his lips. Months ago, Tsunade-sensei told me and Sasuke that we were the hope to save the world. He took us to see the Akatsuki attack. But in the end we could only watch from a distance and couldn't do anything. We already have brother Natsuo, where is the danger to the world? Naruto dismissed Hagoromo's words. When Tsunade told Naruto that he and Sasuke were the saviors of the world, Naruto was so excited that he even gave up the idea of escaping to go to the club and decided to train hard. But after watching the battle with the Akatsuki members, he realized that, where is the savior of the world? How is it possible that he couldn't even compete with the enemy? The saviors of the world and stuff, it's just nonsense. Naruto gritted his teeth. I have wasted so many opportunities to go to the clubhouse because of this. As a result, when it comes to fighting, it's nothing to do with me. What child of destiny or anything? Not even dogs would believe that. Also, where is the crisis in the world now? If there is a real crisis, we have brother Natsuo. Now the entire world is under the rule of the Uchiha clan and peace has been achieved. Naruto even tested the strength of his new sister-in-law, Kaguya, along with Sasuke. She just released pressure with her Byakugan and made them lie down on the ground. If she is like this, then Natsuo, who defeated her, she must be even stronger. An enemy who can defeat Natsuo does not exist. What if the person who endangers the world is Natsuo? Hagoromo took a deep breath. Brother Natsuo has endangered the world. Naruto's expression changed slightly. That's right. Hagoromo nodded and said, you may not know, back then in my time. He slowly told Naruto about the Kaguya era. He also told about his bitter fight with Kaguya in order to save the world. Kaguya is still an uncontrollable threat. That Natsuo you trust has actually become a member of the Akatsuki clan. Hagoromo whispered. I saw them when they came out. I'm not wrong, that's definitely the aura of an Akatsuki. They are Akatsuki. They are the enemies of the world. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, Hagoromo's headache. After hearing Hagoromo's words, Naruto scratched his chin thoughtfully. Enemies of the world. That's right. Hagoromo said without hesitation. But Naruto said, old man, since you said you saw it with your own eyes, why didn't you rush up and fight him? I actually wanted to go up, but I saw him and my mother walking together, holding hands. Obviously they have formed an alliance. Hagoromo sighed softly. Facing two experts at the same time, even I would have difficulty. In fact, he was present after Kaguya was freed. And he silently watched the battle between Natsuo and Kaguya. He originally thought that with Natsuo around, Kaguya could be defeated and sealed again, and in case any problem occurred, he could quickly give his six-path chakra to help him. But who knew that when he saw them again, he would see Natsuo appear with Kaguya in her arms. Hagoromo was stunned, he almost thought that Natsuo was ready to start harvesting the world's chakra together with Kaguya. Fortunately, this most dangerous ending did not appear in the end. Still, he couldn't let them continue like this. So I need you to help me stop Kaguya. Hagoromo said in a deep voice. Then, I can quickly take care of Natsuo and then go help you guys. We. Naruto was taken aback. Who we are? You, and Sasuke. Hagoromo said seriously. You have the chakra of my children, Azura and Indra. I will give you power so you can seal Kaguya. Naruto's expression changed, and he was caught in a tangle. His expression changed as he walked back and forth in that illusory space, full of indecision. Finally, he raised his head and said, Grandpa, are you sure Brother Natsuo is the enemy of the shinobi world? Of course. Hagoromo said without hesitation. He carries the blood of the Akatsuki. He may have even been replaced by an Akatsuki before you met him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Gamamaru, the Sage of the Toads on Mount Maiboku. Oh, I almost forgot. You are not the heir of the toads, but it doesn't matter, the forest sage Shikatsu also knows about this. You can summon one to ask him. He spoke with complete conviction and his expression was very natural. It was obvious that he wasn't lying. Naruto sighed softly. It seems that you are telling the truth. Okay, I accept your power to help you defeat the enemies of the shinobi world. Young people are easy to teach. Hagoromo smiled happily, looked at Naruto who was a little depressed and tried to comfort him. Don't worry, I don't intend to kill Natsuo. Akatsuki are hard to kill anyway. My goal is to seal him. Oh, that's good. Naruto's expression became relaxed. Hagoromo smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and held Naruto's palm. Soon, a white pattern appeared on Naruto's hand. Is this the yang power of six paths? Naruto felt the power all over his body, his eyes filled with excitement. That's right, when combined with the Yin power of the six paths, you can release the six paths technique, Chibaku Tensei that can seal Kaguya. Hagoromo explained looking a little tired. Okay, I'll let you out. You have to be careful, my chakra will be seen by Kaguya and Natsuo's eyes, so we have to wait for an opportunity when the two of them are not together. I've planned everything, I'm sure we can win. Okay. Naruto nodded vigorously. In the next instant, the illusion disappeared. Naruto appears again in the Uchiha clubhouse. Looking at the manager who had just arrived, he immediately understood although he had been interacting with the Sage of Six Paths for a long time, it seemed like it had only been an instant in the real world. So. Oh, an important client. The manager was excited and extended an invitation. Come on, Lily's been waiting for you. She was wondering why you hadn't come in so long, she thought maybe you'd fallen in love with another woman. Naruto turned around and hurried out, shouting at the manager. Sorry, I have something urgent to do now. Next time I'll visit her for sure. The manager was puzzled. How could a regular customer leave so quickly? Had I done something wrong? But Naruto didn't care about the manager's concerns. He crossed streets and alleys and soon arrived at the main mansion of the Uchiha clan. Bang. He kicked the door and went in, yelling. Brother Natsuo. I want to report. There is a bastard who calls himself the Sage of the Six Paths who is plotting against you. Brother Natsuo, listen to me. Naruto said excitedly, there is a guy named Sage of Six Paths who wants to deal with you. Fortunately he is stupid enough to be tricked by me. Hey, Sasuke, why are you here? As he spoke, Naruto belatedly noticed the figure of the little friend next to him. Of course it is to inform Brother Natsuo. Sasuke raised his head proudly. The matter of the Sage of the Six Paths was a piece of cake for me. I easily fooled him, gained his trust, and now I am reporting to Brother Natsuo. Well, it's understandable that the Sage of the Six Paths needs to work with Sasuke. Naruto thought. But... Sasuke, have you become a traitor too? Naruto's eyes widened. I thought that only people like me would be spies or traitors, but it turns out that you, who are so serious, have also become a traitor. Sasuke's mouth twitched. In terms of lineage, both Natsuo and I are Uchiha. We've been together for years, we're like brothers. That Sage of Six Paths just met me once, why should I believe his words? Naruto was slightly silent, what he said made sense. So why would Sage of Six Paths trust us? Is he out of his mind? The two continued arguing, and Natsuo listened with amusement. The Sage of the Six Paths trying to turn Naruto and Sasuke into his allies to fight him together. This is really... The Sage of Six Paths trusts Naruto and Sasuke because of destiny. Because Hagoromo reached such a high level of power, he was able to perceive the fate of the world, plus he has the help of Gamamaru. But it seems that he can't perceive it clearly, otherwise he would have contacted Itachi. Sage of Six Paths sealed Kaguya, as fate would have it. The reincarnations of Asura and Indra, according to fate, fought for countless generations. Destiny's child should have been on the side of the Sage of Six Paths. But... Technically I have raised Naruto and Sasuke since they were little. It is impossible for them to let themselves be affected so easily by fate and no longer trust me. Natsuo couldn't help but smile when listening to the conversation. One moment, the Sage of the Six Paths was trying to convert Naruto, and the next, Naruto was coming to rat him out. But Naruto and Sasuke didn't waste any time. They both began to report what happened. Naruto, Brother Natsuo, I managed to trick the Sage of the Six Paths into sharing the yang power of the Six Paths with me. Sasuke, I obtained the yin power of the Six Paths. Naruto, he says that only by combining my power and Sasuke's can we seal sister-in-law Kaguya. Sasuke, he also mentioned that you and sister-in-law Kaguya are Akatsuki and enemies of the world, but personally, I don't believe it. Naruto, Brother Natsuo, even if you really are an enemy of the world, I will always be on your side. Sasuke, yes, we will help you. Naruto, yes, Brother Natsuo, how about we trick that idiot called the Sage of the Six Paths, lure him out, and then confront him together. Sasuke, I think it's okay, I'll call my brother and my teacher to come, I'll pretend they are the reinforcements I found, that stupid Sage of the Six Paths should believe it. After a few words, Naruto and Sasuke decided on a perfect plan of action. However, Natsuo shook his head and pointed to the yin and yang marks on Naruto and Sasuke's hands. Although this chakra has no tricks, it is connected to the Sage of the Six Paths. So your words have been heard by him, and an ambush is impossible. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other with regret on their faces. They didn't expect that the foolish Sage of the Six Paths who was so bold as to instigate them would have these abilities. If they had known before, they should be more cautious and pass the information to Brother Natsuo with coded words or gestures. Don't worry, that Sage of the Six Paths is no match for me. Natsuo smiled slightly. But it's surprising that he tried to instigate you guys. He seems to be running out of ideas. So let's face it head on. Some things need to be resolved and finished early. With that said, he stood up directly. Then, he flew directly over the Konoha wall and finally arrived at a deserted wooded area. Right here, Hagoromo, come out, maybe we can talk. Natsuo smiled slightly. However, there was no response. Natsuo shook his head. I'm giving you a chance now, Kaguya stays in the main house of the Uchiha clan honestly. I'm alone now, this should show you my sincerity. As he said that, he raised his hand in the direction of a giant tree. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Soon, an old man with an awkward expression floated out. It's not that I'm not showing sincerity. Hagoromo sighed. This old man just... Natsuo raised an eyebrow. Don't you have the face to face me? Hagoromo sighed again and nodded. After all, he didn't expect this. The child of destiny. He actually deserted. Chapter 239, Destined Disagreement. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. The child of destiny had betrayed his destiny. This is incredible. Natsuo looked at the embarrassed old man, remaining silent and giving him enough time to accept this fact. However, Hagoromo was no ordinary person. He quickly said, "Natsuo, if my eyes don't deceive me, you're also from the Akatsuki clan, right?" Although it was a question, his tone was absolutely confident. "That's right." Natsuo nodded. "Earlier I got rid of an individual named Akatsuki Ishiki, ate his chakra fruit and transformed into Akatsuki. So, you are a native of the shinobi world." "Naturally, I'm of the Uchiha clan." Hagoromo sighed. "The Akatsuki clan is a threat to the shinobi world. I'm so sorry to have to eliminate both you and my mother." "Don't say that." Natsuo smiled slightly. "I don't want to cause trouble in my own home. Although Kaguya wishes to continue cultivating god trees, I don't care about this matter." "Don't you want to grow god trees?" Hagoromo was taken aback. "I don't want to," Natsuo said calmly. The power of the chakra fruit was vast and could significantly increase a person's potential. Even for Natsuo, it was useful. However, growing god trees was too complicated. Not only would it cause damage to the earth, but it would also take an astronomical time for the god tree to absorb enough natural energy. Furthermore, he had promised Tuchi that he would free the god tree from the control of the Akatsuki clan. Instead of wasting time waiting for the chakra fruit to ripen, he might as well continue reviving the Uchiha clan. During that time, how much could a chakra fruit improve him compared to his system? Seeing Natsuo's seriousness, Hagoromo was somewhat skeptical. He himself had struggled internally for a long time before rejecting the temptation to harvest natural energy from the world, choosing to separate the Jubi into the nine-tailed beasts. How can Natsuo not care? "If you don't use the god tree, perhaps we can avoid conflicts." Hagoromo pondered for a while and said, "But mother must be sealed." Looking at Natsuo's frown, he said seriously, "Mother will never stop wanting to obtain the chakra fruit. I can't allow such a possibility to happen. I will not allow anyone to put their hands on my wife." Natsuo shook his head. "Natsuo, she is too dangerous, you have no idea of her power." Hagoromo spoke in a deep voice as his chakra stirred, generating wind. "Her existence is a threat to the shinobi world, and even to your wives and children. Why do you think I have no idea of her power?" Natsuo curled his lips. "I have been fighting her for a long time. Her strength is indeed very strong. She won't beg for mercy in 5 consecutive battles with me. I have experienced hundreds of battles, and she is the only one. But what does it matter? In the 6th battle, didn't she also start begging for mercy? So you don't need to worry about this. I can overpower her without any problems." Hagoromo was silent for a moment, feeling that the battles Natsuo mentioned had a slight difference from the ones he thought of. But in the next instant, Hagoromo's body went from its illusory state to instantly solidifying. One of the truth-seeking ball transformed into a dual-headed Shakujo, and another transformed into the sword of Nunoboko. Hagoromo slowly raised the sword of Nunoboko in his hand and pointed it at Natsuo, saying, "It seems that words alone cannot convince you. In fact, words are rarely enough." Natsuo curled his lips. "But you, the founder of the Ninshu who advocated mutual understanding to achieve peace, still resort to violence. That surprises me." Hagoromo remained silent. It's a pity, even if he is like this, he still can't understand Natsuo. "But do you really want to fight me?" Natsuo asked curiously. "Now that Kaguya is pregnant with my child, you can call me father." "Attack your own father? Isn't that a bit impolite?" Hagoromo, who seemed to be qualified to be Natsuo's grandfather, froze at Natsuo's words. However, in the next moment, his face became serious. "There's nothing more to talk about. After defeating you, I still have to take care of my mother." In the next instant, his sword of Nunoboko lunged forward. At the same time, Natsuo activated the Rinnegan and the Byakugan, in addition to forming a sword with a truth-seeking ball. Then the sword stopped in front of Natsuo without being able to move forward. Limbo, border jail. Natsuo shook his head slightly. Hagoromo, what did I do to make you disrespect me so much? Not only do you refuse to call me dad, you even attack me. You are a rebellious son." In the next instant, Hagoromo felt a sense of danger. His expression changed slightly as he could vaguely see a figure similar to Natsuo stopping his sword of Nunoboko. And 3 more figures that were approaching his position at incredible speed. "Since you are a rebellious son, don't blame me for enforcing family discipline." In the next second, the shadow of Natsuo closest to Hagoromo launched an attack. Hagoromo hurriedly used his Shakujo to try to block the attack, but before he could move the Shakujo, the attack had already passed through his defense and hit him. Boom. The attack imbued with natural energy caused him great damage, but because his body was made of chakra, no visible wounds were left. Hagoromo suppressed the discomfort and tried to use the sword of Nunoboko to attack Natsuo, but before he could finish swinging the sword, Natsuo's shadows launched one attack after another. Boom. 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 The sword slashes seemed to be covered in golden flames, but each slash, being imbued with natural energy, pierced Hagoromo's defenses. Not only that, every time Hagoromo was thrown away, Natsuo used the Amato Chakra to appear at his side. He was being knocked back and forth and flying uncontrollably. I'm actually being suppressed by him. I don't even have a chance to fight back. Hagoromo opened his eyes in surprise. After being beaten for so long, he hadn't even managed to touch Natsuo. Does this guy really have to be so exaggerated? I can't help it, it looks like I have to show some whole cards. He shook his head and, risking a sword cut to the back, hit the ground hard. The next moment, a huge summoning circle appears. A giant toad appeared out of nowhere. He was as big as a small mountain. He wears a teacher's hat with tassels and an orb on top. He also has a necklace with a big purple ball with the word oil. Gamamaru, I need your strength. Hagoromo shouted. Hey, I still have to go to the battlefield in person in the end. Gamamaru sighed softly. The big toad on Mount Mayaboku. Natsuo curled his lips. This is the toad that manipulated the Sage of the Six Paths into sealing his mother, and also the toad that Jiraiya, Naruto, and others met while he pretended to have dementia and told them about the prophecies in his dreams. At the same time, it is the most powerful of Mount Mayaboku. Gamamaru, help me hold him back. Hagoromo did not hesitate to make seals. I know. Gamamaru inhaled deeply and then exhaled forcefully. Sage art, wind release dust cloud. Gamamaru exhaled a huge cloud of dust. Natsuo narrowed his eyes slightly, and Susanoo appeared on his body. He then swung his sword strongly. However, even though this toad had an old and senile appearance, it demonstrated impressive speed, jumping directly 1,000 meters away while continuing to release the cloud of dust. A super Kage level strength, almost reaching the Six Paths level. Natsuo thought to himself. At the same time Hagoromo used the dust cloud to hide. I have not finished. Hagoromo roared and hit the ground again in fury. A summoning array similar to the one before emerged. But this time, it was Katsuyu's clone who appeared. Likewise, Katsuyu was also at the peak of the Super Kage level, one step away from the Six Paths level. Oh, you're Tsunade's husband, I don't really want to fight you. Katsuyu's voice was soft, with a feeling of being weak and easy to intimidate. But I'm sorry, the Sage of the Six Paths has a pact with our three sacred places to join forces against an enemy that threatens the world. So. Tongue-tooth sticky acid. Katsuyu released an acidic paste from his mouth that spread over a wide area. Natsuo immediately released the Susanoo, then used the Jeppo to accelerate his flight speed and move away from the attack range. Meanwhile, Hagoromo struck the ground again. Immediately after, the White Snake Sage appeared. This kid is close to our Ryuchi cave. The White Snake Sage sighed softly. Kid Natsuo, in a few days, the Snake Princesses will begin to have offspring. I ask you to be compassionate to me. But despite her words, the snake attacked without hesitation. Chapter 240, Hagoromo's Last Resort. The three great wise regions are gathered. Natsuo quickly dodged the attacks while joking, do you have anything else, Hagoromo? Of course. Hagoromo inhaled deeply, and his chakra suddenly flared. It was a chakra of even greater scale than the three great sages summoning. He made a series of extremely complex seals. However, as his gestures progressed, an extremely cold aura began to emanate from him, and his massive chakra suddenly expanded. Halo after halo of pale blue light appeared, dense and numerous as if they were endless. But in the next moment, those blue halos quickly solidified into human shapes. Countless figures appeared before Natsuo. Among them, there were some figures that were unmistakably familiar to him. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, there is a large group of people Natsuo has heard of but never met, such as Kato Dan, Ataki Sakumo, 3rd Raikage, 2nd Mizukage, 1st Kazekage. And this group of people barely occupied a small part of the numerous figures. This group of people is. Natsuo squinted his eyes and sighed softly. The most powerful shinobi who have died over the years in the shinobi world. That's right, this is the accumulated strength of the shinobi world over the years. Hagoromo finally stopped moving, showing a proud smile. This was his real ace up his sleeve. It's really a lot of people. Natsuo said with emotion. The shinobi summoned by Hagoromo stood still, with dull expressions, forming a huge square formation, bringing a sense of austerity. And the weakest among them were Jonin level. No wonder Hagoromo considered them his card up his sleeve. There are also many Kage level and even Super Kage level shinobi. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are both Super Kage level shinobi. They are approximately the strongest in the history of the shinobi world, aside from Akatsuki. But there have also been some Super Kage level shinobi throughout history. The clan emblems of those Super Kage level shinobi are Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga, or another distinguished clan. Could there be reincarnations of Indra and Asura among them? Natsuo's lips curled up. Indra and Asura's chakra had been entangling the entire shinobi world in their confrontation, and perhaps they would continue to do so even after Naruto and Sasuke. Hey, if you think about it. Natsuo stroked his chin. By continuing to allow Indra and Asura's chakra to reincarnate, isn't it a stable way to create a large number of high-level shinobi? Although it could not be stated with certainty that the reincarnation of both of them could ascend to the Super Kage level, but reaching the Kage level is a very certain thing. Hagoromo was slightly silent upon hearing this. Thinking about it further, the continuous wars in the shinobi world were not led by you secretly, right? Natsuo raised his brows. You are really insidious. Although cruel wars caused many losses, they also elevated many shinobi, improving their skills. Apparently, Hagoromo, feeling the guidance of destiny, knows the need to continue creating powerful warriors, but he only thinks that it is due to the possible invasion of the Akatsuki clan. That's why he gradually established the current structure of the shinobi world. Hagoromo pursed his lips slightly and said, I have not encouraged wars in the shinobi world. Then why did you deliberately allow the reincarnations of Indra and Asura to clash for generations? Natsuo raised his eyebrows. Hagoromo was silent. No matter what, Natsuo, you can't win. Hagoromo said in a low voice. With the accumulation of so many years, no one is my opponent. Then let's try it. Natsuo laughed, and instead of retreating, he went straight to meet the large group of shinobi. Hagoromo had a dignified expression and waved his hand. Countless shinobi furiously rushed towards Natsuo. Natsuo transformed another truth-seeking ball into another sword. He breathed golden fire from his mouth, before both swords in his hands became covered in golden flames. In an instant, a man dressed as a monk shouted angrily, and behind him the spirit of the thousand-armed cannon appeared, launching a fist of golden chakra. This was the chief monk of a certain generation of the Fire Temple. Beside him, a swordsman dressed as a samurai, grasping the handle of his sword, drew it in one fell swoop. This was a general from the Land of Iron. Next to them was a shinobi with red hair, with several golden chains coming out of his back. This was the leader of the Uzumaki clan of a certain generation. However, Natsuo's counterattack was extremely easy. With a sword slash, he cut down the spirit of the thousand-armed cannon along with the monk inside. Then, with a simple thrust he broke the samurai's katana and pierced him directly. Immediately afterwards, he released the pressure of his Byakugan on the leader of the Uzumaki clan, leaving him paralyzed, before activating the Amaterasu, burning him to ashes. On the other hand, Kage-level shinobi couldn't have any impact on Natsuo. Natsuo captured one of the shinobi summoned by Hagoromo, and then activated the human path. It feels similar to impure world reincarnation. It also suppresses the will of the soul itself and controls the opponent's general actions. It also uses the instinct of the soul to make up for everything else. But the strength of reincarnation is much greater than that of impure world reincarnation. Not only is there a gap in strength, but they can also use Senjutsu Chakra. All souls summoned by Hagoromo carry Senjutsu Chakra. But just like the body of the impure world reincarnation, these souls will also be restricted by the power of the truth-seeking ball, as well as the human path of the Rinnegan. Additionally, the sun breathing adapted to natural energy causes even more damage with the sword made by the truth-seeking ball. Although the leader of the Uzumaki clan, burned by Amaterasu, recovered easily, the samurai, the monk as well as all the souls attacked by Natsuo's swords no longer came back to life. They make excellent consumables, which is why you try to entice Naruto and Sasuke to be your helpers. Natsuo commented lightly. Hagoromo was silent, souls were really consumable. Although the strength is not bad, in front of the Six Paths level, the Kage level is just a little bit bigger ant. Hagoromo, heart's ache. But even if it is a big consumption, it is worth it. Hagoromo said with determination. As long as it has an effect, it is not a waste. Even if it only consumed a little bit of Natsuo's chakra, it made sense. Besides, in the next moment, someone familiar with an Uchiha clan symbol suddenly jumped out and several shadows detached themselves from his body, rushing towards Natsuo. Uchiha Madara. Are you here to join in the fun? Natsuo chuckled, as he killed all the shadows of the limbo, border jail that Uchiha Madara had just separated. I just failed, but still, I have to face you again, it's really very unpleasant. The corner of Madara's mouth twitched, but her body moved involuntarily. As he attacked, his eyes were full of resentment, obviously he couldn't help himself. However, unlike other souls who attacked unconsciously, he showed a certain autonomy. Although Hagoromo took control to a certain extent of the Pure Land, there are many rules he cannot change. Because the stronger a shinobi is, his spiritual energy becomes much more powerful, and the Pure Land is a mechanism of the world where it erodes that energy until the soul can reincarnate again. As the first soul at the Six Paths level to reach the Pure Land, Hagoromo did not lose consciousness and was therefore able to take control of the place. And so that both Indra and Azura continue reincarnated, he made them stay in purgatory, denying their entry to the Pure Land, this together with his obsession, and when certain conditions are met they allow their reincarnation. On the other hand, because Madara managed to reach the level of the Six Paths for a short period of time, many of the rules of the Pure Land do not affect him, which allowed him to have a certain degree of freedom after being summoned by Hagoromo. Natsuo, who are you fighting with now? Who is that person? Madara couldn't help asking. I think it looks a bit like Sage of Six Paths. Natsuo chuckled and said, it doesn't look like it, it's the Sage of the Six Paths, he's using a technique similar to impure world reincarnation to fight me. It really is the Sage of the Six Paths. So the Sage of the Six Paths also resorts to such despicable techniques as the damned Tobirama. Madara grumbled. No wonder the shinobi world hasn't known peace for so many years. There's no hope when the top is as despicable as Tobirama. Well, that was a little excessive. Although Hagoromo has allowed certain things, his true intention is to protect the shinobi world. Although he confused the guidance of destiny regarding the war between universes with the arrival of the Akatsuki clan, at least he did not deliberately subvert the peace. But Natsuo didn't say anything more about it. After all, Madara was evidently upset at being controlled and had a right to be angry at the Sage of the Six Paths. Chapter 241, When Life Gives You Truth-Seeking Balls. Natsuo, what happened to my Eye of the Moon plan? Did it really fail? Madara asked. Compared to the current situation, Madara was more interested in knowing how his plan for peace was progressing. Yes, it failed. Your plan was a conspiracy by Black Zetsu from the beginning. Natsuo did not mind revealing the truth to him, satisfying the wish for peace of this pitiful man who had been thinking about his plan until his death. So in the end, I'm just a failure. I thought I had at least surpassed Hashirama. Madara smiled wryly. Natsuo shrugged, actually, you are stronger than the first Hokage. It's not just the problem that the peace was broken after he died, even in terms of current strength, look. Saying that, he launched a sword slash towards the side. Hashirama was using his wood release to launch an attack at Natsuo, but was destroyed by Natsuo's slash, before sending him flying into the distance. Although you are controlled to a certain extent, at least you are the only one who was able to maintain your consciousness. In fact, if you were given more time you could compete for control of the Pure Land just like Hagoromo. Natsuo said with a shrug. Really? Madara sighed bitterly. Looking at the huge battlefield, Madara couldn't help but said wryly, can the world really be peaceful? I think there is still hope for peace. Natsuo said as he continued to fight. For example, now a kind of peace has been established under the family reunion of the Uchiha clan. Natsuo then explained the recent changes in the shinobi world under the new government system, as well as the cessation of hostilities in different parts of the world. Even many of the rights of the daimyos are now managed by the various shinobi villages, greatly improving the lives of all people. Madara listened attentively, his eyes shining. Good, very good, excellent. Although the current peace seemed perfect, the reality of whether it could be maintained was another story. If Natsuo disappears at some point, the fights that would occur between the great nations would turn many things into total chaos. But Madara was still smiling happily. For him, the important thing was not whether peace could continue, but that there was still a group of shinobi who yearned for peace and worked hard towards it. That was enough. Natsuo, I'll help you. Madara spoke seriously and with determination. Let's take advantage of this opportunity. With that, he activated his Rinnegan, releasing a large amount of chakra. The next second, his body that was attacking Natsuo suddenly stopped. And not just him, the other shinobi who were attacking also stopped, as if they had suddenly disconnected. Hagoromo's expression changed, and his chakra was released like crazy. Summoning an army of thousands of souls sounded imposing, but in reality, even with studying the technique for many years, simultaneously controlling so many high-level shinobi was a difficult task. Let alone Madara, who was no ordinary Super Kage. He had truly reached the level of Six Paths, although his power had fallen when he died. Although Hagoromo had control over the Pure Land, Madara, who had reached the level of the Six Paths, also had this qualification. The enormous pupil power of the Rinnegan exploded as Madara's soul tried to seize control of Hagoromo's authority at any cost and said through clenched teeth, seize the opportunity. Natsuo. But. Actually, it's not necessary. Natsuo sighed softly and stopped his actions. I was just trying out some of my techniques for a while. If I really wanted to deal with this group of people, it would be very easy. The next moment. The immense chakra in Natsuo's body poured out frantically to create a vast mass of expanding chaos. Expansive truth-seeking ball. In the blink of an eye, it completely devoured the soul army. From a distance, Hagoromo looked at Natsuo with a grim expression, his eyes reflecting shock and fear. It must be known that if it were not for Hagoromo's constant interference, many of the souls would have continued with the world's cycle of reincarnation. And now his army of thousands of souls accumulated over many years were swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Except for Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and other souls that Natsuo deliberately kept, all other souls disappeared. Even the three great sages, although they were not directly killed by Natsuo's attack, realized the immediate danger and released the invocation, retreating instantly. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. What's the situation with your chakra amount? Hagoromo was left in a state of shock. Of course, because of all the system rewards during this time, Natsuo's chakra level was really terrifying. Natsuo. Madara's expression changed. He also possesses the truth-seeking balls, and can understand the difficulty of Natsuo's operation at this moment. Oh, it's really amazing. And at this time, Hashirama looked around, touched his head, and smiled. Wow, you've gotten a lot stronger since the last time my brother and I saw you. Damn, how did you get this power? Tobirama gritted his teeth. How did that evil Uchiha accomplish all this? Oh. Hashirama, you can talk too. Madara was taken aback. Yeah, his control over us seems to have been lifted. Hashirama shrugged. Although even I didn't expect that after I died, I could come to this world twice, being controlled is not a pleasant experience. Hagoromo was no longer suppressing their souls, so they naturally regained some autonomy as well. Continuing to suppress Hashirama and the others didn't make much sense. After all, the soul army had been eliminated in an instant by Natsuo. What could a handful of people do now? They looked at the huge hole that was once flat land, feeling deeply moved. In the previous battle, although they had been controlled by Hagoromo, it did not affect their perception, so they naturally also saw Natsuo's actions. Have you decided to stop resisting your father, Hagoromo? Natsuo frowned, looking at Hagoromo. What's the point of me continuing to persist? Hagoromo smiled wryly. Don't you want to try? Natsuo raised an eyebrow. Maybe I've exhausted too much chakra and can't beat you, who knows? The corner of Hagoromo's mouth twitched. Although I don't have my mother's Byakugan, I'm not that blind. The pressure emanating from your body hasn't decreased much. Natsuo smiled and glanced at Hagoromo out of the corner of his eye. Looks like the naughty boy is finally going to give up. However, such an unfilial child still deserves to receive his well-deserved punishment. So. Bakudo number 1. Sigh. The next moment, before Hagoromo's astonished gaze, his arms immobilized behind his back, then Natsuo kicked him and sent him flying. His disgusting face collided with the ground, and Natsuo stomped on it, rubbing it vigorously against the ground. In fact, there are no enemies in the world that can challenge Natsuo, and there is no one worthy of being called an enemy by Natsuo. Although this battle did not make a big splash in the shinobi world, it has great significance. The shinobi world has completely lost the ability to resist Natsuo. After teaching Hagoromo a lesson, Natsuo took him to the Uchiha clan and then let Kaguya deal with him directly. Finally, under the insistence of most of Natsuo's wives who were unhappy with Hagoromo's attack on Natsuo, Kaguya decided that Hagoromo would experience the same fate as her by being sealed. Then, Natsuo acted directly. Since then, there was another moon, which is the prison of the Sage of the Six Paths. Natsuo's wives were moved for a moment and couldn't help but bring out their children to give them examples with Hagoromo's case, warning them not to misbehave. If they misbehaved, their dad would seal them and throw them into the sky. With so many Uchiha children, many of them were mischievous. Especially the group of children that gathers around Goro. But after being taken away by their own mothers and seeing Hagoromo being sealed, they became so scared that they never dared to misbehave again. In an instant, discipline in the Uchiha clan improved significantly. On the other hand, Hagoromo didn't really resist the punishment much. After so long he wanted to find a way to atone. Furthermore, once Natsuo defeated him, he was no longer influenced by the fate of the universe. Although fate is something magical that can greatly help those who possess it, enduring the fate of an entire universe made Hagoromo inadvertently become a puppet of fate. Now he just realized that many of his decisions were very impulsive. Before being sealed, Hagoromo still warned Natsuo about the danger of the Akatsuki clan and that he should be prepared. And if he finds himself overwhelmed by them, he can free him. He will fight with all his strength to face the enemy. After the confrontation, he will agree to be sealed again. Natsuo was speechless at this and then, with a quick gesture, he sealed the Holy Mother who was still speaking to him. The last obstacle of the shinobi world has been solved by me. According to the timeline, the Akatsuki clan will not appear until the era of Boruto, which is less than 20 years away. In fact, the Akatsuki that will arrive in the Boruto era, none of them will be a match for me. In short, the current shinobi world is already under my control, so the fate of the world will begin to correct itself and begin to gather around me. So, Looks like I have to visit Tuchi again, but before that, it's time to start being more proactive in running the shinobi world. Natsuo's eyes shone brightly as he looked at a map of the world and stabbed a kunai into the shinobi continent. Chapter 242, Noble Nonsense. Natsuo decided to accelerate the development of the shinobi world. Now that he had eliminated all the remaining obstacles, he must make the shinobi world enter the interstellar era. As a high-level combat power, his universe may have the advantage, but a war between civilizations involves many more things. To achieve this, it was necessary to ensure that the power and wealth of the world were used correctly, although Itachi already warned the nobles and daimyos, but in this distorted world, many people still believe that they should be ruled by noble blood. So the first step must be, destroy the current political structure. Natsuo raised the corner of his mouth. The next day, at the Uchiha clan family meeting there was a discussion about whether the existence of the daimyo is beneficial or useless. If it is beneficial, where does its value lie? Is it worth the resource consumption it requires? If it's useless, what should we do with them? Should we exterminate them all? Although it was just an argument, the entire shinobi world was stunned upon hearing it. Natsuo, he actually wants to attack the daimyo. This news spread to the ears of all the leaders of the shinobi world. During the Uchiha clan family meeting, Natsuo's numerous wives were also stumped by the argument. Was the daimyo useful? Was it beneficial? Of course he had value, Everyone tried to respond instinctively but couldn't find the right words. Because daimyo is not an irreplaceable existence at all. Managing people only required certain officials. The permanent population of Konoha did not differ much from the population of the capital city of the Land of Fire. And the Hokage mainly handled the internal disputes of the village, resolved the external conflicts of other villages, and also managed the civilians in an orderly manner. It wasn't difficult at all. So what is the existence value of daimyo? Delay the delivery of supplies to the shinobi villages. Corruption of funds from various sources. Spending on expensive luxuries to keep the makers of those luxuries happy. The daimyo. It really didn't seem to make much sense, did it? So what should they do? Of course, if you think about it, stabilize a country, become a spiritual symbol for the people, unify the nation and summon the population to defend the homeland, donate money and resources. It could be considered a feature, albeit grudgingly. But here's the problem. With the improvement of the living environment by the Uchiha clan's family gathering and Natsuo's military intimidation on the shinobi continent, where was there room for a large-scale war between shinobi villages? Totally useless. So, since daimyos are useless, they are no longer needed. Natsuo had only taken the first step, and Tsunade and Yukino did not hesitate to move forward, actively leading Konoha's public opinion to increase fervor and motivation. Temari, with her competitive spirit, also used her influence to manipulate public opinion in Tsunade. With Konoha and Tsunade moving forward together, Natsuo's other wives began to doubt whether to follow suit. After 3 days of discussions, the Uchiha clan family meeting came to a conclusion. The shinobi world did not need daimyos, those trash existences. With that conclusion in mind, Tsunade called Itachi, who had threatened the daimyo and his loyal nobles many times, to lead the way to the capital city of the Land of Fire. Itachi was confused. He had only gone once to threaten the daimyo, the other times it was Natsuo, so he didn't know many things. In the end, Tsunade just barged straight into the daimyo's mansion and kicked him out without any other explanation. After that, together with the Konoha shinobi, they began confiscating the daimyo's property and any nobles who tried to resist. Then to calm the people they began to distribute part of the money directly to the citizens of the Land of Fire. In an instant, the entire capital city was filled with joy and jubilation. The daimyo and the nobles who attempted to launch a last resistance were directly accused of attacking public officials and betraying the nation and were sent by Tsunade to the worst mines, with the intention of reforming them through work. At the same time, the Konoha police force rapidly expanded to take charge of all security in the different cities of the Land of Fire. In addition, Konoha shinobi were constantly sent to eliminate all bandits and missing nin present throughout the Land of Fire. Konoha began to distribute the farmland to the different shinobi who had meritorious acts and rented the remaining land to the citizens of the Land of Fire. All of Konoha began to operate in full swing. Raza also reacted immediately, leading Temari and the Suna shinobi directly to the capital city of the Land of Wind to imitate Konoha's actions. Tsunade had suffered greatly under the daimyo's rule. Because of this, when the Suna shinobi began to act, they were much more extreme and completely eradicated all the nobles without hesitation. Although the other shinobi villages did not react as quickly as Tsunade, one by one they also began to act after a brief reflection. In the past, there were some people with vision like Natsuo who saw through the situation, but due to the frequent conflicts in the shinobi world, there had never been a real chance to eliminate the daimyo. Destroying the daimyo's governance system would inevitably cause some degree of chaos in the nation, attracting the attention of enemy nations and making action difficult. But now, with Natsuo to suppress anyone who wants to take advantage of the chaos, the others no longer had to worry about taking action. All different countries, large or small, experienced a change of power in a single night. Of course, there were also shinobi villages that had been brainwashed by the daimyo. Like the case of Hoshigakure, where it was unclear if he was being arrogant or if he let himself be charmed by the daimyo's promises. The current leader of Hoshigakure publicly stated, Natsuo disrupted the country's government, committed a heinous crime, and should be sentenced to death. He then called the entire shinobi world to form an alliance to wipe out Natsuo completely. Natsuo barely remembered that village from the Naruto series, so he didn't take it seriously. Taking advantage of the fact that Madara had just been revived and was eager to do something, he was sent to solve Hoshigakure. Does the puny leader of Hoshigakure also call himself a Kage? Very well, let's see if you can stand up to my attacks. Madara snorted coldly and unleashed a genjutsu on the entire village. He made the self-styled Hoshikage commit suicide and then emptied the entire village along with his population and brought it to the Uchiha clan for his management. His action was decisive, and he had no intention of hiding at all. Everyone was confused. Isn't Uchiha Madara dead? Why did he appear again? Although Madara was as arrogant as ever, why was he following Natsuo's orders? What they didn't know was that the main reason why Madara obeyed Natsuo's orders was because under his arrangements the shinobi world had reached the closest thing to peace. Furthermore, Natsuo promised to revive anyone he wants as long as he follows any arrangement that Natsuo himself makes or the one decided at the Uchiha clan family meeting. Although Natsuo was more powerful, Uchiha Madara, an arrogant man by nature, had a fearsome reputation that could not be ignored. When it appeared, all opposition instantly disappeared as if it had never existed. In just 3 months, the system of daimyos and nobles, which had existed since before Kaguya's time, completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Natsuo also promised to revive any person his wives request. But since he has to rest between each resurrection to avoid affecting his task of reviving the Uchiha clan, priority will be given to the people who are most useful to the Uchiha clan as well as their wives who have contributed the most to the development of the Uchiha clan. So after Tsunade paid the price of not being able to go to work for 3 consecutive days and nights, the Senju brothers slowly opened their eyes. The addition of both Hokages accelerated many plans. The second Hokage was not only a scientific genius, but he was also an expert in space-time ninjutsu, which was a great help to Amato who was working on the space portals. The first Hokage always seemed to be a kind and compassionate man, but as someone who came from the Sengoku era. Although he had a noble heart, he had his fair share of blood on his hands. When faced with enemies that threatened peace, he would not hesitate, as he once did with Uchiha Madara. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, Ramen, Fate, and Future Wars. Because fate began to converge on Natsuo, he went to Ichiraku Ramen to better understand the situation from Tuchi. Tuchi explained to Natsuo that due to the radical changes that Natsuo made in the line of fate, he as a part of the will of the universe, had now acquired more authority, being able to influence more things as well as have access to more information. Natsuo understood that becoming the son of destiny does not mean that he is invincible. If he is not careful, he can fall and lose the guidance of destiny just like what happened to Hagoromo. Tuchi also mentioned to Natsuo that for some reason the collision of universes that should have occurred decades later began to accelerate and the first spatial gaps could appear in 5 years or even less. Because of all this, Natsuo could no longer just dedicate himself to reviving the Uchiha clan, so he put a lot of effort into developing the shinobi world. In view of this situation, the Uchiha clan family reunion began to sell some of the basic technologies of the Uchiha Clan Research Institute, in order to promote development. Many companies appeared that were dedicated to construction, technology, food processing, among others. This allowed many shinobi who were not good at combat to begin to depend less and less on missions to live. At the same time, Natsuo allowed everyone who managed to enter the Uchiha Clan Academy to receive the Revival Series potions for free. This would allow more talents to appear in the short period of time. The Uchiha Clan Research Institute also began researching methods to mass-produce these potions, trying to reduce costs even further. Natsuo simplified the Saimai Kikken and spread it so that all people could learn it. His objective was to use it on par with the potions of the Revival series and strengthen the general population of the shinobi world. 3 years later, the shinobi world has stabilized. During this time Natsuo dedicated himself to strengthening many of his wives, and 37 of them managed to reach the Kage level, among them is Yukino. Of course, it wasn't just Natsuo's wives that became stronger. Many high-level shinobi began to appear during this time. After all, Natsuo decided to use the Western continent as a training base, and only shinobi above the elite Jonin level were allowed to intervene when a warlock intervened in conflicts. The rest of the time it was the low-level shinobi who were most active. A large number of chambers of commerce also entered the Western continent through the allied nobles of the shinobi continent. The sphere of influence has been expanding during this time, and almost a third of the other continent is under the control of the shinobi continent. This type of slow assimilation of another civilization allowed the people of the shinobi continent to prepare for future wars between universes. Another point to take into account was the method of training knights from the other continent, and although the shinobi did not benefit much, it allowed the samurai who had almost been eliminated by the shinobi to resurface. Some of them were even close to reaching the Super Kage level. However, it is worth mentioning that at the end of the first year, Pakura finally decided to give in. He simply couldn't stand Raza's arrogant behavior anymore. Although Raza had ceded the title of Kazekage to Temari, during his rule, Tsunade had expanded rapidly, undergoing great economic changes. Furthermore, with Natsuo's help, the Land of Wind had left its previous problems behind. Temari is one of Natsuo's wives with relative influence in the Uchiha clan's family gathering. She let her father become the governor of the Land of Wind. Raza had enough prestige and had developed his political skills, in addition to having Temari's full support. He directly became a well-known figure throughout the Land of Wind. He was someone who helped create a new era for the Land of Wind and would go down in history just like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who created the era of the shinobi villages. Pakura can bear this. Finally, one day, she surrendered to Natsuo. After a while, when she confirmed that she was pregnant, she left directly for the Land of Wind. Raza is a liar. That bastard betrayed the interests of Tsunade. He has a deal with Natsuo. Pakura spread the truth he knew about Raza in Tsunade, trying to awaken the Suna shinobi who were blinded by the reputation of Raza's best Kazekage. However, Raza's prestige has been thoroughly ingrained after so many years. Although she had solid evidence and compelling arguments, the Suna shinobi simply looked at her coldly and said, "Do you know how much Kazekage-sama sacrificed for the village? High-level negotiations are inevitable, but you must also consider what we have obtained in the end. The current state of the Land of Wind is the result of Kazekage-sama's efforts, don't you admit it? Pakura, I know you are depressed about being betrayed by Raza, but you also need to know that shinobi are born to carry out the tasks assigned by their superiors. Don't say that you couldn't defeat Kiri's shinobi and ended up dying in the process. Even if Raza-sama orders you to commit suicide in front of Kirigakure, why wouldn't you comply with his order?" Pakura's student Maki tried to calm her down. "Sensei, I understand your resentment towards the Kazekage, but Raza-sama had no choice. Let's try to accept it, after all, you have already been resurrected." Pakura, damn it. You too, Maki. Accept this calmly. How the hell am I supposed to do that? But all the shinobi of Suna were on Raza's side, without any hesitation. Finally, Pakura, furious, ran back to the Uchiha clan residence. However, Natsuo was not surprised by the result of Pakura's actions. After all, during Raza's administration, the Land of Wind was transformed from a patch of yellow sand to a brilliant oasis. In the second year, Natsuo married Hinata, who had come of age. Because Hinata was destined to be the wife of the protagonist of this world. She has a lot of fate power in her, and although that power was supposed to be lost when Boruto was born in the original timeline, Natsuo still looks forward to the child he will have with her. Natsuo gently wrapped Hinata in his arms, feeling her softness, and slowly laid her down. This heroine was giving Natsuo quite an impressive experience. During these 3 years, others were also busy. Because Sasuke and Naruto were the next people with the highest destiny, Natsuo took them to meet Itachi. After they found out about all the things that could happen in the future, they toured both the Shinobi continent and the Western continent, training all over the world. They killed sand bandits in the Land of Wind, exterminated some of the mountain clans in the Land of Earth, subdued Funato Arami, and had the Funato clan join the Uchiha clan's fleet. They even defeated some of the warlocks that ruled some of the kingdoms of the Western continent. Naruto and Sasuke solemnly promised, "Natsuo, don't worry, we will be the vanguard in the next war between the universes." Besides, what is the Otsutsuki clan? Wait and see, the next time the Otsutsuki clan attacks, you won't need to intervene, the two of us will be enough. For this reason, we will put a lot of effort into our training. Look forward to our return. However, Kushina expressed serious doubts about this. She thought that the reason why Naruto ran and returned home once every 6 months was probably because he didn't want to be controlled by her. "It's all Jiraiya's fault, who corrupted my son." Kushina was furious. "If I had known, I wouldn't have allowed Naruto to be named after the protagonist of Jiraiya's novels." Meanwhile, Natsuo also sought out Orochimaru to continue developing ways to strengthen his wives. So far Natsuo has only been able to integrate other bloodlines in Mikoto, Kushina, Tsunade, and Yoko. The rest of his wives cannot tolerate the integration of other lineages. Natsuo wanted Orochimaru to use the method of the warlocks of the Western continent who use the Jewel stones to integrate with other bloodlines. Orochimaru looked at Natsuo speechlessly. Honestly, although high-level powerhouses have their quirks, is there anyone as strange as Natsuo in the shinobi world? This is really... Is it because of the exclusive technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Orochimaru suddenly asked. The Mangekyo technique is the reflection of your deepest desires. And your deepest desire is to have children, so does your technique strengthen you the more children you have? Although Orochimaru was asking, his eyes were filled with surprising confidence. Although that is not the case, it seems that Orochimaru is not too far from the truth. Natsuo just smiled and didn't answer. Orochimaru felt that Natsuo had already acquiesced, and his expression was extremely shocked. After waiting for a long time, he retracted his eyes and began to think. What is the specific effect of the technique? Where does the strengthening come from? Is it based on the talent of your children? Or does it have something to do with the number of children, or even the mother? At first, he was seriously reflecting, but as a scientist with a creative mind, he soon veered into more extravagant territory. Does this ability only work between men and women? Can it work between men? Have you experimented with animals? Have you tried artificial insemination? Orochimaru's eyes were full of curiosity. Chapter 244, Final. It is normal for Orochimaru to guess some of Natsuo's secrets. Natsuo's story was so legendary that his strange strength improvements from spending time with women could not be explained by his natural talent alone. And honestly, Natsuo didn't believe that Orochimaru could guess the existence of the system, since even Tuchi didn't notice any abnormalities in Natsuo. But even if Natsuo mentioned the existence of the system, what did it matter? Of course, Natsuo wouldn't openly brag about that. He simply tacitly accepted Orochimaru's theory. However, Orochimaru's ideas were something Natsuo could consider. Although honestly, Natsuo wouldn't dare try something with another man or another scandalous theory, but artificial reproduction might be worth a try. After a time of scientific research, Orochimaru and Natsuo came to the conclusion that children born through artificial reproduction were not recognized by the Mangekyo technique system. Only children conceived through biological reproduction between Natsuo and a woman were recognized. During these 3 years, the technology of the shinobi world also advanced by leaps and bounds. Although it did not become an interstellar civilization in the full sense of the word. At least stable transportation was developed to colonize the moon without having to resort to space passage. In addition, outer space near the shinobi world began to be explored in search of more planets and resources. Also during this period of time, Uchiha Madara managed to reawaken the Rinnegan, and from time to time used the Tengai Shinsei to attract massive meteorites and made them land in the ocean. Then the family reunion of the Uchiha clan sold the mining rights of those meteorites to the different powers on the shinobi continent. Many minerals were extracted, new metals and even some minerals with high energy value such as the meteorite used by ancient Hoshigakure. A number of industries were established thanks to these massive meteorites. The abundance of these mining resources had directly reduced the cost of living for the inhabitants of the shinobi continent, improving their quality of life and increasing their income. It really was a source of great benefits. On the other hand, because Natsuo improved his way of life with the chakra fruit, as well as with the constant strengthening of his wives. During the 3 years that passed, the rewards he obtained from his children were quite generous. He obtained all types of shinjutsu, and the evaluation of his children's potential was always greater than 200 points. Of course, the most talented child was the one he had with Kaguya. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 381, you get chakra +35, Shinjutsu, primordial bond. Shinjutsu, primordial bond is a chakra-based technique of the highest level, used by Otsutsuki Shirbai to enslave the god trees. Thanks to this technique, Natsuo was able to free Ishiki's god tree and formed an equal bond with his bloodline. He later gave the god tree the human fruit which allowed it to take on human form. Unfortunately she did not become a woman and Natsuo abandoned the idea of having a child with the lineage of a divine tree. The god tree took on a form similar to Ishiki. Natsuo assumed this was because the god tree had devoured Ishiki previously. The god tree in his new human form called itself Shinkamino, and Natsuo took him to Tuchi to take care of him. This action also allowed the last restrictions that prevented Tuchi from helping Natsuo to be removed. That is why when Natsuo noticed that the system was consuming part of Hinata's fate while she was pregnant, he asked Tuchi for help so that he could channel the greatest amount of fate energy into Hinata. And although Hinata's child was not the child of Natsuo with the greatest potential, it did give him the best reward. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 281, you get chakra +25, Cosmic Gate. According to the system description, the Cosmic Gate is the means to explore the void and, if you have the coordinates of a universe, it is possible to travel there. The void is defined as the realm beyond the limits of the universe, and to move between universes, it is necessary to traverse it. The operation of the Cosmic Gate requires significant energy resources. Furthermore, the energy of the origin of the universe is absolutely crucial to accessing the void realm. A door to other universes. No wonder she's the female protagonist of the Naruto world. Now I understand why the system consumed so much fate energy. Natsuo thought deeply. After finishing understanding how the Cosmic Gate worked, Natsuo immediately decided to try it. He mobilized the resources of the Uchiha clan to gather various high-level energy sources and make various preparations before beginning to operate the Cosmic Gate. Although he doesn't know if he could obtain results without the coordinates of another universe, he still decided to try. Land of Fire, secret base of the Uchiha clan. Formations of technical formulas, kanji, and detailed, complex graphics dotted the four walls. These formations are attracting natural energy. It seems that I have seen something similar in my inherited memory. Shinkamino let out a cry of surprise, as he entered with Tuchi into the central chamber of the secret base. Just based on the meticulous preparation, one could tell the complex and terrifying nature of the cosmic gate mentioned by Natsuo. Tuchi sighed. His eyes couldn't help but look at the center of the room. In the center, a large area of starlight was emitting bright rays. The inside seemed to contain something, but it couldn't be seen clearly. At that moment Natsuo was near the center of the room, where several circles of fuinjutsu radiated a golden glow. This is the physical state of the cosmic gate. Simply opening one greatly depleted the accumulated energy resources of the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the fact that I technically control the entire shinobi world, it would have bankrupted me. The operating time of a cosmic gate is very valuable. First I will program it at its lowest limit, which will allow us to pass spatial coordinate markers. I'll need your help with the next thing, Tuchi. Natsuo's voice echoed. Okay. I'll start channeling some of the origin energy. Tuchi's eyes radiated a faint golden glow as he formed a golden crystal in his hand and then threw it towards the blue flame at the center. Boom. The golden crystal collided with the blue flames and a violent reaction instantly occurred. A large amount of golden light radiated out, which was immediately absorbed by the blue flames. Then a kind of mercury mirror formed in the center with black waves radiating from its center. This feeling. It is quite similar to the energy released during teleportation, but it possesses a greater degree of disorder and violence. Shinkamino reflected in a low voice. Get ready, Natsuo, now I will channel the energy of fate towards you. Tuchi reminded Natsuo. All right. Natsuo quickly formed a cocoon with his chakra. Fuinjutsu marks appeared on its surface and when they disappeared it took on a silver tone. Natsuo then threw it into the mirror. Natsuo began to explain. Space-time positioning is extremely simple. With the repeated release of these cocoons we could stumble upon a different universe. Generally speaking, the probability is extremely low and there may not even be a single case of success in 10,000 attempts. So, isn't this just trying my luck? Now I understand why you wanted me to channel the energy of destiny towards you. Tuchi rolled his eyes and was somewhat speechless. Actually, this would not be possible if it were not for the collision between universes, causing the distance between them to shorten as time goes by. Natsuo said as he looked with concentration at the mirror. At that moment, Natsuo felt that the chakra cocoon entered a turbulent space. After a while the cocoon finally managed to enter the other universe. The cocoon continued traveling through the universe while searching for a habitable planet, until Natsuo, through his connection with the cocoon, vaguely saw a huge world. Natsuo estimated that this world was approximately 150 times the size of the shinobi world. As the cocoon approached that planet, Natsuo noticed that most of the world's surface is covered by water. In addition, there was a huge red strip of land that divided the world. Natsuo immediately recognized what world it was. It's the world of One Piece. Once the cocoon entered the planet, it dissolved and recorded the coordinates on the cosmic gate. When this happened Natsuo lost the connection and could not see where in the One Piece world the exit from the cosmic gate was recorded. As Natsuo withdrew his consciousness, his attention was drawn to the boundaries between the universe and the void. There she saw a thin man floating, with long white hair that reached the small of her back. He wore a worn black robe. His horns curved upward, resembling a crown. He had 3 eyes, one of which was on his forehead, all of his eyes were closed. Additionally he had a small beard that is divided into 5 sections covering his chin. The strangest thing was that there were several golden chains that came out of the void and crossed various parts of his body. The places where the chains had passed through him emanated a purple energy that seemed to be corroding those chains. The next moment, he turned his head in Natsuo's direction, then the connection was cut off completely. Natsuo knew immediately that that person was Akatsuki Shirbai. Excellent. Thank you Tuchi, although in the end there was an unexpected situation, everything was a success. Now that we have the space-time coordinates we can reach the other universe. This will give us an advantage in the next collision of universes. Natsuo looked in Tuchi's direction. You don't need to thank me, as long as your actions benefit the universe I will give you all my help. Tuchi responded as he left the room with Natsuo and Shinkamino. Natsuo smiled in response and then turned to Shinkamino. Shinkamino, as I promised you, once we reach the other universe it will allow you to absorb enough genetic material as well as vital energy to continue your evolution. Also, the planet we will arrive at has a higher level of energy than the planet we are on, and it is very likely that you can use Shinjutsu, chakra edible creation, to create chakra fruits. As they left the secret base, Natsuo continued talking for a while longer with Tuchi and Shinkamino, before saying goodbye. Natsuo had to prepare for the astronomical consumption of energy that the cosmic gate will consume when he decides to establish a stable passage with the other universe. 1 year later. One Piece World, Marineford. Today is a historic day for the world. Perhaps it will be a day that will never be forgotten by the Navy, the pirates, or even all of humanity. Today is the public execution of Porges D. Ace, the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not only that, even the Navy will broadcast it through Den Den Mushi so that everyone can see it. But the focus of many people is not on Ace's execution, but on the possible great war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Marines. Now all naval forces have gathered at Marineford, including the 7 warlords of the sea as well as the pacifists. The 3 admirals are already in their respective seats to face this battle. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, stands on the execution platform next to Ace. Sengoku-sama. We received reports that the gates of justice opened on their own without any order. Furthermore, we cannot communicate with the control room. One of the Navy officers informed Sengoku in panic. "What did you say?" shouted Sengoku, who was very upset with the news he had just heard. He then looked ahead and saw from a distance, one by one, ships that he believed were part of Whitebeard's pirate fleet began to appear. He was shocked and increasingly annoyed by what he was currently seeing. How did they suddenly appear? Sengoku muttered in annoyance. Little by little, numerous huge ships made of metal began to emerge from the fog, approaching towards Marineford. All of Marineford fell into a tense silence as they watched the huge fleet appear. Suddenly, a whirlpool formed in Marineford Bay as if something was about to emerge from under the water. "Impossible," Sengoku said as he noticed the whirlpool. From the whirlpool emerged a large ship covered by a huge bubble. That ship was none other than the Whitebeard Pirates' main ship, the Moby Dick. An hour before. At the gates of justice, the sun shines on the calm sea while seagulls circle. The Marines were relaxed, some of them were waiting to watch the broadcast of Ace's execution. But without them realizing it, several invisible figures infiltrated the command center. "Naomi, are you ready to deploy our skills and surprise these Marines?" Goro communicated telepathically with Naomi, with a playful spark in his eyes. "Of course. Who knew our skills would be so useful in this world?" Naomi responded when she saw that no one could detect them. The squad led by Naomi and Goro, who were wearing chakra armors, gathered around them. Naomi concentrated, using her abilities to detect the position of all the Marines. Then Goro and Naomi telepathically sent the information to the entire squad. After they established the blocking bar, and when everyone was in their positions, Naomi channeled chakra into her throat to scream. "Begin." Naomi, using the Sharingan along with her special abilities, immediately invaded the minds of all the Marines, leaving them stunned for a moment. Goro laughed loudly as he used his telekinesis to disarm the Marines, making their weapons float in the air before launching them at them. Naomi, along with the rest of the squad, showed off their camouflage skills, appearing and disappearing before the amazed eyes of the Marines as they attacked them. Between laughter and a series of abilities incomprehensible to people in the world of One Piece, Goro and Naomi took control of the gates of justice. In the control room, while Naomi activated the mechanism to open the doors of justice, she took out a communication device and called Rayon, who was leading the fleet along with the rest of her siblings. "Big brother, we have succeeded in our mission. You can proceed according to the plan. We'll catch up with them at Marineford," Goro exclaimed excitedly. Naomi also smiled excitedly since this was the first time they participated in such a large-scale war. After being revived, Senju Tobirama never thought that he would one day participate in such large-scale battles, and even more so that these battles would involve the fate of an entire universe. He was currently supervising the flagship of the Shinobi World's fleet. The fleet has just crossed the gates of justice and was preparing to get involved in one of the most important wars in this world. What he disliked the most was that he had to take care of the brats of the Uchiha clan. He didn't understand why those evil Uchiha could be so powerful at only 10 or 11 years old. And now he had to stop them from doing something crazy and rushing to the front lines. The worst of all is that Natsuo said that he had to go deal with the people in Mary Geos, so Tobirama became responsible for this operation. Tobirama sat in the captain's chair. "Have you notified everyone to be ready for battle?" Tobirama asked Rayon, who had just entered the command bridge. "Yes, but Sasuke was delayed because of the stowaways he brought to the ship," Rayon responded seriously. Sometimes Tobirama didn't understand how a child like Rayon could be part of the evil Uchiha clan. Just as Tobirama was about to get angry at Sasuke for his actions, he entered the command bridge. "Evil Uchiha, how dare you bring those kinds of women onto the ship when we are carrying out such an important task?" Tobirama knew Sasuke's character well since he became Jiraiya's disciple. "They are not that type of women, they are the daughters of the king of Persane. Persane is the kingdom where the cosmic gate opened and was controlled by the Shinobi world." Tobirama remembers seeing the appointed king and his family see off the ships from the port, including his daughters. He tried to think of how they could have gotten to the ship. "You don't need to think about it, I brought them using the flying thunder god," Sasuke told him indifferently. Tobirama was furious when he heard that his precious technique was used for this kind of thing. Just as he was about to scold Sasuke, Rayon interrupted him. Tobirama-sama, we are about to arrive at Marine Ford. When he heard that, Tobirama turned to look from the bridge at the imposing fortress of Marine Ford, and moments later he saw the scene in which the Moby Dick appeared in Marine Ford Bay. He immediately ignored Sasuke and went to the deck preparing for battle. When he reached the deck he saw Ryoji, one of Natsuo's sons, holding a huge saber. He was surrounded by the members of the Funado clan as they chanted his name and rang their weapons in anticipation of the slaughter, each of them eager to rush to kill the enemies. Tobirama immediately approached Ryoji and led him away from the crowd. Evil Uchiha brat, didn't your father warn you not to go to the front of the battle? You could be killed by an admiral if you're not careful. At that moment a loud voice was heard. Gururara. I'll save you, Ace. Immediately afterwards the sea water at Marine Ford rose and became a tsunami. Ice Age. A moment later the entire enormous tsunami froze. Come on Madara, let's join in the fun. Hashirama was very excited to see such a demonstration of power. It seems there are some guys who are strong enough to catch my interest. Madara commented. Immediately afterward, Hashirama and Madara launched themselves forward, and began running over the sea. Tobirama could only watch helplessly as his brother and Madara left, without taking into account all the plans that had been made in advance. How are we supposed to save the target people and eliminate the people who might become obstacles in the future? To hell with it, this is evil Uchiha Natsuo's fault for leaving early. Then he also launched himself to join the battlefield. Note, I want to thank everyone for reading this story. I have decided to end the novel at this point because I consider that the plot from this point on begins to become somewhat confusing. For those who wish to search for the original novel, the name of the story in Chinese, simplified, is